So there's no sirens at this point. I would like just to
Your
mention
mic is muffled. Ethan, I don't know why. I'm home by the way, so I'll be
I got the
setting up this.
statement.
Yeah, sure. Read
Hezbollah
this.
said sending aircraft carrier to the region with the aim of raising enemy morals reveals the weakness of the Zionist military machine.
That's a
Uh,
very, very old statement, Wajih. That's a statement that happened like a couple of hours ago. It's not related to the current attack. But yeah, the statement is fair. But just to clarify
What
that
does the statement say, James? Can you clarify it?
it says technically that the fact that they sent the carrier, the carrier into the sea, proves that they are unsure about the capability of Israel to defend itself, which shows that Israel is weak and that in case they want to attack or they would like to attack, they have chances to like break the defense of Israel. That's technically the
yes,
statement that was sent there.
the only reason I'm bringing this up, James, is because Mario just mentioned that the U.S. said that they would get involved if Hamas um, invades, if Hezbollah invades Israel, and therefore I quoted Hamas saying that sending aircraft carriers to the region with the aim of raising enemy morale reveals the weakness of the Zionist military. So they're essentially saying that the U.S. regime supporting Israel shows that they're weak, but also they're trying to encourage the rest of the Arabs to join the jihad against Israel on another statement. So that's all. It's connected in a way or another.
this is Evan.
So there's
First of all, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, just 2 seconds, just to give you an update. Israeli media: a shell was detected that fell in Metula on the northern border without causing any casualty. Reports of gunfire near the northern town of Beit Hillel. Haifa moments ago shows. Let me just play it. The team's probably going to post it, but it just shows the sirens and people just running. So I know. Just let me just check up on the team in Israel. Sana, you're in Israel. And I don't know if Eden, your mic is working. How's it on in where you are, Sana? Sana, are you there? Eden, are you there?
Yes, I am.
How's it where you are, sir?
I'm in the center, and there's no sirens at this stage. I would like to the message that we received right now. First of all, based on the alert and the area of that was talked about, that the area where people were told to go into shelters was quite wide. It went up to Tiberias, Bet Shean. Those are very, very far from the Lebanese border. So it's very much based on the message that based on one of the posts that I've seen. The target of those unmanned sorry, airplanes were military bases in Israel, in the center of Israel. So more or less, now this, based on the size of it, it's very, very hard to think that this would be anything other than Hezbollah. This is quite a huge
So so
amount.
so yeah. So Eden, do you have any information on the size, or James? I need to understand. So I've asked my team, and no one knows what's going on. Like there's just very very little clarity. Which again, if it is an attack by Hezbollah, they said well that's what they've been looking for. But there's very little clarity. I want to know if it's if we don't know if it's 100% Hezbollah, but is it 100% that a massive attack is ongoing from Lebanon, northern Lebanon?
Yes.
And what do you know about this attack?
Yes. The message that was that was received in all channels was that there's about between 15 to 20 unmanned aircraft that has penetrated the border, and based on the alert and based on the information that they say for people to stay in their protected shelters for 10 minutes. It's very much not human, not like gliders or something like that, but more as was communicated, an unmanned airplanes or aircrafts that are targeting bases that are their main objective is bases inside Israel. And again, if this is true based on what we heard until now, the most chances is that that would be Hezbollah. The PLO, the Palestinian fractions would not be able to send this kind of huge amount. It takes they need to.
We've got Hadi. Sorry, Eden. Hadi is Eden. The only reason I interrupted Eden is in he was in he spent a lot of time in South Lebanon. He gives us the most up to date information there. So I'll give you the mic right after. Hadi, what do you know, man? Is it Hezbollah? How big is the attack?
There's nothing to confirm. I'm watching live now Al Manar, which is Hezbollah official channel, and their correspondent on the border said that there is no proof of any attack coming from Lebanon. And I spoke to my siblings and cousins, everyone right at the borders. They live right there. They didn't hear any sort of explosions or anything. They just heard a few sirens from the settlements, and that was it. So there was no proof that there's an attack. We're just waiting for official statements. Nothing at all that came out is confirmed until now. Even Al Manar, who their journalist, who is always at the borders 24/7, reporting everything that has to do with what's happening on the other side of the Lebanese borders, he said that he cannot confirm that any attack was initiated from Lebanon.
So one question I have is Al Manar is owned by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah, if they did initiate an attack, they would want to keep that under wraps.
Yes, definitely they would, but they would say that there is an incident happening, but did not say that we don't know if there's an incident happening or not. But they wouldn't say definitely that they initiated the attack. But they said that there was nothing. They don't know what's going on. Like they don't know if there's something going on in the first place.
Okay, I appreciate that, Heidi. I'm just having a look at the numbers here. Eden, you were updating us. What else is any other information? So no seemed very clearly large UAV attacks, so unmanned aerial vehicles, so just drones. But I'm thinking this could be a cyber attack triggering the alerts. Okay, so there could be just a cyber attack.
It's very, I mean, it could be, but in terms of the message that was sent, which is following a large-scale attack on the people who are living in the north part of Israel, the Haifa area, the lower Galilee, the middle Galilee, the north Galilee. Practically, they describe everything that if you would look at Haifa as the line of Haifa up to the Galilee Sea. So that's quite a big area, and they've been telling to people to go inside the secure places, to the safe places, and to bring water over there, communication, and even facilities that allows the people to sleep in there, and like and other stuff like medicine and essential. I'm sorry for the very fast translation that I do right now from the Hebrew one. So and they say bring everything that you need to take into the shelter because you might gonna need to stay there for a long period of time.
Hey Mario, I just want to add one thing as well. Yes. That the sirens happened at the same time when missiles were fired from Gaza or rockets. They fell near Haifa. That's near the Lebanese borders as well, not very far. So I think that also has something to do with it, and all these like steps, what's happening, what the Israelis are doing with the bunkers and all that. I think that's because the rockets are already reaching the northern part of the land, so that's why they're doing that.
So fear of terrorist infiltration from Marlot Tarshika. Eden, do you know where Marlot Tarshika is?
Yes, it's very, very the border, like in the Marlot Tarshika Marlot is very known because there was many years ago there was a terrorist attack over there.
On which? Oh, it's on the northern border.
Yeah, the north. So it's a known place because there was once a hostage situation over there many years ago by the PLO. So it's on the border, and it's to be honest, it's quite alarming. I mean, I want to make one comment, which is I think very important. As was communicated, the Hamas was sending a message in all the channels and called the Arabs in the Judea and Samaria and inside Israel to uprise and riot on Friday. So I think everybody was looking into some actions that would take place on Friday. I think this thing is the escalation, that if there is an escalation right now, and I want to make one comment with regards to the rockets. There was one message about the rocket, which was one thing, but the other messages was about the fact that something was going through the border. There are radars and they are there are intelligence gathering systems that try to identify any of those things. And if that has been triggered, then it's and the size of it and the scale of it is not one unit of it. They specifically says between 15 to 20. So that's quite a large scale of them. And that and sadly, if that plus the information that we received that there could be a human penetration, and armed people that went into those areas, that's not a good sign at this stage.
So we do know, we did get reports yesterday that people in Palestinian camps in Lebanon were getting reports to go to the southern border. I'm not sure if any of you remember. So we don't know whether this is the results of that. James, do you have information on that?
Yeah, I have information about them moving, but I have new information. The military was not asked to leave the south, which usually happens when usually there is mass movement of military for protection of the military. If Hezbollah has
The Lebanese military or the
Yes,
Hezbollah military?
the Lebanese military was not asked to leave the south. Usually, it's something that's asked in order to protect them. But no request was sent to the South Battalion. I have someone I know who's a colonel in the
I
army.
appreciate that.
So yeah.
Okay. There's okay, so we have Hezbollah members on Twitter. All this fear and the true fearful has not yet officially joined the war. So this is but this is a Hezbollah member on Twitter. All this fear has not. Yeah, go ahead,
Can you send me
Hadi.
his name, please? And like his account.
I don't know. So you can check it out. Yeah. So not sure if anyone else has more information on this. We'll go to Colonel and Fish.
Hey, Mario, I think you're right. There's a lot of reports that say that the fighters didn't be there. The only other thing I wanted to add was that the General Ford has reported on station now off the coast, which of course we don't have to worry about so much. Not that we're convinced that Hezbollah is attacked. So.
Okay, it's good. Fish, you're giving 100%. What information do you have?
Yeah, my Israeli sources, they said right now recently that there's a food shortage right now in Israel. And there's also, because of this attack, it's so precisely calculated that there's a really big problem. What's the problem? Humidity right now in Israel is really bad.
Which attack are you referring to?
Well, I heard right now there's rockets flying towards the direction of Israel from
From where?
Lebanon.
No, but so these are the ones we're trying to confirm. We haven't been able to confirm them. I'm not sure if
Oh,
Wajih
there
or
was. I have
Amir.
some family from Israel. They already said there's already landings. So
Okay, so I just got updates. So Israeli fighters bombed a number of sites in different parts of the Gaza Strip. So this is not related to Lebanon. I thought it's going to be Lebanon, southern Lebanon. Wajih, Amir, did you have more updates on the situation on the Lebanese border?
I have a statement for Bernie Sanders, but not any
No,
updates
no.
from
Oh,
the
good.
border.
We'll read that. We'll read that in a while. We'll read that in a bit. Sorry. I'm just having a look. I'm just trying to understand exactly what's happening on the Lebanese border. Amir, and by the way, Heidi, have you been able to review the link that was sent, the Twitter account?
I'm checking it right now. It's not. There's no such thing as Hezbollah members on Twitter publicly speaking the name of the group, so I wouldn't take
Yes,
their.
unofficial. Yeah, but it's actually I want to take it seriously because it says that Hezbollah is not involved, but hopefully.
I mean, I wish, but there's nothing said from Hezbollah, not even Hezbollah TV channel. So I'm now on the TV. If anything happens, I'm just gonna let you know.
I appreciate that. Amir, anything on your end?
Well, Mario, thanks for letting me speak. Actually, the RGC affiliated and Hezbollah affiliated, this is not, 100% true, but in a couple of days, they have been proven true. But they are just exploding. There's actually one that Hezbollah Farsi and then wrote وَأَرْسَلَ عَلَيْهِمْ طَيْرًا أَبَابِيل. And this is actually a verse from the Quran, which means that, like, he sent upon them birds of prey. This means, like, a huge rocket attack, huge missile attack, and actually I have a couple more. And Hebrew media says crazy attack on Israel from Lebanon and Syria. And another one is a security incident in Dimona nuclear plant. I'm repeating all of this. There is 1% wrong in all of this, and this is not 100%
So
confirmed.
this
but
is
it
okay.
circulating.
This is so.
And
This is okay. So these up. Sorry, 2 seconds. Amir. So who's
yes,
sending these particular updates you just mentioned?
this is from IRGC official Telegram channel and Hezbollah affiliated, not Hezbollah official, but they have been proven true in couple of. And there's another big one that says the United States announced the evacuation of its embassy in Lebanon. American citizens have also been told to leave Lebanon immediately. And another one which says Al Qassam battalions targeted Haifa with R-160 missiles from the first time since the beginning of the war. That's all.
The embassy story is debunked. There was requests that were sent, and there was a retraction that was sent to on Twitter on
Okay, I
multiple
appreciate.
levels.
Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Kusai, I think you're based in Syria. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. Just some information that there is bunch of a group of Assad and trying to move to around Lebanon also because there is some mob come to Admir, it's which is city near from Lebanon. But still now there is no photos or anything. Just a few people, our team there, they told us the news. But I will
Could you say
update soon.
that? Could you say that in Arabic real quick for me?
So we have just 2 seconds. So it's two important updates before you
Sorry?
read that. So just two important updates, Kusaid, sorry. Number one is, and see what Jerome has in the updates, but number one is CNN reports of some type of aircraft infiltrating the northern border with Israel from Lebanon. So that's a report from CNN. And then a report from Israeli radio. The Israeli army has not determined whether the sirens in Haifa were due to a shell from Gaza or Lebanon. So just two updates there. That they don't know whether that shell, and it's funny how they say a shell. I don't know if that's falsely translated. So just to be clear, Haifa is much closer to the Lebanese border than Gaza. I don't know how Gaza could reach Haifa. So it's like it's close to West Bank, northern West Bank, and close to Lebanese border. So usually when if Lebanon, if Hezbollah and Israel are clashing, Haifa is generally a target. But I want to go to Jerome. Do you have anything on your end before we go to James?
Yes, I'm hearing reports of Hezbollah members crossing the border. I want to confirm this with Hadi if he has some information on this, please.
There is no confirmation that there are parachutes going down. There's no confirmation of rockets firing. There's no confirmation of drones. Those are the three main stories that are now coming out on social media only. There's nothing confirmed from any side. We're just waiting to see if there's actually a security incident or is it due to some mass hysteria because it happened before or because a missile was fired from Gaza into Haifa and for some reason it triggered the sirens all over the northern area because sirens as well went off in the Golan. So if that's true, that means there's like a calculated attack on both Syria and Lebanon.
So okay. So the Israeli army did put out a notice. All residents. I'm not sure who's speaking. I'll give you the Asana. I'll give you the mic in a bit. Israeli army. All residents in the border areas must remain in shelters until further notice. And I did hear reports as well that there's an attack from Syria and Lebanon, but just very, very unclear right now for anyone listening. And I know probably people in different regions listening that wanna that might want to evacuate if any of these reports are true. This is all unconfirmed. Sana. Sana, I think you were jumping in. Ahdin, was there anything on your end? Guys, anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Perfect. Okay, I thought Glash might. So Ahdin and Sana, I cannot hear you. It is a bit of a glitch, so drop down and just request again because I do need updates on the ground from Israel as well. So let me.
Mario, the only
Okay, there's on the news, guys. There's on the news. There's Hadi. Someone from Lebanon just sent me Al Jadid TV says. Let me send you the screenshot. It says Lebanon Hezbollah has entered.
Okay, I'm just gonna check Al Jadid now and let you know.
Please do. I'll send you through a screenshot that I just got.
Hadi, would it be surprising for you if Hezbollah,
Okay, so
intervened.
it says here, not Al Jadid didn't say that. They said that they got information from the enemy's media. They refer to Israeli media as enemy's media that Hezbollah sent 10 uh, drones to northern parts, but they
Okay,
said that's from
that's not
that's,
entering the war.
no,
That's not
that's not
entering the
entering
war.
the war. That's what they said. I'm watching it right now.
So right now in the northern part of Israel, next to the border, what we can see on television is that they have there's massive flares from the army in order to light the area, and so that from that perspective. And there was one report of a mortar that landed in Metula, which is on the west side of the Galilee, close to the border.
There is an unusual security incident at the moment in the northern district. The alerts triggered by the test. Okay. This is a positive development
I
here.
just want to note something because the only thing that people can see right now from the borders is the flares. There was no Israeli retaliation whatsoever, and usually when there's something a security incident, you'll see more than that
Yeah,
instantly.
agree.
So yeah, probably it's just like probably false alarm or triggered by the rockets in Haifa. But we'll see. There's nothing confirmed.
Um, yeah, there's a shooting targets at the Vered Jericho settlement south of Jericho. Not sure where that is exactly. Sana and Ahden, is your mic working?
Yeah, I'm listening,
Yes, it is.
and I
Yes,
will
it
tell
is.
you of any updates. But Jericho is very
Appreciate it.
close to Jerusalem,
Okay.
and it's true.
I received one of the messages that was given in channel 14 right now is that there's no extraordinary security situation right now in the northern part of Israel. The alerts that has been triggered are right now being checked, and that is from channel 14, Hillel Biton.
So we got images from NBC reporter. The Israeli Defense Forces launched flares southern Lebanon. Yeah, so it seems now there's indication that this is not a major attack. Some are saying it's a cyber attack. Some are saying it's a false alarm. There's rockets towards Haifa, but then someone else says the report by Israeli media says it's a test. So there's multiple reports, but there's nothing to indicate that there's a Hezbollah entered the war. So it's very different to the initial fear and the initial reports. So Hadi, I appreciate you giving us live updates from there.
No worries. And I was actually insisting because
Hadi,
yes.
Hadi, I'm going to send you something. Could you verify it for me?
No problem.
In the meantime, I want to get an update from James. James, are you there? James, are you there? Hadi, is there anything on Al Jadid that's new or not yet?
Al Jadid, the reporter is now live on the borders, and they're just showing flares being dropped. Nothing else. There's nothing happening, and they couldn't confirm that there's an attack. They just said that they got it from the enemy's media, and that specific statement was circulating a lot, but we had no confirmation of what is that media. Is that exactly who said that?
Yeah, so we have Al Jazeera posting. I've got photos as well. I'll post them now. And I'm just getting the team to post them now, and say it's flares only for now. Okay, okay, it's just flares only for now. So that's the update, everyone. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has mentioned that it was said on Channel 12 that Al Jazeera, Israel is going to stop all broadcasting of Al Jazeera.
Who? Sorry.
Hello.
Al Jazeera is going to stop broadcasting.
Israel is going to stop Al Jazeera broadcasting.
But how can Israel stop?
Inside Israel. Inside Israel.
Is inside.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't be
Hi.
surprising.
How is everybody?
Hey, Ronnie. Good, man. Good. Any updates on your end?
Yeah. So I'm in Haifa. Just got out of the shelter room. I've heard the alarm. My mom was very frightened. I'm at my parents' house now. There's also been a report of terrorists on gliders penetrating a place called Malot, which is pretty far from the border. It's along the Haria line, which is, I don't know, 50 kilometers from the border, maybe 20 kilometers. So to get in there on a glider is a pretty good job, I would say. But my brother in there,
All right,
he
guys, we
studied
do
there.
have yeah. So guys, um, uh, sorry, Ronnie. So the U.S. embassy is evacuating Beirut, and urging all citizens to apparently evacuate as well. So it came in from a source in Lebanon right now. If anyone else can confirm it, but I just got those reports now.
I think
So yes,
that
Mario,
was withdrawn.
actually, RGC Media said this. Yes.
But I think that the embassy then clarified that they did not say that. But I'm just gonna confirm now. Someone here said
yeah, please, if you can get that confirmed 100%. Sorry, go ahead, Ronnie, with the update. And Ronnie, I've just sent you through a co-host invite just to make more room on the panel. I'll have to co-host people. So if you can accept the co-host invite, it would be good. And yeah, what were you saying?
Okay, yeah.
All right, so your mic is playing up, Ronnie. I think you dropped out. Let me go to Noga. Noga, anything you're hearing on your side? Noga, are you there? Edin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Ah, perfect. Just making sure the mic is working. Ronnie, is your mic working now? I'll try to fix Ronnie's mic. Heidi, have you confirmed regarding the embassy?
Yeah, so far there's nothing, and I asked my American neighbors. They said that nothing was sent to them except the normal precautions, the one that they sent yesterday. There was nothing else.
Okay, and who said it's confirmed? Someone on stage said this is confirmed that the U.S. embassy is evacuating. Was that you, Ajih, that said that?
I said this from the RGC Media, not 100%, but they mentioned
okay.
it. I read it 10 minutes before, yeah.
Because usually when they say that, you
good
can go
news.
on the
I have
website,
good news. I have good news, guys. I have good news. So Sky News just reported that there is no. The Israeli army denies the existence of any infiltration attempts towards northern Israel. So this is an update there. So we had initially the reports of massive incursions by paragliders and rockets, and now we're getting reports that this is false. Not even any rockets. All we know that there was likely a false alarm. There was one report said it's a test by an Israeli media. So this is the latest that we have. I know a lot of people are breathing a sigh of relief right now.
Maya, I don't think that's true, though. I'm sorry.
Which one's not true?
But in a sense that I see reports in the Israeli Home Front page that say something different. So I don't know what Sky News is smoking, but they're wrong.
So this update was the Israeli army update came in from Channel 12, I think. Let me check. Yeah, so this is a Sky News correspondent.
Fine, but the Ma'alot Tarshiha one has been.
The US says, and even better. The US says, as according to Insider Paper, US says no sign of additional players looking to join attack on Israel. So
yeah, that's a different thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but for a statement,
that was a geopolitical segment. The fact is, when you talk about players, it's usually the question of whether or not Hezbollah will get involved, or is it just Palestinians? But that's not the issue, is it? And the fact is that out of the 3 infiltrations that I'm seeing, only 1 was taken back. So I'm thinking you're a little overstating, or Sky News is a little overstating what's actually going on.
Likely untrue. Okay, so I'm just saying there's a lot of people freaking out. So someone's sending me Hezbollah. Someone sent me a report they saw on Lebanese TV. Hezbollah fired dozens of drones in Israeli, and Israel is advising its citizens in northern settlements to hide in their shelters. This is a report on Lebanon, but they're a bit behind. So we already know that there's been no reports from people from Lebanon and people from Israel that there are such reports. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Has anyone else got more updates? I don't know if James with us. I think James dropped out.
Can you hear me, Mario? What about the drones towards the Dimona nuclear facilities? Were that confirmed or no?
Not confirmed yet, no. And hopefully it doesn't get confirmed, but hasn't been confirmed yet, no. Ronnie, you were giving us update on your end? Ronnie, are you there? Is your mic working? While waiting for Ronnie's mic to work.
Can I just say one thing? There could be reports that
there's
only
even
one
better
rocket
news.
fell on.
There's okay, yeah, perfect. Thank you, Hadi. And there's further updates. The fear has been removed. That's Channel 11. Residents are no longer asked to stay in their homes. That's according to Channel 11. I'm talking residents in the north. All right, that was one of the worst feelings I've had in a long time.
It makes sense that nothing was happening because it doesn't make sense at all for an attack to happen at this time, to be honest. So that's why I was very skeptical of what's going on. Skeptical.
Yeah. Sorry, just looking at all the updates, trying to get through it all. So I apologize. Let me go to Emir. Emir, anything on your end?
Well, Mario, I have a question for Hadi actually about the footage. There's both videos and photos from the flares in the border between Lebanon and Israel. What is that about, Hadi? Is that like serious, or what does that indicate?
No, the flares are usually a normal precaution from the Israeli side. They usually do that because it's night and they want to see if there's going to be some possible infiltration or some movement on the borders. So that's the only reason why they do that.
All right. So John Kirby did say something though. All right. So there's two important things here. Number one is we are closely monitoring. This is by John Kirby. We are closely monitoring developments on the Lebanese-Israeli border, and the conditions there are worrying. So this is the National Security Council. I think he serves. What was his position? What's John Kirby's position, guys?
White House spokesperson.
Oh, he's a spokesperson now. Okay, my bad. So he's. Oh, yes, he's the spokesperson that was choking up yesterday.
Yeah, he's spokesperson actually for the NSC, National Security Council, not the White House. The White House.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought so. He's spokesperson for the coordinator for strategic communications at the National Security Council. So this is an update there. That's not a positive one. There's just U.S. Embassy evacuating Beirut and urges citizens to leave immediately. I need to know if this is true or not. If they're evacuating right now.
Checking their website right now. I'll let you know.
Yeah, it's just going through just a lot of reports. Yeah, so I know Ronnie has updates for us. Ronnie, if you can request again, I'm trying to bring you up, man, but it seems to be glitching a lot. Oh, there you are. I've sent you a co-host invite because I don't have any speaker slots left, so you can accept that one. And then we have TV reports. Okay, so none of the three media aligned with Hezbollah or its allies is talking about attacks and information. So this is from James. I'm going to try to get James back. Ronnie, is your mic working now? Ronnie's still having mic issues.
Okay, can you hear me?
How are you? Hi, Ronnie. Yeah, go ahead, Ron. Yeah.
Yes. So as I said before, my brother is in Ma'alot, which is still on risk of tourist infiltration. So he's there in the shelter, and there's.
Can we please not use that word?
Which word?
Sorry, Sana, what'd you say?
I said, can we please not use the word?
I didn't hear. What word did you use, Connie? I don't know. I didn't hear the word.
Have a quick update. The U.S. Embassy tweeted that they did not say for evacuation. It's in their official account, U.S. Embassy Beirut.
Okay. Oh man, and there's no request.
No request. The last thing they posted for citizens is 2 days ago, saying if you wish to leave Lebanon, contact the embassy. That's all.
Okay, that's reassuring. Sorry, Ronnie, you're giving updates. Yeah, so I'm just go ahead. Like just to be clear, like the go ahead.
I just entered to the U.S. Embassy and I have the information. It's from yesterday. You want me to read it?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
1 second.
When you have it ready, let us know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. U.S. citizens, October 10, 2023. U.S. citizens throughout the region should continue to take caution as advised in the October 9 Regional Security Alert. As advised in the travel state, .gov Lebanon Travel Agency Travel Advisory. U.S. citizens should avoid travel to the Lebanon-Israel border area. In all parts of Lebanon, you should avoid demonstrations and exercise caution if in the vicinity of any large gatherings or protests. We recommend that U.S. citizens in Lebanon monitor the news closely for breaking developments that could affect internal security and enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program STEP to receive alerts and make it easier for us to locate you in an emergency. Assistance, U.S. Embassy, Beirut, Lebanon. 9614, that's the number if you want it, 9614-542-600 or 9614-543-600.
All right, so I have an update here from the IDF spokesperson. Further to reports of airspace intrusion from Lebanese territory into Israeli territory. So far, no crashes have been detected in Israeli territory and no casualties have been reported. IDF forces are scanning the area from the ground and from the air. More details below. You must continue to obey the instructions of the Home Front Command and act accordingly. In addition, following the initial report of an alert that was activated in the Carmel Beach area, a rocket launch from the Gaza Strip was detected. No interceptors were launched according to policy. So the confirmation is that there is, Hadia, you're probably freaked out as well. There is no attack from Lebanon.
I'm freaked out. Yeah, of course, my family is right at the border, so.
Yeah, trust me. Yeah, you're not alone, man. Like, there's a lot of people freaking out. But
Yeah.
That's a big sigh on relief. I live in Haifa. We just heard the alarm here. It's a big sigh of relief to hear that the rockets came from Gaza and not Lebanon.
How far is Haifa from the South Lebanon driving?
I think it's gonna take like an hour and a half drive.
Driving or kilometers? Driving would be about.
Driving, but assuming there's no border issues, just around the drive.
I would say about 3 hours.
It's crazy to think.
Maybe less.
Less
crazy
than
to think.
3 hours.
Wow, it's crazy to think.
Haifa is closer to us than Beirut. Beirut takes hour and a half, 2 hours.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah. So what's crazy? What's crazy? Yeah. So what's crazy, Hadi, is that it's a 3-hour drive. Let's say 2-3 hour drive between you and Ronnie, and then you're on completely different sides of the conflict.
Wanna meet for a cigarette?
It's a crazy feeling. So there is more reports. If there's any other reports, do let us know. But I'm seeing more reports that are pointing out that this was a false alarm, which is good to see. Yeah, we've got John here to give us a bit of an update. And Von, we haven't had you on stage since this started. And Von, you've been covering the Ukraine-Russia war extensively with us. What are your thoughts on what we've seen so far?
It's surprising, honestly. It's well, not surprising because Hamas is Hamas. Them being barbaric isn't a surprise. But I mean, the scale of it is like the Tet offensive. The planning that had to go into this and the preparation, it beggars belief that intelligence didn't catch it. It's complicated for me because I sympathize with the Palestinian cause, but condemn Hamas. I sympathize with Israel that has a right to exist, but I criticize its policies against Palestine. So you'll find I'm a lot more measured here because I have to navigate a lot more carefully. But it's ugly. The targeting of civilians is horrendous, and that needs to be stressed. It's not okay. There's no excuses. There's no justification. And the people celebrating it might have some screws loose in their heads.
I think this is probably one of the best articulated explanations of the war. I think you've done really well at calling it as is. What Hamas did to Israel, people have asked me, I'm happy to call it 100% a terrorist attack. Anything that's dedicated to killing civilians to create fear, that's how I would define a terrorist attack. The way Palestine is being bombarded right now, Gaza, West Bank, or Gaza, sorry, is I'm not for it. I'm not in support whatsoever of that type of response. And it's a really tricky position. So on one side, Israel's retaliating for the attack that happened. On the other side, Palestine and the life they live in the West Bank and in Gaza and the suffering they go through. is something I don't condone. So this is kind of a very tricky line to kind of tread, and I think you've explained it really well, Von. But Piotr, did you see the reports that we've just reported? So what happened, Piotr, is I was chilling. We'll do a space later tonight. Things are quiet. I was actually doing my biohacking, trying to get back. It was my first day of getting back to normal life. And if anyone came here as soon as the space started, you heard me rushing in the car to go back home. And what the initial reports were, that there was a massive attack from Lebanon into Israel, and even people, obviously speculative reports that Hezbollah has joined the war without announcing, because it was such a large scale attack, paratroopers entering from the sky and rockets flying in. The response was significant fear, and then as we started got more clarity, it took time, but slowly though, even Lebanese TV was reporting that Hezbollah joined the war, and people were sending me screenshots of Lebanese TV reporting. But then Lebanese TV got their information from I can't remember what their source was. Hadi, what was the source of the Lebanese TV? It was like an Israeli source, no? That speculated that Hezbollah joined the war.
Yes, they said that it was the enemy's media, but they didn't specify which media exactly. They usually just say that, and I think it's just reports from social media. There's nothing confirmed from media.
Yeah, when Lebanon says enemy or enemy's media, it's referring to Israel. And then so what happened then, Piotr, is slowly we got clarity, very slowly, that the attacks were not coming in from Lebanon. There is no attacks from Lebanon. And then there were even sirens going off in Haifa, which people kind of linked to the attack coming from Lebanon. But then the Haifa attack seems to be a lone rocket coming in from Gaza, or even maybe coming close to Haifa. That's at least what they're saying. And then the IDF put out a statement that there are no reports of any such developments, which is good. And then Hezbollah media was reporting the opposite of everyone else. None of them were reporting, or not reporting the opposite, but they weren't talking anything about a war. There was even reports of clashes from Syria into Israel, but also that was not confirmed. Reports of it's crazy how quickly fear spreads. Reports of the US embassy evacuating. By the way, these reports are still going on now, but we've obviously confirmed that this is not true. But there's still media channels reporting this right now as we speak. Even Sky News. No, Sky News reported the opposite. They did a good job. But there's other media in Lebanon reporting that this is the case. So they're catching on. And the last thing was the US embassy. There were reports that they've evacuated the embassy, and they've asked all US citizens to leave Lebanon. And then we got two statements from the US. One of them says there's no sign of any escalation on the Lebanese border. And the other one was by Kirby saying he's concerned about what's happening on the northern border. Israeli northern border, so Lebanon-Israel border. So that's a brief update what's happened, Piotr. And what have you seen?
Well, a couple of things to this. One, so in 2021, the Hamas.
Sorry, one last thing, Piotr. I think it's important. Yeah. Just 3 minutes ago, while I was speaking, Khamenei's Twitter account put out this tweet. So I'll add this to the mix and then get your thoughts on everything. Zionist regimes acting as if they are a victim is a lie. Is the Zionist regime a victim since Palestinians have freed themselves from the siege on Gaza and reached the Zionists' military centers? This regime is anything but a victim. No one can say this evil monster is innocent. So it's a pretty empty tweet, no substance to it, thankfully. So go ahead, Piotr.
Thanks. So I've been traveling much of the day, so I haven't had much time to focus as much. But I've been reading into matters as well, and I also took a break because last night I had some pretty dark news about a couple of colleagues who were caught up in this. So I've had a personal, not that I'm trying to personalize, I'm just being honest, why I decided to step away for a bit. There was a poll done about 2 years ago, and the results were about 53% of Palestinians now support Hamas. That's compared to 14% of the Fatah, the democratic version or alternative, which governs in West Bank. Now, I quite appreciated Vaughan's points because I think they're very measured. I'm not going into where I sit on this matter or sort of go. I don't think we should. I think we should avoid that still because it's very still early days, and I still think things are going to be very delicate whilst the IDF do what they're going to do. It's still unclear exactly what that is, to be fair.
Also, more good news quickly, Piotr, before I give you back the mic. Al-Manar, which is the and Hadi's here, so you probably heard it, but they said the following, an Al-Manar correspondent, and which is owned by Hezbollah. No movement of the marches was seen from the Lebanese side, and all that is happening is the talk of the confused Israeli side. All right, so again, we have 100% confirmation now that Hezbollah has not entered the war, and there is no need to panic too much. But go ahead, Piotr. I'll let you finish off. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't know. I'm getting to the point where I think we're not going to see this develop beyond these two sides. I know that's a bold statement to make, but I just don't think Hezbollah. I was listening. There's a fantastic podcast I listened to earlier by a chap called Gideon Rachman. He's the chief correspondent for Financial Times, and he was interviewing a chap called Lawrence Friedman, one of the most, well, at least in my personal opinion, respected military individuals in the world. I have reached out to him to see if he can come on, but he's very particular. So that's my friend with a dog, if you can hear someone shouting. So yeah, I would just say, personally, I think that Hezbollah well, he made one good point is what I'm trying to say. So basically Hezbollah have more political clout and influence in Lebanon, and there's a lot of, consideration about whether or not they want to risk that. Equally, Lebanon is not just, it in itself is not exactly an easy thing to manage on the northern border. And as to all the reports, I saw them. I didn't really react. I was like, this just doesn't seem to make much sense. Why suddenly in the middle of the day, not in the morning, is Hezbollah going to be launching sort of 15-manned aircraft? It doesn't make sense to me. So this is where we start to see social media kind of be really bad, unfortunately.
No, just what's happened is surprisingly as well is that the media was also reporting the same. So Israeli media was reporting it, Lebanese media was reporting it.
Mainstream?
So yeah, I was surprised, and even CNN I think mentioned something along those lines. Let me see what CNN mentioned. But yeah, so it got really concerning because there's reports of. So even CNN reports of some type of aircraft infiltrating the northern border with Israel from Lebanon. So CNN. So yeah, but obviously they were very careful in what they said. Others were like, Hezbollah has entered the war on Lebanese TV, which is crazy. But it just shows it's how quickly it's spread. It's crazy.
No, yeah, for sure. It's just one last point, and then I do want to jump over to John, and then we'll come over to you, Kisei. But so for me personally, I just when it's, I think increasingly with something like this, we have to wait for official statements from the actual people in like, I mean, it's like the embassies and stuff. I know it's ridiculous, but again, I just don't see sort of, if we're really going to start claiming that another nation state is going to go into another nation state. I know it's not, Hezbollah isn't Lebanon, but it's still a major escalation. And as for Iran, I think this is another really important point, which is that I'm beginning to see a bit of a pattern with these guys. They're sort of, they keep posting these very provocative statements every day, just sort of, taking the fueling the fire, but that's not really, but that's about it. They facilitated this operation in the sense they supplied the equipment and funded it, probably, but it's pretty clear to me that they didn't have a direct hand, and Hamas acted of their own accord. So personally, I don't think we're going to see a large regional conflict. And I know, again, that's bold to say, but I want to be as reassuring as possible. But John, you jumped your hand up when I mentioned, I think, Friedman.
Right, I agree with you. I mean, the probably our world's leading military strategic studies strategists understanding of it. Once we lost Colin Gray, who passed a few years ago, 100% agree with you. I mean, I have a little more of a definitely cautious approach. I definitely geopolitical, it's your arena, but especially knowing like we said, that this is the air campaign of the stated IDF operation that will happen in Gaza, and how precarious that national level, but also like Mario and you were saying, how crazy it is, how tweets can become mainstream, can become on the ground, and you have to wait. I really like the approach of when we say unconfirmed, validated by two sources, but how crazy that can happen. I mean, this isn't, if you think back to like the Cuban Missile Crisis, and how things, misinformation or assumptions and all that can lead to drastic escalation, and that we're seeing that here with multiple
John,
nations. But
but my question to you, sorry, John, I have a question.
yeah,
Like, it's not
no,
only
go ahead.
so. It's one thing between like misinformation and disinformation spreading, on various channels, and we've seen that constant since the war started. Like Hezbollah has joined the war 100 times so far, if you listen to those reports. But like my
Right.
question to you is, how this one really escalated? So you have Israeli TV mentioning it, Lebanese TV mentioning it, alarms going off in Haifa, and then some people said it's a cyber attack. Others, even Israeli media said it's a test. And then later said it's a rocket from Gaza.
No,
and then
no.
reports.
I have news about that, and also news about the infiltration in Ma'alot. Just a second. So in Ma'alot, my friends on the ground, the soldier there, said that there's probably not an infiltration, but the other city next to it is still at risk. So everybody's still in the shelters there, but it's probably the soldiers that try to shoot on some aircraft, unmanned aircraft. So that's what happened in Ma'alot. What happened in Haifa is that a rocket was launched from Gaza to Haifa, R-160 rocket, and the alarm sounded because of it, but there was no attempt to intercept it. I don't remember the word. Intercept it because it was going to an open ground. So no casualties and no damage.
I appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I agree with you. So this is the deal, right? We've learned in history that the way to combat this, even in modern technology, is open communication between those official national level resources, national leaders, national organizations, that there's open communication between them both. Because I did see even the IDF say, we are aware of the penetration of Israeli airspace from, but that doesn't mean, that was a state actor, all these things. The open communication is so important here. And my point was, for really responding to Piotr's comment, as this operation into Gaza continues, the risk is still very high, even if calmer heads have currently are saying we're staying out of it. There is so much risk in this situation.
Yeah, I agree. And again, yeah, go ahead, Piotr.
Thanks. No, I mean, look, again, it makes me think of red telephones, right? It makes me think of any classic example of, communicate at a nuclear level between the Soviets and the Americans in the Second World War. As I said before, you can think of, I forget the name for it historically, but it was the moment in 1960, John, which was it when the tanks were right up against each other in Berlin, when they were facing one another, and then they backed off one by one, you know what I mean? Whatever that moment was, right? That's not the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was 1961 or 62. So, it was only because the two had a telephone directly to the other head of state that we were able to avoid a nuclear Armageddon. And in this case, it's the two governments talking to one another, Lebanon and each other, that we avoid this sort of miscommunicate. Because when you get the media, let alone social media and the internet, proliferation of tech, that's going to just be like, oh boy. So, it's good that the IDF are making this statement and saying we did not do anything, there wasn't this thing, because that also means that Hezbollah then has to be like, well, okay, so the IDF genuinely don't want to do something, and maybe we should be more cautious about doing something as well. So it has good positive feedback loops, basically. But yeah, it's and I'm hopeful that it still depends on the operation into Gaza. I just want to make one quick point as well on that, which is that, again, they have two options. The British opposition leader, Sir Keir Starmer, he basically said earlier today that Israel has a right to completely siege Gaza, which from him, he's pretty a moderate chap, is quite interesting. So there's a lot of support for Israel to basically do whatever it needs to do or wants. And there's a difference between needs to do and wants to do. And if a complete siege is one thing, but entering and undertaking an operation in the air in the Gaza Strip is another, and then a difference between that and Gaza City, right? Gaza City is by far the hardest place. So Hamas is running around all over the place, and this is another thing Friedman said in the podcast. Like, the calculus of the IDF does change quite a lot depending upon how Hamas maybe responds. Does Israel just want to surround them and completely keep it like that, and then think about, just, well, that's it, okay, guys, we've treated you, that's what, this is the treatment you're going to get? Or do they want to eradicate every single person? Because that will take, even longer, and that will mean possible escalation again. So it's hard to tell at the moment. But right now, I'm glad we're not seeing as much escalation, or, as you say, calmer heads prevail.
Yeah, I actually had a question, Piotr. I don't know, maybe Mario saw. I saw something this morning. I just didn't grab it. Where there were other countries involved in United Nations establishing green routes in Gaza, basically humanitarian safe routes to whatever area. Anybody else see that? Noga?
Sorry, buddy, you cut off me. Can you reiterate that?
I haven't been able to confirm that, but
yeah, you saw the. I can't remember what countries. Basically, a conversation, which I think is the right thing, to establish green corridors, what they call them.
Yeah. So you're talking about the corridors. Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I've seen that as well. I've made a list of the things I wanted to update. So I've seen Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey all discussing, but they were discussing bringing support into the Gaza Strip, and that's not going to happen, not in a million years. If they want to create a humanitarian corridor to take people out, that might be something Israel might consider.
Yeah, I've heard conflicting reports though, because on one side I've heard reports. So it all started with Egypt saying they're going to let humanitarian aid come into Gaza, and then there's reports coming in that Israel will. Initially they were like warning that they could.
Yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And then Israel did say that they will bomb such support. So took us a while to verify.
You bring anything into the Gaza Strip right now, it will be bombed. That was the point, and it's not going to change.
But then someone said no, they'll only bomb fuel. So is that bombing everything? That includes fuel, food, any supplies?
There was an IDF spokesperson message that said nothing goes in to the Strip.
Yes, so there's a couple of...
And there's discussions between Biden and Netanyahu about a humanitarian corridor to take people who want to escape out. Nothing goes in to the Strip.
Couple clarity points here. So, as I said before, humanitarian corridors can be supply focused inwards, or they can be refugee focused outwards. So the green corridors are different to the ones Egyptian was proposing, and now there has been a coalition of states led by Biden, I think late last night, trying to negotiate green corridors, as they're called in this case, to allow the evacuation of Palestinian civilians into Egypt. Now, I don't know if Israel has responded to that, but I don't think they're exactly going to claim that you bomb those types of things. But that being said, this is obviously still a risk and not something that is going to be guaranteed, because it's the problem of being able to identify non-combatants from, well, in this case, Hamas people. So there is still a lot of details to this that have to be ironed out.
Yeah. So just some more updates on the ground. Roger or Ronnie, is there any updates on your end? And then I'll go to James.
Yes. So the infiltration in Maalot is probably false alarm. Some soldiers shoot at as I said, on an aircraft. I've spoke about the rocket from the rocket that's been shot from Gaza. It has been fired because someone earlier said it didn't. It has been fired, settled and hit open ground. If that's okay, I also wanted to respond to
Ronnie,
what's happening in Lebanon.
Yeah, before you do that, Ronnie, I have a question for you. So there's sirens right now, and anyone in Israel, just it's important. Obviously, you'll hear the sirens before we tell you. But Rehovot, Be'er Yaakov, Nez Ziona, Rishon LeZion. Any idea where those are? Is it near the Gaza border?
Yes. Those are in the center of Israel. In the center of Israel. Some are near Tel Aviv, some are more close to Jerusalem, so those are coming from the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, they are coming from Gaza. Just got confirmation. Sorry, yeah, go ahead. You had news you wanted to share?
No, not
about
news,
Lebanese,
but my opinion about the.
Okay, go ahead, sure.
So, as I said yesterday, it seems that the party, both parties, don't want an escalation on the border, both Hezbollah and Israel, and it's understood. because the aircraft, the air carrier is coming here from the United States, so they want to keep things quiet in there. But there's a problem because um, you have Hamas and you have Hezbollah. Both are in Lebanon. It's hard to distinguish between those two. So anything that come out of Lebanon, you can say, okay, it was Hezbollah or it was Hamas, and you don't really know. That's the big problem. So the question to be answered is: does Israel hold anything that comes out of Lebanon? Does Israel hold Hezbollah accountable for anything that comes out of Lebanon, or are they trying to determine whether it was Hezbollah or Hamas attack that are coming in from Lebanon? Because that for sure happened in unmanned aircraft, like a drone, came out from Lebanon. But it's not so much as Hezbollah style. So I would rule out the Hezbollah. But the question remains: would IDF and the Israeli government, my government, would hold the Hezbollah accountable for anything that comes from there?
Yeah, so they, as far as I know, and probably will go to Heidi would probably understand that well. But before doing that, says more good news is, and obviously, good news doesn't mean things are good, but good news is that the IDF spokesperson, Israeli Defense Force spokesperson, said, further to the reports about instructions to stay in protected areas throughout the country, this is a matter of human error. There is no such instruction. You must continue to listen to the instructions of the Home Front Command that are being updated. So there was a human error that asked everyone in the country to go to a protected area, but that is not confirmed. Go ahead, Wajih.
No, it's confirmed. It's human error.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's not. I mean, that is not. Sorry, not that is not confirmed. I mean, that is a human error. My bad. I thought that's not confirmed. I apologize. Yeah, go ahead, Wajih.
So I have a couple of statements. Well, the first one is from the U.S. Embassy in Beirut Twitter account. They said the situation in Israel continues to be unpredictable, and U.S. citizens throughout the region should exercise caution. U.S. citizens in Lebanon who need assistance should contact the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, and they do share their contact numbers. I have put that in a tweet in my account. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut has not evacuated, and it's open and operating normally. Reports saying otherwise are false. For more information and travel advisory, visit our embassy website. So those are the two statements from the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. According to the United Nations, 11 UNRWA employees were killed in Gaza since last Saturday. And the U.S. Department of State said the number of Americans killed in Hamas attack has risen to 22. You could see in another footage that was released earlier today, the British Foreign Secretary James Cleverly fleeing the moment he heard the sirens as he was visiting the south of Israel.
I appreciate. Yeah, so we
There
did get
was
that. So we'll just mix it up because you are giving us a recap of reports for the last couple of hours that were reported on.
there
But
is
it's
a
just
Bernie
good.
Sanders there is a
Yeah,
Bernie Sanders
we'll get to.
statement. If you okay,
Yeah, yeah. If you can send us, actually, can you send us through the Bernie Sanders statement? You've got my WhatsApp, yeah,
I
was you?
did.
Oh, perfect.
Okay,
Can you send it to me? Can you send it to me on WhatsApp again? You've got my WhatsApp, yeah?
we'll do.
Okay,
We'll do.
breaking. The
Yeah,
IDF
thank you.
spokesman said there was not an infiltration on the north border.
Yeah. So we mentioned that. He mentioned, yeah, confirming it
No,
again.
he
Perfect.
released now, this second.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Can you send it to me, Ronnie, or send it in our group? That would be good, please, man.
I've been
That's good
removed
news.
from the group for some reason.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know the reason. All right, no worries. I'll read it. Send it to me via DM. U.S. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders, so thank you, Wajih, says the United States has rightly offered its solidarity and support to Israel in responding to the Hamas attack, and we must also insist on restraint on the part of Israeli forces attacking Gaza and work to secure humanitarian access to the nations united. So it's a good statement by Bernie Sanders. I want to go to Bassam. Bassam, you're in Lebanon, correct?
Yes,
Bassam, you there?
yes. I'm here. Yeah, I'm in Lebanon,
Cool.
and I.
How things? How was today? It must have been a very difficult day for you guys.
Yeah, but strangely, personally, and that's how I'm feeling. I think that if it was going to escalate, it would have escalated by now. I mean, Hezbollah had 3 martyrs and 3 dead, and yet they haven't been involved in a full scale. Um, if we read what we're seeing on TV, coming from the Israeli side, they're using the words like Hezbollah is challenging the Israel. It's like they're pushing their buttons, but I don't think any of the two sides want to escalate. If they wanted that, it would have had happened a long time ago, because both sides had many occasions to do so. And honestly, I don't think it's a matter of uh, no one can tell. There's nothing, no one can tell, but that's my feeling, my personal feeling, that it's going to stay at I'm looking for my words, at the edge,
At the Gaza, at the edge. Okay.
It's going to stay at the edge. I hope it stays at the edge.
At the borders. Yeah.
Not at the border, at the
clashes.
edge of escalation. At the edge of escalation.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to cross that line. If we wanted to cross it, it would have been crossed a few days ago. Both sides had the opportunity to do it.
There's different levels of escalation. I think that's
absolutely
a bit of a difficult.
Yeah, I agree, Piotr. And by the way, I have a separate question as well. James, goes to you. How is life in Lebanon right now? Are people, if you talk to your family, are people just pretty relaxed, like living like day to day, like nothing's happening, or everyone's on edge considering what happened in 2006?
Honestly, everyone, based on my review of the family, everyone is stressed. We have family in the south. We come from the south. So a lot of those people in the south have also houses in the north. So they moved there. They moved to mountains because they consider mountains to be safer, less explosions there, less bridges. The sentiment is that even the people that are outside the country, they are always in contact with the people inside the country. So we have constant communication. Everyone is scared, but people are a bit more relaxed than the first couple of days. Like the first 2-3 days, like Bassam has said, we were very scared. And now people have calmed down a bit, but it's still on high alert. Like people are still moving. I know some markets, some shops that don't have food anymore. Rice, you don't find rice, you don't find canned food, you don't find everything you can keep at home for like 2-3 months has been bought, technically.
Yeah, so I've got a pretty important statement here, which I didn't expect. Pentagon officials say we are concerned about the possibility of attacks on our forces in the Middle East from Iran and affiliated forces. What do you guys make of that statement, Von Piotr?
Well, who made it?
No, so is that a common statement for Pentagon to make, considering the circumstances? So it just says Pentagon officials, doesn't say exactly who. It's from Political.
Well, then I don't have enough confidence in that. And what do they mean by Iran affiliates? Like, what the hell's that?
So no, they said Iran and affiliated forces, so they included both.
Well, that means Hezbollah, but I don't think so.
No, they said in the Middle East as well, so not just Lebanon. So I'm assuming they're also worried about because there was threats in Iraq as well. So I'm assuming it's related to.
Well, they're suggesting that Iraq is going to attack Israel.
No, not Iraq. So there's been reports by Iraq groups affiliated to Iran that they will attack U.S. bases if the U.S. gets involved, which obviously.
Oh well, no,
the
U.S. has made it clear they're not going to.
Exactly.
I personally think that Iran and the U.S. are independently of each other making more de-escalatory rhetoric. I mean, Khamenei's statement is provocative, sure, but I don't think it's going to lead to conflict.
It's the same stuff he always says. Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying that the people, they're beginning to show their true colors in the sense of, like, you know, pattern and consistency and what's the word, habits. You know, like so. Personally, no. But Vaughan, do you have different thoughts?
I mean, Iran and affiliated forces is a very broad thing because how are you defining affiliation? Who are we holding? And is this meant to message that if any, air quotes, affiliated force does something, Iran will be held responsible? I don't know. But I
But I
don't
wouldn't think
think
so, Von, because yeah, exactly. Because we've seen Iraqi groups, we've seen groups sorry affiliated to Iran and Iraq attack U.S. bases in the past, and generally speaking, there would never been repercussions directly towards Iran. Do you agree, Von?
Let me comment on that real
it's
quick,
tricky
Mario.
because
What after
oh,
Von? Von, go ahead, then we'll go Reggie.
it's a bit tricky because let's say the most famous one is the missile barrage on one of the bases that the U.S. was using, but that was in response to the assassination of Soleimani. So that's you can't really retaliate to retaliation. It just but no, I don't think Iran itself will attack U.S. forces. That's just not the rational thing to do. But the same can't be said for its affiliated paramilitaries, who are occasionally known to act on their own. So this can get very messy very quickly.
Yeah,
Like
appreciate it,
Hezbollah, for
Reggie.
instance, has anti-ship. They have that capability. Whether they take marching orders for everything from Tehran is an open question, and I'm leaning towards they probably have some large measure of autonomy. So it's I'm gonna wait and see before pronouncing myself on it conclusively.
Reggie?
The reason they say affiliates is because they do have a lot of partners that follow the Iranian militias. For example, yesterday I was in a couple of spaces that have the leadership of the Houthis from Yemen, and they were expressing their interest in joining the war and starting an attack on Israel. I don't know how they would do that, but that's there are other affiliates out there from other militias in the Middle Eastern region that would love to join the war, and that's why I think they would just say affiliates because there's so many groups that are affiliated to the Iranian regime. That I could say.
I appreciate that update. I want to get an update from Israel. So I know there was an alert for everybody to shelter at home, and then that alert was
Not
later confirmed
everybody,
to
but
be
a lot of the middle of the country.
okay. Because the Channel 12 report says that everyone in the country was asked to shelter at home, and then that report was confirmed to be a human error. But
No, it was
how's
in
things?
Haifa. In Haifa, there's a shelter in place.
No. You're both wrong. The application gave a report, but there were no alarms of like real alarms. In Haifa, there were real alarms and not false alarm. A rocket hit here, but in an open space.
Okay, so I'm gonna just. Are you in Haifa, Browning?
Yes, I live in Haifa.
Okay, because I got the phone call from my cousin in Haifa who said they got the alert to go inside, lock the doors, and turn the lights out. That's what they said. Maybe it's a
Yeah,
different...
in Haifa. No, but he's agreeing with. So in Haifa, there were alerts, and there was the alarm because there was one rocket from Gaza, and that played a role in triggering the fear that Hezbollah joined the war. So what happened, Ben? Just give you a recap, and anyone that just joined. So today was one of the worst days for me, probably the worst day or one of the worst days since the war started. Is that I was relaxing, hoping like doing the space later tonight because things are quiet, nothing major, and then I get reports, and not just unconfirmed reports like usual, but reports from multiple people telling me the news is saying that Hezbollah entered the war. And there were reports later. I immediately rushed home, and there were reports from Israel, from Lebanon, that Hezbollah joined the war, or one or the other. Either Hezbollah joined the war, or there's a massive attack from Lebanese territory, military members or people paragliding into Israel. So obviously, a lot of us got really worried. We immediately did a space. And then slowly, and by the way, CNN even reported not that Hezbollah entered the war, but that there is a military aircraft from Lebanese territory, which again, less worrying than Hezbollah entering the war. So when we and obviously there's the alarms that were going off in Haifa as well, which is closer to the Lebanese border. So then obviously another point why Haifa is important is that if rockets from Lebanon go to Haifa, that is likely Hezbollah entering the war. And because Hezbollah going past that border region is crossing that red line that both Israel and Hezbollah have not crossed today. So we got really
Yes,
worried, and we
yes,
brought everyone
but
here. And
Mario, I can't really see that happening because in
yes,
Haifa there's
yeah.
a port of the Chinese government. Chinese government run the port of Haifa, and if they hit there by mistake,
Is that what
I
they
don't think
own?
they would want to.
When
I don't.
they own the port, is
Go
that
ahead,
what you
Zip.
mean? Can you clarify that? Because that's kind of interesting.
Yes. There's a port, and it's run by the Chinese government. There's the
How long
Chinese
has
company.
how long has the yeah? But that's I think Chinese companies will run a lot of aspects of a lot of parts of a lot of businesses in Israel. So I just don't think that's enough of a deterrent. There's one warship already, one aircraft carrier already in the region that threaten Hezbollah. So I think that Chinese port is the least of their worries. They'll just try to avoid it if
Yeah,
Stat
no,
says, according to him.
yes. So that's what I
But
meant. I don't think they will shoot on Haifa
yeah.
directly.
Not 100%, but I'm just updating Ben on what led to where we are. So the alarms were going off in Haifa, Ben, and then we immediately started the space was recommending, and on top of it there's been reports, when something like this happens, fear starts to generate all these false reports, and the fog of war comes up. So there's reports that the United States Embassy, and one of our panelists mentioned it, was asking its citizens to evacuate, the US citizens to evacuate immediately, and they were evacuating the American embassy. I'll just tell you how major it is. And to add to it, because it gets worse. Then it starts getting better. Sorry, there's some personal matters why it gets worse. But on a just more broad description, why look, the personal matter, just for the record, like I have someone who's close that lives right next to the embassy as well. So they're like, hey, you got to evacuate immediately, hoping they didn't close the roads around them. So it was pretty bad. But then we started getting clarification. Hadi was one of the early guys saying, hey, Mario, I've got people on the ground in South Lebanon, and and James did the same. There's no reports, so we can't see anything. So which is the best way to get evidence. He has people on the ground. There were no rockets, no attacks, no strikes. Which was good. He got things more accurate than Lebanese TV, because Al Jadid was saying that Hezbollah entered the war, or reports of Hezbollah entering. And then Israel slowly put out statement, slowly tiptoeing until they made a full statement saying, hey, there's nothing from Lebanon. And even Hezbollah said in their own way, there's nothing on our end.
Well,
so that's what
good
happened.
To know. That is good news, actually. I mean, it's sad, right? Like no escalation is good news. Good.
Yeah, that's good news. Ahdem?
Yes, Mario. First of all, in one of the Israeli channels, they said that in the morning there was a severe security incident in the northern border that they cannot disclose at this stage what has happened. And another point, which I don't know if was raised before, is that the Ben Gurion airport, which is the international airport of Israel, would be closed within the next 48 hours for 5 days.
Okay.
I know what happened in the morning. I can't disclose as well. My friends are there, but it's for 100% Hamas militants and not Hezbollah militants that did that.
There's something happened in the morning, and Hezbollah claimed responsibility for an attack.
Yeah, I know.
Against Israeli
I
soldiers.
know, but I've been told that it's Hamas.
And they posted the video of them.
I have a report. Hold on, Trump speaking.
So, Hadi, if you want to talk about it, you can talk about it. I can talk about it.
Can you stop 2 seconds? All right, so
It's crazy what's going on. It's no wonder that the far left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement because they know this is the movement they can't beat.
All right, so Trump is doing a speech, but there's not much substance to it to play. I think it's a more political speech from what I've heard so far. I am having report, and let me get Piotr back up, but I'm getting reports that Netanyahu's about to give a speech. So if anyone can confirm that, send us through the link. That would be good.
Yes. A new emergency government is forming, so it's about to give a speech about it.
I appreciate it. I'm just asking for a link from it, just to have a look at it.
Yes, I'll just tell you, all Netanyahu live streams are on his Facebook page always.
Okay, perfect.
What about this article in Haaretz saying that Netanyahu is the biggest failure for Israel today?
Could you
Has
repeat that?
anyone
Sorry.
read that or spoken about that?
Go ahead.
The which article?
There was an article in Haaretz, I think today. Haaretz. I just need to make sure it is Haaretz.
Yeah, there was an opinion piece from, I believe, the former Minister of Defense, Moshe Ya'alon, who basically did lay the blame, the feet of Netanyahu. He said, I'll just quickly quote it. They said, yes, there should be governmental meetings and they should be forcing Netanyahu to resign. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yes, he's a bit a rival of Netanyahu because Netanyahu pushed him out of the politics. So I wouldn't read into much into
Well,
it.
don't forget that Netanyahu is facing an indictment, and all of this stuff that has happened doesn't.
No, it's unrelated. It's unrelated, really.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. I know Israeli politics.
Ronnie, can you wait a sec? You've sort of chimed in at every point, which is that he's still facing a massive issue at home. And whilst the domestic situation is going to be put on the back burner for the time being, it doesn't mean it's gone away. So when and if Israel do stabilize things and we see some degree of calmness, extended calmness, right, then that he's going to be put under a lot of pressure. Amir, you got something for us?
Well, Piotr, actually, this is I have actually a piece from the New York Times, which says that the U.S. intelligence reports confirmed Iran's non-interference in Hamas operations. And the New York Times newspaper says that a senior intelligence official in the United States informed Congress that Iran had no direction connection with Hamas operations. The New York Times also reported that the United States has collected various information that show that the key leaders of Iran were surprised by the Hamas attack in Israel. Several American officials have said that these preliminary intelligence statements fuel doubts that Iran was directly involved in the planning of this attack. So this is from New York Times. And actually, there was
Just Amir, just one
Yeah,
sec. But what do you
sorry.
think about that? You've been giving us a lot of updates from the Iranian perspective. Do you think that that's is that accurate? Is Hanameh is just sort of stoking the fire, so to speak, but other actual military personnel like the IRGC, they were surprised, or because and do you think that there's a difference between sort of Iran giving the green light sort of tacitly, right? Sort of being like, okay, you guys, we're supplying you the weapons and stuff, but then actually getting involved with them. There's a difference between that, right? Wouldn't you say? Or I just would be curious for your thoughts.
Well, Piotr, you are right, actually. I can't believe the Iranian supreme leader, which is the man whose picture is in back of Hassan Nasrallah's office, it gets shocked. This is accurate, like some IRGC commanders getting shocked, but the leader, I don't think so. And let's just remind this. I don't want to say that Iran is directly involved, but I think Iran knew about this because Ayatollah Khamenei, 3 days before they attacked, said that the quote-unquote Zionist regime is going. And I was shocked. I was like, what is he talking about? Why now?
I have one. Look, Amir, I have one interesting take. First, if I've sent you a message on Twitter, if you can send me through the New York Times article, which is like the opposite of what we saw at Wall Street Journal, I'll get the team to go through it, summarize it, and post it out for everyone to read. But I'm going to give a different take. We've talked in the early days of the war that, hey, this must be well planned. Otherwise, there's no way that have so much success. What if it wasn't? What if even Hamas commanders are surprised by how successful that was? Maybe the goal was to go in, they were hoping for some success, but then a lot of it came down to luck or the Israeli military being unprepared. Is that a possibility that anyone's considered?
Seems very unfetched because there were 2 battalions on the fence that were kind of wiped out of soldiers, Israeli soldiers. There were forces there, but very far-fetched that it wasn't planned because they knew exactly what to do. They had maps of the kibbutzim they went into. Everybody was in charge of destruction of each part of the kibbutz. So it's been planned. I don't know how far along it's been planned, but it's obviously been well planned. And as for Iran involvement, all I can say is that the funding of Hamas, like 90% of it comes from Iran. So it's really hard to say that they did not know about it at the least, or I think they obviously planned it onto the on the point.
Yeah, but Amir, just a quick follow-up to Mario's question is, Hamas has a different. They're Sunni, they're not Shia, right? And largely speaking, they've not been under the Iranian umbrella for much of its. They tend to be quite separate, but in more recent months they have gotten closer. So do you not think that means there is a stronger affiliation there, and therefore maybe Iran did have more involvement than we would otherwise think? Because it goes against sort of what I expected from my, again, vague, but trying to remember my brief studying of this issue. I was surprised by Iran's statements initially, and now these ones. It's all very confusing,
Would it be possible for me to give some point of view from an academic perspective that I heard? There is a professor, Mordechai Kedar. He's a Middle East studies expert, and he's very well vested, and he's very well speaking Arabic and has a lot of connection. He said that from an Iranian perspective, first of all, he said the attack itself, and by the way, you can ask any military people, the attack itself was not a surprise, because that was, if there would be ever an attack, a full-scale attack on those in those areas, and it would have been something like that. So what is surprising probably is the timing, because from an Iranian perspective, a best case scenario in case of an attack is a combined attack of Hamas and Hezbollah and forces that are in Syria, to act in a unified form, and hopefully also the forces that they have cells, if they have in Samaria and Judea. So that would have been the best plan from their perspective, because in that way it would be impossible for Israel to react. But this was a surprise, because the attack itself was practically they attacked in a timing that they acted alone. And he said that he believes that the reason for that was the Nature Party, because he said everybody, you can hear it in Gaza, and there was planning, and it was planned, and it was built for about a week before that. So it was very well known. And also there were exercises that Hamas was doing before that. So there were some signs that Hamas would be doing that. But I think everybody expected, probably in terms of the perspective, was that if Hamas would act, they would act in unison with Hezbollah and the Iranian forces in Lebanon. I think that is maybe the reason for the
jump in. Thank you for that. No, I think that's interesting. If you can send me his name, I'd like to read a bit more into that. But I've got a bit of news. The death toll, I don't know if Mario has shared this already, but the death toll in Gaza has climbed to over 1,000 now, specifically 1,100. That's coming from the Ministry of Health in the city, and at least 5,300 people have been injured. The death toll in the West Bank also rose to 27, so that's up by 6, and at least 150 have been injured. Now, some people have been pushing back and saying that this is, numbers are inflated because it's the Ghazian Health Ministry, but it's, they're only releasing the death toll when it comes out, and I feel that that's a bit, it shows you the information warfare, I think, on both sides, again, playing a role in that. The Israeli death toll has also climbed to 1,200. So we're pretty even keel here. I think the last time I also saw the casualty rate for Israel was about 2,500. So there's a couple of
Sorry. What's the 2,500 number? Oh, casualties.
Casualties.
How many deaths on the Israeli side?
1,200, more or less. So it's still higher than the Palestinians, which is often not the case in these circumstances, and I think shows you the extent to which that initial Hamas attack really caught Israel off guard. So I see we've got 200.
James.
Sorry, go on, Mary.
Yeah, I'm going to go to James. Yeah, all good. I was going to go to James. Some updates on the ground in Lebanon. Anything there, James? And then would love to get similar updates from someone in Israel. I know Noga and Ed are there. James, go ahead, and Ronnie, go ahead, James.
Everything is calm in the south. There was some fire. People that they heard some shots across the border in a city. You reported about it already. It's one city, and that's everything. But I have news about the Al Jazeera and the other news sources in Lebanon that said that Hezbollah entered the war. I had one of the reporters in Al Jazeera that write the reports, and they said that they are getting their information on Twitter, X, because they are not getting enough information from the ground, and they want to break stories because they are losing watch time. So this is quite interesting to what we're doing here. We're going faster than the news, and the news is picking up the information from us. So just wanted to point that out, the irony on that point.
I think that's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's
I had at least one journalist
yeah.
reach out.
That's some good comedy.
We're definitely doing some important work here. Sorry, Mary.
No, it's fascinating that they've said this. So it just becomes a cycle because I think Al Jadid said they got their news from Israeli media. So it's like one source says something, and then one media reports it, and everybody reports it. So it's just really tough to find out what's true and what's not. But again, I just want to respect Hadi and James, because James, you have people there, and Hadi as well in South Lebanon, saying, "Hey, I can't see anything, and I'm on the border." I want to go and I'll go to Vaughn and others in a second. I just want to get another on the ground update from Noga or Ronnie, and I'm trying to get Firaz to get an update on the Palestinian side, because obviously airstrikes on Gaza are probably ongoing. I haven't seen any reports, but I don't think they'll stop. But yeah, if we can get an update on the ground from Ronnie or Noga, and then I'll go to I'll try to get Firaz. I know he's been trying to come up for a while. It's been glitching for him, but I'll try to get Firaz, who gives us updates from the Palestinian side. But Ronnie, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So everything is like calmed down on the north part of Israel. In Haifa, everybody has like took a big sigh of release. Also in Ma'alot, probably no infiltration. The risks, the infiltration risk was cancelled, but they are still at high alert there. But things are coming down. Everybody took a big sigh of relief. As I said yesterday and today, for now, I don't really see this as as going to escalate on the northern front.
Yeah. By the way, James, are you able to do me a favor? Can you find that clip in which the Al Jazeera reporter says that? Can you try somehow to find it, James?
You mean on air when he said that he gets his
Yeah.
information on Twitter?
Try to find a recording or somewhere. If you can find that, that would be great. It's pretty epic. Try your best. Yeah.
It's not on air. I'll try to get him to have an official comment.
Yeah. Or where did he say it? Did he say it privately to someone, or he said it publicly?
On a WhatsApp group.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Get a screenshot or something. But I can't post a screenshot from a WhatsApp group. But yeah, it'll be good to get it. Yeah. Let's go
Mario,
to. Go ahead, Sana.
Mario, I can go to the listeners if you want to bring Firas up.
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to find Firaz. Thank you for that, Sana. I'll get Firaz now. Appreciate it. Let's get some more updates from Colonel and Wajih, and then we'll go to Von.
Hey, Mario, look, this isn't an update. I'm just curious. I'm watching Fox News right now, and I got lost, right? I know that Biden spoke yesterday and said that there were 20 Americans that were either missing or dead. And now they're reporting that the number's up to 22, but they're all declared dead. Did something happen, or are they getting it wrong on TV?
I think they're getting it wrong. There's been no reports of them being dead, because a lot of them are. Is that so? Initially, there were 22 missing, and now it's become 22 dead.
Yeah, they put up the thing that the banner just said 22 Americans now dead in Israel. So I mean,
Okay,
I'll watch it. I'm just curious. I thought maybe I missed something.
There's been
maybe you know it takes time to uncover.
Sorry,
it takes time to identify bodies.
By the White House or State Department or anything that I've seen. I've had no contacts of mine send me anything like that. So it still stands, I think, officially at 14, if I remember correctly, Mario. I think Vaughn's got his hand up as well, Vaughn.
Yeah, that's related to what I want to talk about briefly. It looks like we're getting info from the media and social networks and all that, and the media is getting their info from social media. I just want to remind everyone that it's an information space like this makes it crucial that we verify and validate and cross-check everything before disseminating it, because clearly if the media is looking at us here on Twitter for their information, they're not verifying it either. So somebody has to do it, right?
I
we just want to
I think that's
avoid
Sorry, man.
The information space is so polluted right now that it's actually really gross. So I just want to say good job, guys, on like verifying shit.
Yep. Appreciate it. Thank you, Vaughn. And Wajid, did you have any news on your end?
Yes, so the Secretary General of the Arab League said that the escalation in Gaza is unprecedented and it might push the region to the unknown. What's happening now can't be separated from its wider context. The Palestinians are denied their rights and there's no horizon for political resolution. The number of deaths among the Israeli army has risen to 189. The U.S. House GOP has nominated their U.S. House of Representative for Steve Scalise, and this could affect how fast the United States respond to aiding Israel or sending more warships to the region.
Mm. And I feel I'm just feeling like it's just insane how earlier today we were talking about has this escalated. Now we're talking like the complete opposite. Like this is further indication that it will not escalate beyond the borders of Gaza and Israel, or beyond Gaza and Israel, because first the craziness kind of got us all worried, but we saw everyone distance themselves immediately. Everyone say, "Hey, this is not true. This is not true." We saw that on the Hezbollah on TV, and we saw that on the Israeli side, and even the U.S. statement that's saying we have no indication of any escalations there. Piotr?
I think a better analysis of this would be to say that there was the concerns were real because there was a real chance that would happen, but the Israeli response to the Gaza Strip at this point is sort of making it clear to any player who might want to join in the fray, this might not be a good idea to piss Israel off at this time. So you're saying
we have breaking news. We have breaking news. Sorry, Noga. Sorry, Colonel. It's been confirmed. 22 Americans dead.
Yeah,
so,
I just sent you the banner on.
So what we're seeing is.
Oh yeah, Colonel, you sent it to me. Sorry. Go ahead, Noga.
It's all right.
Okay, so what we're seeing is cyber attacks, which means it is dying down, but it's sort of trying to cause mayhem on its way out. And
well, if you resort to cyber attacks, that's quite an illustration.
Yes, exactly. So
yeah,
it's sort of like a last. I wouldn't even call it a hurrah, but it is a last. And you're going to see a lot of idiots crawling back into their holes, wishing that we won't remember that they were there. So it is good news in the sense that I think the people who overextended their hands are now trying to sort of walk it back. But
I do want to say that so Fox News. So Jeff, what you sent me is not. So I got two messages and I got them confused. So I thought there's the White House briefing to confirm there's 22 Americans dead. But no, this is the Fox News report that Colonel initially asked about. But the Fox News clearly says, Fox News says there's a White House briefing is 22 Americans are confirmed dead. So it seems that they actually didn't mention it in the passing. It's just that it's a full-on announcement and a mention of a briefing. So I would say it's possibly true.
Yeah, it's just weird. The numbers just they didn't make sense over the last week or last day. So everything's.
What was the number? What was the number before? Does anyone remember?
Well, didn't the president, when he briefed yesterday, he said there were 20 Americans that were either dead or missing, right? That was in his speech yesterday, right?
He said 20.
I thought it was 20.
Yes, he said 20.
Yeah.
And 20 missing or dead. He said, correct?
Correct. Now it's 22 confirmed dead. So how many are missing? I mean, the numbers are weird, man.
There are a lot of Americans who have dual citizenship with Israel. I'm also an American. I have dual citizenship. So I guess plenty of there were people with dual citizenship in the border, and it takes time to identify the bodies. So over time, the numbers will rise up until all bodies has been identified.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So that's Yeah, so we'd be curious to see what that means for U.S. involvement. Let me try to get Faraz, if you could please try to request to come up. Amir, go ahead. Amir, are you there?
Yes. Sorry. Thanks for letting me speak. I just want to jump back on the question of you and Piotr about Iran. This is very basic. Iran is the guy who pays for the meals. So, Iran, like the supreme leader, can't be surprised by this attack. But I can't believe that some IRGC or even Hamas members get surprised by this. And this is, repeating it for the 100th time, this is different from direct involvement. I think what this may be logical. I think Hamas wanted to do this, and Iran just gave them, okay, we'll support you. And after that, I just can't think Hamas doing this lonely, because they know that the Israeli military is on the top 20 of the world, and they know that if they do something like this, the retaliation can be wild. And I think they won't do this without Iran. And let me mention that actually the Secretary General of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, was in Tehran a couple of months back. And just to the crazy Wall Street Journal report that somehow the Iranian foreign minister know about this, that's just ludicrous. I think even some very top Iranian officials did not know about this. But I think Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, or top IRGC officials, I think this is safe to say, they 99.9% knew about this. Because Iran pays that.
So, Amir, I just want
the one who pays
to.
plays. This is just the rule.
So, I just want to jump in just to remind people we seem to be having trouble getting Faraz up. So, if you're in the audience and you're in Gaza, or you have friends and family in Gaza, or you're just of a Palestinian background, we'd love to have you part of the panel. That goes also for other, Israeli perspectives, Lebanese, or you're, a hidden military strategist. Maybe Lawrence Friedman's in the audience. Please, we'd love to hear from you. So if you can DM Mario's team, his DM's you've changed your settings now, Mario? They're open, yeah? Because I think they were
Yeah,
closed,
anyone could DM me. Yeah, that was fixed as soon as you mentioned it.
Yeah, so everyone's open now. So please get in touch. We'd love to.
So Islamic Jihad leader is a different group, isn't it, Piotr?
The PI, that's the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, so they're PIJ. So they're the second largest. They're the military branch of the second largest group in Gaza after Hamas.
Oh, okay. So they mentioned the American position is in authorization for Netanyahu to commit massacres against civilians in Gaza.
They're the ones that most likely made some of them. There was an image that we've seen as a couple of IDF forces in and around Gaza. I thought they were Hamas, but apparently they're the PIJ. So if you think Hamas are bad, these guys are even worse apparently. So yeah, they're going to make statements like that, I think. But Roger, you got your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to give another perspective that we haven't discussed, whether Iran was informed or not. So the Hamas in the past have faced issues with intel leaking out. In the past, they've had operations that they have planned that was supposed to be successful, and on and on and on. And there was infiltrations. There was ways that the missions that they had were failed for so many reasons. One of them that their information was went out.
Roger, let me jump in. So just some more news. So there is the White House is preparing a supplemental funding package that will provide aid to on three foreign fronts: Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, along with U.S. border security. It just shows how from a geo. It would be good to get John again just to discuss that one. But Colonel, from a military perspective, can we say, I know the U.S. military is by far the largest in the world, but can we say the U.S. military is starting to become spread thin?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, we've been out of Afghanistan for a while. We've reconstituted. I wouldn't buy that.
But you don't think that when it comes to the only reason I'd mention it, even though that Iraq and Afghanistan are no longer, we don't have those wars anymore. We do have Ukraine, and we're just throwing equipment and funding to support Ukraine in that war. We still have capacity to support Israel, or does the US still have capacity to support Israel? And then mentioning Taiwan, I didn't know why they're mentioning Taiwan. I thought tensions they have eased up.
Mario, can I send up?
No, Taiwan's still an issue, and to be fair, what's required for the war in Taiwan versus what would be required from when I call products, right? War material in Ukraine, that is a completely different requirements, right? One's going to be the Straits of Taiwan battle is a sea battle, amphibious landing. None of that's happening in Ukraine, right? So yeah, I'm not buying it.
Piotr, what do you think?
Mario...
Hold on, Ronnie, just 2 seconds, please. Piotr, what do you think on this particular point? And I will be bringing, we do have a special guest that will be coming in. We have a senator that's be coming in to have a discussion on the latest developments, and probably that will be a good question to ask him. But Piotr, Senator, I've just sent you through an invite via your DM. Should be able to come up. Piotr?
Yeah, Taiwan is a systemic issue. It's going to be on the US horizon for an indefinite amount of time, particularly until 27. There's a theory that beyond the late 2020s of this year, the propensity for the Chinese military.
You're cutting in and out, Piotr.
Meaning.
Yeah, Piotr.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Cutting in and out. I've dropped you because I thought you couldn't hear me. Let me send you an invite again. We do have shootings in Sderot. The fear of a security incident has been removed. So initially, we had a few minutes ago, we had reports of shooting, and now it says that the fear of a security incident in Sderot has been lifted, but you must continue to stay close to protected areas. So we're seeing today a lot of fear, but we're not seeing the military clashes or shootings to kind of, they're not escalating, but there's a lot of fear. So we get reports of a shooting, and then a few minutes later, that incident, the warning of that incident is removed. We get reports of rockets, but then that eases up. And then the rockets, and Piotr, I think you're back, so I'll give you the mic. But the rockets on the Gaza side from Hamas have, we did have that major one about 2 hours ago now. But otherwise, even that major one does not compare to day one. So it just seems to have eased up considerably. And I do want to get an update on the Gaza front and what's happening there, the airstrikes, whether they've eased or not. But go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, so what I was just trying to say is that Taiwan is going to be a long-term strategical concern for the United States. There's a lot of thoughts and worries about the extent that China will mount an attack. And it's been found in the news and stuff that the US does give military advisement, at least to the Taiwanese. So that is a long-term deterrence. It's more about deterrence than it is about trying to start a war. So that's going to continue. What I would be more cautious about, or not cautious, conscious of, is how much the funding to Ukraine is impacted, if at all. We've seen a few Congress people calling for, fines to be redirected from Ukraine to Israel. So, and Zelensky's obviously very conscious of that, which is why he tried to sort of say, well, we resonate with the struggles that others, of being attacked by a fellow terrorist entity, i.e. Russia in this case. So he did a bit of good diplomatic PR. So I think we are going to see Congress, and also because there's no Congress, that's something definitely to watch, is the House Congress, leader of the House. They need to pick one, because that's important for funding and any policy.
It was breaking. Steve Scalise has got the nomination to be the speaker. He's got the nomination, so they have to have a vote on it. But that just broke.
Yeah, they're about to have a vote in 2 hours.
And what does that mean? So Ben, what does that mean?
Sorry, Murray. There's apparently John Kirby's giving.
So the party.
Hold on, guys. Roger, 2 seconds. Sorry. What did you say, Piotr?
C-SPAN is apparently streaming John Kirby. There's a statement.
Can you send? Can you find a stream? We'll play it.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find one.
Thank you so much. If anyone has the link for C-SPAN, the live stream, that would be great. There it is. Let me see if I can play it. I've never opened C-SPAN. Yeah, I cannot see it here. If anyone has that John Kirby speaking statement, we'll get the statements, the key points afterwards as he speaks. Hopefully it'll be just a generic stuff, but we'll let you know the key points. The team is summarizing it.
You were asking about what's happening in the House. So what generally happens?
No, 2 seconds. Roger, just 2 seconds, please, sir. Colonel, I'll let you jump in, but I'll have Ben explain it, Wajih, if you don't mind. But in the
Yeah,
meantime,
have him
if
explain.
anyone,
Just whoever, it doesn't matter. I was offered.
yeah, sure. Hamas already. Okay. Yeah, so sorry, I'm just looking at, there's a lot of updates coming in. So the IDF saying, the IDF spokesman said Hamas is already having difficulty functioning as a sovereign military, I think, or sovereign government, I think it is.
That's not an accurate translation. As
Okay,
a government,
can you
just in
translate?
a government.
Okay, as a government.
He's having trouble to govern Gaza.
Yeah, perfect, cool. The team is sending it to me trying to understand because I thought the census was incomplete. All right, cool. Yeah, so if there's any, so what you could do, Piotr, is listen to the John Kirby speech and tell us what he says. Ben, in the meantime, I'll let you explain what that. I think you explained the emergency government. It'd be great if you could explain that.
Okay, are you talking about in Israel or with the speakership of the U.S. Congress?
You're talking about the speakership. I wanted you to talk about both the speakership as well. Give us an update there, as well as they're trying to form an emergency government in Israel. I thought that's what you're referring to before because I was reading news at the same time. Can you tell us what that is and what that means and why is it necessary?
Sure. So in terms of Israel, I'm not sure that there's a lot more to it than just symbolism, right? A symbolic show of unity. Rani could probably explain that a little bit better, or Noga. In terms of the U.S., so there has been no speaker ever since Matt Gaetz called for the ousting of Kevin McCarthy. So therefore, not only legislation, but funding, bills that provide aid to Ukraine, for example, have basically been on hold because it's very difficult for the President of the United States to spend money without approval of Congress. So they've nominated someone to be speaker. They'll have a vote. It's Steve Scalise, and if he does get 218 votes, they'll be able to bring bills to the floor for funding Israel and Ukraine potentially, and so forth. There was talk that he wanted to reallocate money that had currently been earmarked for Israel, but I can't comment on anything further of that because I haven't read anything further. But in terms of Israel, Ronnie, I don't think that there's more than just symbolism, right? In terms of having a government with Gantz or Ben Gvir, a unity government is just symbolic, I believe. But correct me if I'm wrong.
That's a little bit inaccurate, but not that far from the truth. I think Noga would do much better work in explaining it in comparison to me. But I would say that it's not only symbolism, because like a cabinet inside the cabinet is forming. It's like you don't strip the cabinet of its privileges, but because it's impossible. But they are forming like a small room with Benny Gantz, who is the former Ministry of Defense and the Chief of Staff of IDF, another former Chief of Staff of IDF, and also Ron Dermer, which is someone very close to Netanyahu, is a minister. So they try to make the administration of the war from more a small forum in comparison to the cabinet. So there are some there are something more than symbolism, but I tend to agree that it's mostly symbolism, but not entirely.
I appreciate that. Amir, anything else on your end? And then we'll get the Kirby speech from Piotr when it's done. Amir?
Well, Mario, this is kind of huge. Actually, Independent Persian is from the UK independent media. It says that General Ghani, the commander of IRGC Quds Force, which is for IRGC's foreign affairs, traveled to Lebanon on Thursday, and actually they're confirming it. And he's saying that the reason for his trip might be consulting with Hezbollah. This is actually confirmed by...
Hold on. Amir, sorry, 2 seconds. Who's that exactly?
Ghani is the commander of RGC Quds Force. He's the replacement for Soleimani, the one that Trump.
So he's the current commander of the military wing of the Iranian government.
No, he's the main guy for IRGC's foreign affairs in Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen. He's actually like the second most important one in IRGC, basically.
Interesting. Okay,
Can
and
I
he's
offer
flying.
the title?
Offer the title.
Ministry of Offense.
Okay. You're giving us his title. You know, Ronnie, you know a lot of shit. All right, so he's the Ministry of Defense of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Can you send
No,
it through,
no
Amir?
defense. No. It's not his title. It's like I'm offering a title, Ministry of Offense. He doesn't have like a specific role and a name. Just the guy.
Understand.
Ministry of
Amir,
Offense.
Who is this? Who is this we're speaking about, Ghani?
Amir, what's his name?
Actually, I'm just his main role is the commander of Quds Force. IRGC has 5 wings. One of them is Quds Force. He's
okay.
And he's appointed by the supreme leader, not appointed. So
Okay. Amir,
very
can you send
top
it?
position.
Amir, can you send it to me? Can you send it? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Finish off.
Yes. I will send it. Yes, thanks.
Yeah, send it to me on WhatsApp and I'll read it out. Send me as much details as you can and I'll read it out. I appreciate it. Amir, also, we have some statements from John Kirby. We're refurbishing some Iron Dome interceptors from our inventory in Israel. Our aid to Israel has begun to arrive and will continue during the coming period. We are working to establish a safe corridor between Gaza and Egypt in coordination with Israel and Egypt. Colonel, a safe corridor allows aid or just people to leave the country or the to leave Gaza or to leave Gaza. Colonel? Noga? Anybody? Is a corridor a safe corridor? Does anyone know? Is that to get aid into Gaza or is that to allow people to evacuate from
humanitarian
Gaza?
to get.
I don't know, but I'm really reluctant to say that humanitarian aid will come in.
John is coming up to give us an answer. I like John. He just pops up whenever we ask a question and we're struggling to get an answer. John pops up. I appreciate you, John. What was the answer to that one, John?
Yeah, it could be either or, right? It's a green corridor, it's a humanitarian corridor. It's just a term for it. It was used, even Russia used them in Ukraine. It allows for civilians to evacuate if necessary. It allows for usually NGOs to get aids in, right? Even ISIS, although tried to weaponize it, there were water delivered in many of the urban battles by NGOs through green corridors, through humanitarian corridors. Yes.
In this case, Mario, it would most likely be for humanitarian aid, not much for people to be able to leave Gaza, because that would be something that basically Egypt would not want to see, like masses of Palestinians fleeing into Egypt. So unless they would only take few amount of people who have like maybe foreign passports or people who are injured to be transferred to hospitals.
Yeah, the problem with that, however, is that that's the only option they have. Israel's not going to allow any humanitarian aid to go into the strip at this point. They want to help the Gazans, they got to take them.
Yeah, so the challenge.
Yeah, so more details. Just gonna say one quick thing is now confirmed: 22 dead and 18 missing. Kirby just confirmed it.
These are the Americans, right?
Americans, yes. So that's just been confirmed now.
So I have a few updates from my side in terms of news. I'm not sure if you reported this already. The number of Palestinians that were killed are 1,100. The number of injuries, 5,339. The number of Palestinians killed in the West Bank are up to 27 with 150 injuries. The last hour, there were 6 Palestinians killed, 4 of whom were basically with armed clashes. And
sorry, what were they doing at the time?
Sorry, 2 seconds.
Sorry,
I'll let you ask the questions at the end. Yeah, Firaz, give us a quick update on because we haven't had much updates on the Palestinian side at all. So Firaz, it'd be good to get an overview and also an update what's happening now as well.
Good to get the full overview, Mario.
It's good.
You can ask.
If I can speak now.
So Firaz, you can ask questions at the end, though, Noga. If there's any particular things you want more clarity on, just ask them at the end. You feel free, and it's good to get context and overviews. But Firaz, please go.
Sorry. So 6 were killed in the last hour. 4 were armed clashes in the West Bank. 2 of them were children. One is 13 years old boy in Hawara. He was killed by Israeli settlers. And one was a 5-year-old girl who was also killed by Israeli settlers.
Is that confirmed? Israeli settlers shot a child?
2 children.
Yeah. So he said Yeah, so Israelis will go. So Israeli. So I'm guessing it's the Israeli military. Yes.
No, these are not. This is not military. The four adults were killed by the Israeli military. The 2 children were killed by Israeli settlers. So these are civilians with arms, though.
Okay.
Let's start with that. What were the 4 adults doing when they were randomly killed?
I just said there were armed clashes.
I think it said the armed clash between the
When
two.
you say there are armed clashes, you're not really saying what's
Yeah, I'm not
happening,
saying- I'm
which
not
is that
going-
the West Bank.
But he said, but Noga, I think when he says, yeah, but he says when he said armed clashes, I think everyone could connect the dots. That when Israeli soldiers are
and,
dead.
and I think that if everyone could connect the dots, he wouldn't be saying it like
It
that.
is. He said armed
Yeah,
clashes. I think
soldiers and they
Noga.
died doing it.
Yeah, I understand. So there's armed clashes in which 4 people. Armed clashes is both sides. Is that fair to say for us? It could be.
It's not.
All right, let me ask for us.
Not fair to say. It's not fair
The
to say.
Israelis came in there to
Yeah.
do something, and that's
So
the
guys,
we're a little busy right now.
all right, can we not unmute to start yelling, please? That would help a lot for us to have this discussion. You can point out your point. Faraz, I'll let you explain it, please. Faraz,
Yeah,
you there?
sorry, I was just still.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead, man. So just is it armed to clarity for everyone? So the 4 adults that were killed. So that was armed clashes with Israeli military. So I'm guessing it's 4 armed men, correct?
Yeah, in the West Bank.
Okay.
Out of the 27 that were killed since the last 3 days, these 6 that were killed in the last hour, 2 of them were children. 1 boy aged 13, 1 girl aged 5, and 4 adults
Do you
that
have
are.
any corroborating
Noga,
evidence?
Noga. This is Noga. There's no. Yeah,
calm down,
you gotta
everyone.
stop. You gotta stop interrupting. You can ask it at the end if there's evidence been reported by the source. So what's the source for us?
This is the Palestinian Ministry of Health, and it's on multiple news channels. So I'll send you the source in the DM, and you can.
Perfect. Thank you for us. I appreciate
Mario,
it. Thank you for that.
could you check
And guys,
check your personal WhatsApp, please?
Yes, there's a lot happening. But yeah, so for us, I have another question for you. So my question for you, Faraz, is what's happening in Gaza? Are the airstrikes ongoing?
Yeah, there's still airstrikes. The last airstrikes that were happening were in. One moment. The last airstrikes that were happening in Gaza were in the north of Gaza. There were some in Beit Hanun, and there was some in Abraj Tel El Hawa. Abraj Tel El Hawa. So those are the ones that are happening in the last.
So we have more statements from John Kirby. Just came out now. So what makes matters more difficult? So we are holding talks with the countries, including Qatar, which has open lines of communication with Hamas to release the hostages. What makes matters more difficult is that we do not know where the missing Americans are, nor do we have information about their health condition. Civilians in Gaza are not responsible for what Hamas did. So these just came in from John Kirby now. There's also sirens again in Sderot and nearby communities. So just some more updates there. But if Faraz, another question for you is, we are seeing the rockets from Gaza towards Israel drop considerably. Is that just the military capabilities of Hamas were just deteriorated with the level of the level of airstrikes, the amount of airstrikes that's ongoing, or is that just them intentionally waiting for the right moment?
Well, I think if you're asking for my analysis, I would say it's a bit of both. So it's somewhere in between both of what things you're saying. Some of them are getting decreased in their capabilities militarily, and on the other side, they're also the places around Gaza right now are not heavily populated, so it doesn't seem like it's also opportune to be attacking or shooting rockets at these areas. But there are still there were about an hour ago, I don't know if you reported it, there were some long range missiles that they fired, and when the sirens started going out in Tel Aviv, and
we did report that one, yes.
And there's also some
and there's a
sorry
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. There was also news about some clashes between Hamas and the Israeli military in Nir Am also. And there are some statements from statements that were just put out on Al Arabiya news channel, which is the Saudi basically government-owned news channel by ex-Prime Minister Olmert. So it's there's quite a few statements. So let me just organize the. It's pretty long. So let me
please do. I'll give you a few minutes to organize them and update us accordingly. So there's Kumta alerts. Greetings. Due to a technical fault, the application is down now. The problem will be fixed in the next few minutes. All users are requested to update the app from the App Store. So that provides pictures of alarms and missiles towards the cities. So the app called Kumta Alerts is currently down. You're requested to update the app from the App Store, just for everyone listening. And we've mentioned there's sirens in Ashkelon and nearby communities. And there's also a large march at Al Manara roundabout in center of Ramallah in support of Hamas. Ramallah's West Bank, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where I live.
Yes, it's the capital.
Oh,
That's the capital.
Been going on for 3 days, though, Mario. Every day. Gathering there, and they're basically chanting and protesting in support of Gaza. It's also happening in Jenin and Nablus, a little bit in Hebron, and I think we're going to keep seeing that almost every day.
Yeah. And in terms of, is there much willingness? Do you expect any? Actually, can you tell us the military arm of the? I think it's called the PLO, the West Bank government.
Yeah.
Am I getting my terminology right? PLO is the Western.
So far, so good. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's their military arm? How do they compare to Hamas, and who funds them?
So the PLO is basically funded. Majority of it is the taxes collected by the Palestinian, imports of goods, and then there's a good portion of aid that comes, international aid from all countries all around. So then when you're talking about the military arm, so most of the let's say security services in under the PLO are just that, security services. So they're like police and National Guard and preventative force and kind of like our equivalent of the intelligence services. And then there are, as I mentioned yesterday in the analysis, then there are kind of like for each faction within the PLO, they have different sizes of kind of armed paramilitary groups, which just have mostly guns. So that's basically the type of weaponry that they would have, is like different types of guns. The security services do possess a few kind of like heavy police vehicles, where they're armored police vehicles. So that's about it. And other than that, there are sometimes, like when there are these small paramilitary Palestinian groups in the West Bank in different areas, they sometimes make like, even doesn't have to be a paramilitary group. They sometimes make makeshift like Molotov cocktails and yeah, that's so they don't.
I have breaking news.
And yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
IDF spokesman said that the soldiers identified the number of people, Hamas militants near a kibbutz named Nir Am. Three Hamas militants are dead now after clashes with the Israeli army.
So that was another incursion attempt?
Yeah, I don't know if Nir Am is outside of the Gaza Strip. So yes, it took place outside of Gaza Strip in Israeli territory. I would say that they probably been waiting out after the first incursion, and it's very unlikely that they could penetrate Gaza right now because there's heavy siege over there.
Yeah, there's the iron wall. Rockets because they find the opportune moment. But then why the incursions if that's the case? We're seeing constant attempts of incursions, including one, like I think it was this morning, there's like a diver coming in from the port on a boat. Why do you think this is happening?
I think it's trying to kind of take the fight onto their territory type of approach, where they're trying to keep them constantly you know, on you know, feeling insecurity as long as the, you know, I think the longer this drags out, it might start dying down a little bit. But the longer this drags out, the more attempts there will be on, you know, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or even Aqsa Martyrs Brigade attempts of, you know, to go into nearby Israeli areas, and you know, there's a lot of military personnel on the ground. It's much easier to kind of you know, hit, you know, get casualties that way when it's just, you know, fighter to fighter in terms of a ground type of invasion without any heavy type of artillery, because there's no real response to no one in Gaza has any response to Israeli airplanes, you know, or fighter planes or warplanes. So they have no way of fighting against that.
Defenses, you mean?
Sorry?
You mean defenses?
Yeah, they don't have any exactly. They don't have any defenses or defense system that can target any air capabilities of the Israeli military. So I think the only way for them now to engage is either the rockets, or it has to be like a ground defense.
So we have sirens are sounding in the Gaza Strip, coinciding with Hamas's launching of a number of rockets. So talking about Hamas launching rockets, they've just launched rockets right now. We don't know the amount. I'm just waiting for the map. At the same time, Israeli forces, it's just hard to come up because each media calls everything differently. So here we've got Israeli forces carrying out missile attacks on the resistance on Hamas's sites in Gaza. That comes from Al Jazeera. Palestinian Ministry of Health, 28 dead in the West Bank and 150 wounded since the outbreak of clashes. Bursts of Hamas missiles are launched towards the Gaza envelope area. So we are seeing now.
There's a little bit of breaking news on CNN. Qatar is in the process of negotiating for the release of women and children hostages.
Yeah.
Qatar is negotiating. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Can you send that in our group, please?
Which is a big difference than yesterday, because yesterday they were saying it was too early to have these negotiations. So it's actually a different statement than yesterday.
So Al Jazeera, Mario, is basically this is just an attempt by the Qataris to, you know, facilitate a you know, way to release the prisoners, with women and men, women and children. Sorry. And I remember from the news came out in the first day when this was floated to Hamas put the condition that basically they will accept releasing all the women and children in exchange for Israel releasing all the women and children, and and basically held by the Israeli government.
So just to confirm, Qatar is facilitating a prisoner negotiations between Hamas and Israel. Is that what it said, Ben?
Well, it broke on CNN. The breaking news, it says Qatar is trying to negotiate the release of women and children prisoners. Yes.
Okay. They're trying to negotiate, so we don't know if any party agreed yet.
Yeah, so that's why I prefaced it with the first day, because the first day there's actually some context and a response from Hamas. So when they said that, I think the response from the Israelis was it's too early, or I don't remember exactly, so don't quote me, just look it up. I remember the Hamas response was that they would agree to the release of all women and children in exchange for the Israeli government to release all Palestinian women and children held in their prisons, basically.
And do you have the number for us on how many women and children Hamas has and how many women and children Israel has, Palestinian women and children Israel has?
I don't have a confirmed number on the ones with Hamas, so we don't know the total, because I keep hearing conflicting figures anywhere between like 150 total, held by Hamas. In terms of the children and women held by the Israeli government, I think, let me look it up. I don't want to give you a number. It was, I think, around 100 and something total.
Yeah, but just a little bit of context. We are talking about people who are arrested.
Let's not do this.
Yeah, so Noga, yeah, but Noga, just the point you want to make, Noga, just so these are on your point, Noga, is that, and we had that debate yesterday, is like these people were arrested and went through the legal system in Israel, and then the counterpoint is like, many of them were not. Some, claims are many of them are
No,
not.
that wasn't the counterpoint.
Yeah.
And that
Faraz,
wasn't
what's
the
your
counterpoint at
what's
all.
your
The bottom
counterpoint
line
to
is
that?
they're not being held by Israel. They were arrested for crimes.
Okay, everyone, just calm
that are
down.
considered war crimes. They're
And
not-
I got it.
they
I got it.
don't-
She got it.
So they're
Okay,
not
no,
held, and they're not women and children. They're terrorists who are being held in a prison
Okay,
because they
okay,
tried
hold
to
on.
kill someone.
Okay, Faraz, I'll let you. So Faraz, I'll let you answer back to Noga, and then everyone has your perspective, Noga's perspective. We'll move on. Go ahead, Faraz.
I know you're just trying to do your job, Noga. It's fine. So basically, Israel has about 1,150 Palestinian people held by the Israeli government that are under what's called administrative detention. Some of these people are women and children who have not been tried or charged with anything. And basically, they can be indefinitely held under this as long as it's renewed by a senior military commander every 6 months.
And as long as there's proof
There's no court to
shown
prove
to a judge,
it's just a military commander
as
who
long
signs
as
a
there's
paper
proof
and it's
that
done.
was shown to a judge, go look at the law. You know how hard it is to issue such an arrest
It's
warrant?
not hard if you're
You know, it's
Yes,
so
the
difficult to
not hard at
Minister
all.
of Defense has to sign it. The Minister of Defense has to sign it. You're
This is not
absolutely
easy
wrong.
to do.
So
These are terrorists that it's ridiculously hard to stop, and it's the only way to stop them, and it's an absolute last resort. And when you say children, everybody's thinking about 5-year-olds, but we're not. We're talking about 16-year-olds who tried to kill
So
Israelis.
anyone below 18
And
is classified.
And the only reason they're being held like this is because if we have to show to in an open court the evidence against
you're
them,
having a tough
we
time
might
with your
actually
job,
put
Noga,
more
but
people
you
in
don't have to
danger.
every point. I just keep it factual. Let's just keep it. Talk about the exact facts that are happening.
Faraz, I'll let you answer back. Please, no interruptions, and then we'll move on. This is the last answer back. Go ahead, Faraz, and then we'll move on. Please, go ahead, Faraz.
I think it's important to because I understand that Noga has a difficulty because this is part of her job that she.
It's okay. We'll move away. Yeah, we'll move away. What her
Yeah.
intentions are. So just countering the
no,
points.
Hey,
No, Mario, that's not.
All right, guys. So if anyone unmutes, I'll just remove if it glitches. So please. So what I want to do is for us, both sides, no personal attacks, but just for us, just her points about them being terrorists and having gone through the legal system and the Minister of Defense having to sign. There's enough evidence for courts. I want you to counter that point from your perspective on this, and then we'll move on just to current events. Please, Faraz, go ahead. And please, Ronnie and Noga, if we can just let Faraz respond to the points you've made, Noga, with no personal attacks, and then we'll move on, please.
Sure.
If it's no personal attacks, then we can move on.
Yeah.
But
I'll make sure.
can.
There won't be. Yeah, there won't be. I
Sure.
promise. Please, for us, just to help the room continue. Please, go ahead.
Basically, the Israeli government, in its own apparatus, and the Minister of Defense can agree after someone can be held first. Anyone can be arrested by a low-level soldier in any place in the West Bank, as whoever they can hold of, as long as he's not an Israeli citizen. He can be put under, I think it's 48 or 72 hours. After that, he can be put under administrative arrest. Administrative arrest means he doesn't actually go to court. There's no evidence presented to anyone. No, it's completely a closed system. So the only thing.
Sorry, that's not true.
That's not
I'll let you answer back. So I'll let Ronnie answer back this time. No, I think you've answered back a lot. Ronnie, I'll let you answer back and we'll move on. Go ahead, Faraz, finish off, please. But no one interrupt, please.
So internally, within the Israeli Ministry of Defense, they can hold people basically indefinitely as long as the Minister of Defense signs a piece of paper extending this administrative detention for 6 months at a time. So every 6 months, he has to sign a paper basically saying, I will extend another 6 months. And there are people who have been held for years without any due process or any court system. And just to add that even if they do go through the court system, the rate of conviction is higher than 99%. So there are times that they make them sign papers in Hebrew with confessions in Hebrew, and Palestinians, a lot of them can't speak Hebrew. There's a lot of accounts where
Again, when we
No, just
so
want
Ben,
to
if
say
you
one.
could, maybe get Ronnie to respond, Ben, and then you kind of finalize
Okay.
it.
Yeah,
And so
Ronnie,
I'll
go
get
ahead.
Ronnie. Yeah, Ronnie, I'll let you respond, and then Ben, you just kind of conclude it so we can move on. Go ahead, Ronnie. I'll let you respond.
Okay,
to Faraz.
I'm sorry.
And then Go ahead, sir.
Can I?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, there were a couple of inaccuracies and some lies brutalized. So I gotta counter it. First of all, the Israeli system has law. Okay, it's closely monitored by judges and by or law officials inside the military. Nobody just goes and arrests people for no cause. It's ridiculous and it's untrue and unjust to say it. That's first. Second of all, he gets his data from an organization called B'Tselem, and on their side it says, first of all, it's unreliable, and on their site it's said that the data might be inaccurate. So also very unfair description of the situation. And about the people who's withheld with Tzahal and the armed clashes. So first of all, there's no armed clashes. No military officer just go and shoot people. That's not how it works. I have plenty of friends there. Armed clashes means that someone tried to attack a soldier and he shoots back. That's what it means. Okay. There's been an incident today. There's been an incident today that where someone tried to attack soldier and he's been shot. So that's about it. And you know the arrest, when he says you have 99% conviction because they did what they did, not because they are signing papers they don't understand. That's not how the legal system works.
So,
and the legal system in Israel is so
Ben,
independent.
but we'll get Ronnie. Ben, I'll let you summarize. We had Faraz, Ronnie give their points. I'll let you summarize it and then move on because I have breaking news. So just give me the mic to go with breaking news, and we'll go to Layla and Justin.
Yeah, go ahead, Mario.
I will go to the breaking news directly. All right. So the breaking news we have footage. Whoever's on mute, please mute. So there's footage. There's more sirens going on. Let me get exactly where. First, okay, sirens sounded in Sderot, Zikim, and Netiv Hasara, which are close to the border with Gaza. They've been constantly being attacked. The White House says we currently see no indication of deliberate attempts by other parties to expand the conflict. These I always get a sigh of relief when I see those. Like the next thing I want to see is some sort of negotiations of a prisoner swap between Hamas and Israel. I think that will be the next positive news. So just make sure your mic is muted, guys. The other one here is that we have footage from the latest rocket barrage towards Sderot from Gaza. So that we'll be posting that out. And then we have here Hamas fires 2 missiles towards the Gaza Strip settlements in less than 10 minutes. But that number is just so much smaller. Now we're talking about 2 missiles. And prior, what were the numbers prior? If anyone doesn't remember what the numbers were prior.
Thousands.
There were thousands of rockets out of Gaza. Can anyone give me the casualty numbers?
Yes, there were several thousands fired out of Gaza. Yeah, I think
does anyone know the casualties on the Israeli side? How many of them were due to the initial attack, the terrorist attack at the beginning that initiated everything? And then how many were from the rockets by the Hamas members towards Israel? So I want to split the two. Does anyone know the casualty split between the two?
I believe that and Rani and Noga can correct me. I think that the vast majority were from the initial onslaught. And in terms of the rockets, I don't think that there were many casualties from the rockets, but I believe that the number was around 5,000 rockets being fired from Gaza into Israel.
Yes, we have Iron Dome, very sophisticated system. So the rockets are kind of useless. They're kind of useless, and I haven't heard of anybody.
Ronnie, when I speak, you got to don't just raise your voice. So I had a question for you. Yeah, with the Iron Dome, when that was running, when the rockets were coming in from Gaza, what percent? Because when the Iron Dome works great when there's dozens or hundreds maybe, but when you say thousands, I'm guessing thousands in total. But obviously not all at the same time. But there's hundreds at a time coming in from Gaza. Does the Iron Dome? What percentage of them does it intercept? How effective is it when there's that quantity?
I believe it's 85 to 90%. I
Even
think
when
yes.
Go ahead. Even when there's such a large volume.
Yes.
Yes.
It's an amazing piece of technology. It's an amazing piece of technology.
Yes. So Mario, sorry about before. Really, I'm sorry. It's an amazing piece of technology. You need to see the videos of Iron Dome working. It looks like Star Wars. It's working even in a large scale number. So I haven't heard of anybody who was directly killed by bombing. It's pretty useless, I gotta say. But they're still targeting civilians. If we hadn't have the Iron Dome, would be thousands of deaths because of it.
Mario?
Yes.
I was looking a bit at the old posts, and I think the biggest salve of like in one shot was like 200 rockets. That's the biggest I've seen across all the people that I follow in terms of rockets.
200 at a time.
Yes, in one go.
And out of Lebanon, there's been very limited amount of rockets, correct?
Yes, yeah, it was a couple of shots, and just it was more targeted shots on specific vehicles. So it was rocket, more rocket launcher type, not what do you call it, rockets.
And just one quick earlier clarification point, Mario. So, and I do think it's important to call to state this. So, in terms of the statements, if a Palestinian is arrested or detained, the statements are not solely in Hebrew. They are in Arabic as well, because Arabic is it's an official language of Israel. And I'm not trying to downplay anyone's personal experience or the experiences of their family, but it is important to note that no one is forced to sign a piece of paper that they don't understand. The proceedings in court are in Arabic. Often, sometimes is the case where you'll have an Israeli Arab judge. If you're talking, in any case, it's important to point that out. I think Ghani and Noga would agree with that.
Ben, I wasn't talking about the Israeli court system. I was talking about before they are sent to the court system and why they're detained by the Israeli, either Shabak or by the Israeli military.
Right. No, and I understand that, but the papers that they are, these papers that are presented to them, they are in Arabic because Arabic is an official language of Israel. I've never heard of anyone being forced to sign anything that's in a language that they don't understand. But again, that's just my experience. Again, I'm not trying to downplay anyone else's personal experience.
I understand what you're saying, Ben, but I can send you a lot of material on cases that this has been recorded where they were.
If you could, I would love that. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at more reports here. So there are rockets, there's sirens in Negev, but again, and new rockets are launched from Gaza. It doesn't say how many, but I'm just looking at some of the footage coming out, and it's pretty limited so far. So that's
also Shirah Negev is very close. So we're talking again about a reduction in ability. Shirah Negev is one of the first steps.
Oh, okay, it's very close to the border. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah, I wasn't aware. Interesting. Yeah. So again, it goes back. It's Firaz. Yeah, Firaz. It goes back to the point because I've been thinking about this. Are they waiting for the right moment, or are their capabilities have just been reduced drastically? But if they're still hitting territory regions close to the border, it could indicate either independent factions. So maybe it's not Hamas directly. Maybe it's independent resistance movements, because I know there's a bunch of others, but much smaller ones, or independent Hamas members just shooting rockets without a big coordinated attack. So that's one guess. But if it is directly from Hamas command, then it does show potential and understandable drop in their capabilities after the immense level of airstrikes that took place. What are your thoughts? Because again, it is going to the border, close to the border, where there has been evacuations. So any casualties will be very limited.
Yeah, so there are two groups who have rockets in Gaza. Those would be Hamas, which have the overwhelming, let's say the lion's share of the amount of rockets and military capabilities. But there's also the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and for example, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad was the one who just launched the 200 rockets in one shot. In the last like 10 minutes. So the Islamic Jihad was the one who just launched their own capabilities. And so they have some type of coordination, but they're two separate organizations. So they have two separate kind of, military leadership and political leadership. So there is a, well-known or announced, fact about them having a joint coordination room with a bunch of other smaller paramilitary groups that are, not as relevant, because they don't have much military capabilities. But
for us, another question, like we had the fears about Hezbollah getting involved. Again, I know I keep mentioning it, but anyone listening, you don't understand the feeling that me and others went through when we saw that report of Hezbollah joining, because I said before there's two more red lines. The next one would be for Hezbollah to join, and the next one will be for Iran to join. I mean, completely join the war. And for one of these lines to be crossed is an incredible escalation and makes a third line more likely, because for Hezbollah to join, I would assume Iran had a say in it for such a major escalation in the war. But before I ask you the question for us, just want to tell the audience, again, if you're following this closely, ignore any person or anyone that has people in Lebanon. If you're following this closely, and Lebanon right now, I think it's summer. I was talking to someone there. It's summertime, so tourism is booming, and there's a lot of people there. And for war to be declared with Hezbollah, or Hezbollah to declare war on Israel, and for war to break out in that region, is a terrifying development. But to go back to the where we are now, it turns out it was a false alarm. Many different reasons given. False alarm from both sides, from Lebanese media and sources, and from Israeli sources and media. And that turned out to be false. So for us to go back to you after that false alarm, and the way Hezbollah and Israel kind of distanced themselves, and the US made statements saying, hey, there's no escalation, there's no escalation. Like, everyone's like, hold on, there's nothing there. It to me indicates that nobody wants that conflict. I think we can say that pretty comfortably. Do you agree with that analysis? And what do you think is the likelihood that Hezbollah will join?
Yeah, I don't think they want to join, or Iran has given them any green light to join. I think they're gonna maintain a defensive position, which is basically if they get attacked in the southern of Lebanon, then they will respond. But I don't think they're gonna join at any point unless that happens, which I don't think the Israelis would do that, because that would be kind of a, I guess it's a military strategic military mistake to open a new front in the north, which is a completely different area. And basically the Lebanese the northern border with Hezbollah has been quiet ever since the last Lebanon war with Prime Minister Olmert since 2009, and I guess that established a sort of deterrence that lasted until today. There were a few flare-ups, but there was never, an actual, full-out confrontation. And there were, like I said, times where tensions rise, but it doesn't actually end up in a full-out war or confrontation.
Mario, may I add?
Yeah.
May I add
Yeah,
to
go
that?
ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My family and my brothers and my parents are in Beirut right now, and I think I heard it here that American citizens in Beirut are receiving a message to evacuate. That is incorrect. I used to work for the State Department. I actually reached out to people at the embassy over there to just because I'm absolutely anxious and nervous about my parents being there right now. My parents said that they haven't received anything. And my State Department people, a couple of them are on vacation, also stated that one of them is coming back on Monday to the American University of Beirut, and told me that they have not received a notification from the embassy that they shouldn't travel on Monday. So my reading is that the embassy isn't at full alarm in Beirut because they are not worried about Hezbollah's involvement, or at least they don't see it happening. Personally, I don't see Hezbollah interfering yet. They are spread out too thinly, fighting wars in Syria, fighting wars in Iraq. Internally, they are not as popular among political parties who used to support them as they used to be. Now, I just want to add something that happened just now within the last hour. Walid Jumblat, who is Drew's politician, went on an interview. I went and fact-checked it, but please go and fact-check it for yourselves. I fact-checked it on Lebanese media and multiple sources, but I haven't seen the interview for myself. But Walid Jumblat said that if Hezbollah chooses to enter the war, we will support the people of the South. I do not know whether he means that we will support people who are fleeing from the South or support for Hezbollah directly. I want
Who
to
said
point
that?
out,
Sorry, who said that, Leila?
Walid Jumblat. He's a Druze politician. He used to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
Hezbollah
yeah.
Iraqi. Yeah.
Is he an ally of Hezbollah or not?
Well, this is the thing. Like, this is what I was going to say, that right now we don't have a president, and there's a big, election war. People are choosing allies and just doing all sorts of statements. knowing fully well that the conversation on other spaces in Arabic and Lebanese basically are stating that that Hezbollah won't interfere, that they are spread out too thinly, and that this is not going to happen. So if somebody's going to make a statement, it might just be bubbles. That's how I'm reading where Walid Jumblat is, knowing that I have lots of friends who are Druze and do not support Hezbollah, not just like 3 or 4, who are active in parties, and they do not support Hezbollah's.
So for anyone listening, so Lebanon is extremely split. There's so many political factions since the civil war. And what's funny is like I don't know the term, but it's like the leaders are always from the same family line. Like it's like the leader then has kids, then their leader takes over, then they have kids, and their leader takes over. So, and then the leaders, they're also extremely old, like it's just, and they've been there since the civil war. But politically, it's like from a military perspective and political perspective, extremely split, and there's no president, which is insane to think about. I don't know how the country continues to function. So it's always when you start understanding like what level of support Hezbollah has. The reason that's important is that Hezbollah will not take action against Israel if it doesn't have enough support, unless obviously heavily pressured by Iran. That's me speculating. I don't expect them to take action towards Israel unless they do get that local support. So what you're saying, Leila, is that first you said they're spread thin. I'm guessing that's because of the Syrian conflict. But on top of that, there isn't that support from other politicians. And you're trying to analyze Jumblat's quote. And I think Piotr is going crazy to jump in on this one. But Leila, I'll let you confirm or deny anything I said, and then we'll go to Piotr.
Sure. I feel like internally they are not ready to fight with the Lebanese who are trying to get them out of the government. They are tired of them being holding what they call illegal weapons. They want the Lebanese power to be with the government. And this is the most I've seen the Lebanese unified since 2005 when they united to get Syria out of Lebanon. There are also multiple crises that are happening in Lebanon currently. Like we've seen before COVID, people were on the streets in October, I think 19th of October 2019. They wanted to oust the government. They wanted to fight corruption and what they call, and this is not my words, they call Sunai Shi'i. That's the duo, the Shi'i duo, which is Nabih Berri and Hassan Nasrallah. They're fighting against them because they have monopolized the power inside of Lebanon. Nabih Berri is the head of parliament, and he's been the head of parliament for since I've ever been alive. So forever. It's like democratic nepotism. It's not an actual official word, but this is what's been happening. And yes, Hezbollah is fighting in Syria for the Ba'ath, for the Assad regime. So I feel like they don't have the manpower, and they are afraid that internally they'll start something they can't control.
Yeah, Piotr, before we go to Justin. Yeah, go ahead,
Piotr,
James, and then we'll go to Justin. Yeah, go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, thanks. Leila, I don't fully agree on the overextension of Hezbollah in Iraq. I haven't seen them active there for a long time. So I'm not sure what you're referring to. Do you mean in sort of political destabilization? Because
I'm sorry, your voice cut out, Piotr. Your voice cut out a little bit when you were asking me the question for me. So can you please repeat? And don't forget,
he wasn't asking. No.
Oh.
He wasn't asking. So he's just stating that he doesn't think Hezbollah spread out thinly, despite Syrian conflict.
I don't think Hezbollah have as much influence in Iraq as you said.
I didn't say Iraq. I said Syria.
Syria.
You said Iraq as well. I heard Iraq, so I know Syria's got Hezbollah present, obviously, but Iraq I just wanted to push back on. So and as to the Hezbollah point, I mean, look, they're a much more potent force than Hamas. They're much more politically established in Lebanon, and that's why I do agree with you on the other point, though, which is that they don't want to get overly involved in this matter because it undermines their ability to retain influence in an area which, frankly, they have more, I think, immediate interest in.
Breaking news.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I have some too, but
I see someone told me that the United States airplanes are attacking targets in Syria, deep Syria, and Iraq.
Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Has that been
Syria and Iraq?
Okay. That's unconfirmed, but it's a reliable source.
Okay, so when you have confirmation, do let us know, Ronnie. But that's if that's true. Can you tell us, like, not exactly who the source is, but just general idea? Are there someone from the military, I guess?
Yes, yeah, but I'll tell you that it also has been, but Israeli. Yesterday has been the same incident, but by Israeli
Yeah, the
airplanes.
Israeli. Yeah, so we know
So
that the
it's
Israeli.
probably the same. It's probably the same, but I guess like supplies for Hezbollah or something like that.
Interesting. So it's like more. I don't know if this is deterrence or escalation. How do you see that? Is that deterrence? Telling Hezbollah, hey, we're going to strike you. This would scare Hezbollah because it says like we're going to strike you if you get involved. Or it could be escalation because now the US is striking Hezbollah positions, so Hezbollah might need to react. How do you guys interpret this?
That's a semantics question, Mario. It's
I think it's deterrence, largely. Sorry for us.
So it's a semantics question. You know, if you ask the Syrians, it's escalation. If you ask the Americans, it's deterrence. It's like a
I mean that. So the more the intention behind it. So is the intention more to deter Hezbollah, or the intention is to instigate Hezbollah? Obviously, I think the intention will be to deter, but could that? So my question should be: it seems I would assume that their intentions is to deter, but could that lead to an escalation? Like, how will Hezbollah respond?
I
Can I
think
clarify?
I think you need to keep in mind the relevance of the carrier strike group and what that's going to do in the context of Israel, because I think that will influence the psyche, the calculus of the others that are sort of, again on the sidelines, wondering whether they want to get involved or not. I do draw back people's attention to Iran and the US, because whilst Hamas has this more vague relationship to Iran, Hezbollah is the most renowned, proxy of the Islamic Republic. So I would look at that and then consider how Hezbollah are hedging. I just keep coming back to the term hedging. I just think Hezbollah are hedging, and we're going to see that develop. And if the US suddenly decides it wants to strike Hezbollah for some reason, which I don't think they would, then maybe things will deteriorate. But at the moment, things seem like they're on a pretty even keel. But I know, James, you wanted to come in. Sorry for jumping in.
Yeah, it's okay. First point is that I just read reports about there's some videos about Arab Salim, which is a town in South Beirut, South Lebanon, sorry, where there's some flares. I think it's for visibility. One more time. They are checking the region, so they are throwing flares, but I'll send the video to Mario. And in parallel, I want to interject about the fact that Hezbollah has been spreading thin. To be fair, they've been suffering since the explosion of the port, because this part of the port is one of the parts where they have most of their weapons. And that's one of the main supplies of weapons of Hezbollah. So yeah, that's publicly known in the region, that this is where they can store some of their weapon before moving them in. And now the only way of moving weapons in is to move them through Syria. And when you say, Mario, it's deterrent when the US or Israel shoots some weapon supply or carriage from Iran that's going through Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, this is usually a deterrent. Like, please don't use those weapons. And Hezbollah doesn't attack usually after those. That's to clarify some points.
So I have some breaking news. There's a new barrage of rockets firing from Gaza again, and there are sirens towards Sderot. Yes, and
Yes.
sirens are already on in Sderot.
So
we have
so another one here. I've got one more here. Hebrew sources say Palestinian fighters are still roaming around the Nir Am settlement in the Gaza Strip. So where is that exactly? Can anyone?
Sorry?
So that's from PL24. So
The northern
PL24
part
says.
of Gaza.
Sorry.
It's the northern part of Gaza Strip.
No, it's
so
the northern part of it. It's beyond the northern part of Gaza Strip. It's outside of the Gaza Strip. It's
So why would they put? Okay. They call. Okay. So when they say Nir Am settlement in the Gaza Strip, they're trying to say this is, even though it's Israeli territory, they call it Gaza Strip because Gaza Strip is Gaza. But when they say
no, it's actually not the strip. Israel has another word for it, and I guess it was translated badly. It's called
okay.
Gaza. I guess it roughly translates to
envelope.
Surrounding Gaza.
Envelope.
Gaza envelope.
Envelope.
Envelope. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay, perfect. Just to make sure, because what's happening is that when the mistranslations happen, the team posts it because there's so much news happening, and they post it with a mistranslation and then backfires on us. So just I've got some news as well that was shared. Let me go back to it here. So there's statements by the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. Is that correct? Is Jeff here? He's resetting his phone. He told me he's resetting his phone. Secretary of State, U.S. stands with Israel. We plan to continue our engagements with all nations in the area. The U.S. stands firm on international law and expects the same from Israel. So we're seeing here a bit of pressure from the U.S. to make sure Israel, takes into consideration civilians in Gaza. And that was mentioned by, I think it was John Kirby earlier, making sure he differentiates between Hamas and civilians in Gaza. Because as we said, surveys show that support for Hamas within Gaza is less than, support for Hamas is less, not much less, but I'll say about 50%.
53% was the poll taken about 2 years ago.
I have one from last year at 48, but let's say 50-50.
There's one from this
interesting.
September.
Well,
Why are you guys
still
using
far
such
more than
old data?
Fatah. I think that's important.
Say that again, Noga.
Go ahead, Noga.
The last Shkaki survey was published. Let's say it was done a couple of months before that, but it was published September of this year. You guys are using very old data.
Well, what's your
And it's way
source
below
of
the
that?
50%.
Who did your survey?
Yeah, can you share us that?
Shkaki.
I haven't found that. I wouldn't
Okay,
quote
I'll pull it up and I'll DM you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so mine is the Palestinian Center for Policy Survey Research.
Yeah,
no,
that's
so
a
50.
Shkaki
So it's
survey.
Gaza. 2 seconds. So based on this one, last year, so 58 in Gaza support Hamas and 42 in West Bank support Hamas, based on this survey.
Sorry, Mario, what was the percentage in Gaza?
Gaza's 58, so I thought it was about 48. So that's 58 in Gaza and then 42 in West Bank.
You know, those numbers are lower than I expected, to be perfectly frank with you, in Gaza. That's very interesting.
Yeah, but they're higher than it's true, and me too. But they're also higher than expected in the West Bank. I expected them to be a lot less. And then
Right, but
they are a lot less.
So yeah, it kind of cuts to the theory that 100% of the citizens are behind Hamas, right? It's interesting. That's all I wanted to say.
Look, there's a big distinction between the support for Hamas in West Bank versus Gaza, and this is why we've always seen more, engagements between Gaza and Israel, I think, than West Bank. I mean, you get skirmishes, but it's a bit different to this level of volatility. There was another thing. Did you, Mario? Did you report on Kirby's comments about the second aircraft carrier?
I mentioned. I think so, but please do report again and maybe expand on it a bit.
So this came out relatively recently. It's about 30 minutes ago. So Kirby has reaffirmed that a second US aircraft carrier will be deployed in the area, but no decision has yet been made if it will be stationed in the Eastern Med. On Tuesday, the Gerald Ford arrived in the Eastern Med, and US officials described it as a deterrent to any actors, again, not naming names, which is very important in diplomatic conversations, as a way to seek, to take advantage of the Israel-Hamas escalation. He said so it'll be the USS Dwight Eisenhower aircraft would begin a long scheduled deployment in the Mediterranean in the coming week. So there was a report, and I was working with a colleague, I'm not sure if he's here, called Ian, who's very good, and he basically said that there are a couple of carrier strike groups that are in the Strait of Hormuz, so the area or near the Strait of Hormuz, which is the land bit of water between Iran and Saudi Arabia. They were positioned there after the energy crises. If some of you remember, about 3-4 years ago, there was the Strait of Hormuz crisis, where there was basically a British tanker, I believe, that was taken hostage or sort of kept under Iranian control for a few days because of a very big tension. And so they were positioned there for that, as far as I can remember. And so there was the idea that maybe they would come round Saudi Arabia to join in the Gulf of Aden around between Egypt and Israel. But so that's really important.
Let me also mention, I appreciate that, Piotr. Let me mention again something we talked about earlier. I think Wajih, who is on stage, no, he's not. Oh, he is. Wajih, I think, sent it to us. Early intelligence. So this is from the New York Times. It's funny. I want to make a post comparing New York Times and Wall Street Journal. New York Times. This is New York Times. Early intelligence shows Hamas attacks surprised Iranian leaders. U.S. intelligence just kind of shows. I know there's an argument that there's like a cabal of Wall Street Journal and New York Times and all mainstream media to kind of have one narrative. Well, we're seeing two of the main ones just have two completely different narratives. So we had the Wall Street Journal come out with a piece saying that Iran was involved in the attacks, was very involved. They planned it with Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's a crazy article. And they knew it was going to happen. So there were meetings in Lebanon as well. It's like implicates Lebanon, implicates Hezbollah, implicates Iran. It was a crazy article. So we broke that down. Obviously, there was a lot of pushback against that one. Because obviously no one wants this to escalate. And the Wall Street Journal was the one that was, I think they broke the story of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and we know how that went. And apparently someone looked into the reporter, and they were close to they were friends with the reporter that reported the weapons of mass destruction. Now, I don't think that means much because, they're all employees in the same company. But to kind of, and I'm sure you find a connection.
Sorry, Mo, did you cover also the passage from Kirby? So apparently there's a couple of key statements from Kirby in the past. Like,
Yeah,
30 minutes.
we did. Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We posted it. We tweeted them as well. What's
Sorry,
crazy is like I'm literally, how it feels so weird because I'm looking at my own Twitter to find news so we can mention to you guys. It's like the weirdest feeling. It's like reading myself because the team is posting on my Twitter. So they posted those as well, Piotr, and I read them from Twitter. So there's a post there, and it was posted 20 minutes ago. And I'll pin that one because I think this is an important one. Let me just pin it. And this is an article from the New York Times. Please make sure everyone is muted, please. So in this case, the New York Times is, let me mute everyone. The New York Times is saying the opposite of Wall Street Journal's. Wall Street Journal, early intelligence shows Hamas attacks surprised Iranian leaders. And to me, I don't know, both sound believable to me, but let me read this one out, the summary of it. U.S. intelligence suggests key, and I'll retweet it because I just don't have time to, I'll pin it in a bit. U.S. intelligence suggests key Iranian leaders were unaware of the recent Hamas attack on Israel, questioning Iran's direct involvement in the assault. While Iran has historically supported Hamas, there's currently no evidence of their direct participation in this specific attack. Jake Sullivan reiterated this absence of direct ties. The Biden administration faces criticism from some Republicans over its stance on Iran. The U.S. has positioned an aircraft carrier in the region as a deterrent post-attack. So kind of exactly the opposite of what Wall Street Journal said. Not sure what you guys think, and I'm actually curious to get some thoughts from the panel. But to me, I don't know. I pinned it above for everyone to have a look at, but I don't know which one sounds more realistic because it would make sense why Iran would want this attack to happen, especially with the normalization of relationships between Israel and other Arab countries, most notably Iran's arch nemesis, Saudi Arabia. So there's a good argument to be made there. But on the I'll open up the mic in a sec. But on the other side, it's a pretty brutal attack, and I'm leaning towards. Funny enough, I'm leaning towards the Wall Street Journal. Maybe it's not as it doesn't mean everything's accurate, but I just feel like Hamas doing this by themselves is suicide. They know the response from Israel is just gonna destroy Gaza. They know the repercussions of what they're doing. So I actually want to go to Piotr first on this one, and then we'll go to the panel. But it'd be very surprising for me that Hamas made that decision themselves and opening up the risk, or not the risk, guaranteeing a full-scale war with Israel, which is what we're seeing now.
Mario,
So-
I have news about the hostages.
So what are you what? So you're saying
I'll
that
ask you.
Hamas
Yeah,
acted independently of Iran, or
no, I don't, because sorry, what's the news on the hostages, by the way?
5 minutes ago, a reporter on Channel 12 in Israel says that there's been a report in the Turkish media that Erdogan met with the Hamas officials to discuss them hostages release.
Okay, that's interesting. Met with Hamas officials, correct?
Yes. It says it's Bchirei Hamas, which means like high-ranking Hamas. It means Hamas officials.
Okay, that's
Sorry,
interesting.
I have breaking news on this issue from 9 minutes ago. Thank you, Maggie, for this. There are reports in Turkey that Erdogan is meeting with Hamas about the abductees.
Yeah, we just read that. Ronnie just read that.
Sorry, I missed it. There was a glitch in the system.
Okay, I'm just sending that to my team. Okay, so he's meeting regarding the abductees. Does it have details exactly why? Is it just? I'm guessing it's for the release.
That's what I've got.
There's a lot to unpack here. Role of Turkey, very interesting. Trying to find themselves a role relevant. Stick their nose into the mediation roles. And to your question about Hamas and Iran, I personally, again, I think Hamas may have been facilitated by Iran, but I don't think Iran had direct engagement in this, because
But then Piotr, but then why would Hamas, sorry to interrupt you, but why would the thing you asked me a question before is like, why would Hamas, and just a correction to a statement made, I didn't hear you make that statement, if you're at Layla, that you said Amal and Hezbollah has full control of Lebanon. I didn't hear you make that statement, but obviously it's not true. They don't have full control of Lebanon, but they do have significant influence in Lebanon, obviously a pretty strong military. So just want to make that correction there. But Piotr, if Hamas did it and decided independently to conduct this attack, isn't that just a suicide mission? Like, why would they do that? Like, they know Israel's just going to pummel the Gaza Strip.
because it's a war of conquest in their eyes. They are driven. I'm not pretending to be an intricate expert of them, but they are an Islamic jihadist based group, and the motivations behind that are very complicated, but often driven through ideological means. And they also may have well been, given a sort of, maybe they've been manipulated by the Iranians. Maybe they've been manipulated, but Hamas is a hardcore group. There's a difference between them and Hezbollah in also that ideological sense. I'm not suddenly saying Hezbollah is any sort of moderate, but Hezbollah has the ability to function as a political entity in Lesbos and Lebanon, right? And Hamas doesn't. They are a very, very hardcore group, and I didn't realize just how much until I was reading about it today. So to them, it's not a suicide mission. It's a mission of they'll be considered martyrs. So that's personally what I don't know. I mean, maybe some other people have better thoughts or disagree with me, and then just for me personally, I still think about this from a pragmatic standpoint, which is that Iran is going to be interested in supporting Hamas to the point that it doesn't escalate to them being involved directly, because it just risks that too much. So yeah, I don't know. We've got a lot of hands. So I think we should go to
go ahead, Ben. And by the way, just you do have, I know you're out in the restaurant, probably just there's a lot of plates and stuff, but it's all good. Just thought I'd let you know.
Not
Ben,
me.
go ahead.
Sorry. So
ahead.
the Jerusalem Post yesterday postulated a hypothesis based on basically military sources that they have. So they postulated that Hamas's plan was to conquer and hold the Gaza corridor. Intelligence collected from the battle with Hamas in the Gaza Strip periphery proves that the terrorist group's plan was to conquer the area and hold it for an indefinite period, the IDF sources said Wednesday. Equipment, logistical teams, and other data indicated that the terrorists expected to stay in the area and came prepared for such an operation before facing a faster and more powerful counterattack than what they had foreseen. So that was the Jerusalem Post, which does tend to have very good, at least military sources.
Interesting. Can you send me through that article, please, Ben? On
yes,
WhatsApp?
Absolutely. Sure. In the group?
That's interesting. Yeah, but that just sounds far-fetched. Like, does Hamas really think they have the capability to occupy the envelope for an indefinite period of time?
So I think
the word belief is a good word choosing word. Is because religiously they do believe that they have the not only the right but the obligation and the will of having this jihadist war.
So, by the way, we do have an update. So Jean Blat is speaking right now, goes back to your point, Layla. Jean Blat is speaking right now, and he said he supports Hezbollah and his people if they decide to get in war in the south. So that
right.
just came out.
I'll get you also a response from people in the Druze party, and what do they feel about those sentiments in a little bit. I'm communicating with them right now. I do want to say something, Mario, about my statement that Hezbollah and the Sunni Shi'i, the duo of Amal and Hezbollah, are in control. I don't know how I speak up or how I say my statements, but we can't. This is more of an analysis or how we view things in Lebanon. On the ground, I feel like nothing can get done in Lebanon unless Hezbollah and Amal approve of it. Like, they can go and put rocket launchers in the north side of Lebanon and no one can stop them. There will be an uprising. There will be people going on the media saying all sorts of things, but nothing can really stop them. So it's how we view things. I view them in control. We can debate how much in control they are, and at the end of the day, it's an opinion. They are not fully in control. Sure, there are still parties who have a say in Lebanon, but they are a major, I don't know. I guess it's how we view things. I do want to comment on the West Street Journal.
Before you continue, I'll go back to the Wall Street Journal. Sorry about that. Just Ismail Haniyeh. Can anyone, Firaz, do you know who Ismail Haniyeh? Apparently a senior Hamas
That's the
official.
top leader of Hamas.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, this is the top leader of Hamas. So there's a building that he is. Let me say he is the top leader of Hamas. Okay, so this is important because his building and right now is on fire and it was just hit in a strike. Obviously,
But
not
they
obviously.
bomb it in every
Not in Gaza.
That's in Gaza, yes.
Yep,
But I don't
in
think it's
every
lives in Gaza.
Doesn't he live in
He's in
Qatar?
Turkey. No, he's right now. It's the leadership is in Turkey.
Right, but he's he lives in Qatar, does he not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. But basically, every escalation, Israel bombs his house just as a symbolic victory image.
Oh, he always has the same house?
Now they rebuild it and then they bomb it. It's almost made out of Legos by now.
But that's but people live in it. Like if they know he's gonna bomb it, like maybe just stop living in that house, stop rebuilding it. But obviously, it's becoming symbolic now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a victory image. A lot of what's happening in Gaza right now is just a victory image. You see it circulating, for instance, on Israeli media and mainstream newspapers of just entire residential areas flattened just to have this victory image, which is why the IDF is saying that we're focusing on damage, not precision. But a thing about the Iranian involvement, Iranians were just as surprised as Hamas's political leaders, because, and I talked to multiple sources about that and looked into it deeply. The military wing was the one to take the decision. The plan for the raid was made as an option, not as a plan, but as an option all the way 5 years ago. They started training for it all the way back in 2018 as an option of just putting all cards on the table and just jumping at this of having one chance of either making a major breakthrough or not. But the political wing have been trying for the last 5 years to make an actual breakthrough in Gaza through the Qatari Egyptian mediators and by keeping Gaza quiet for Israel and by maintaining quiet and these sort of transactional relationships of quiet for the economy. But that did not produce any major sort of breakthrough, and it did not change the situation in Gaza. And then at the other side, you had the most right-wing Israeli government just pouring fuel and fire in the West Bank in terms of Palestinians jailed in Israel, most of whom are jailed without a fair trial in a military court. 25% are jailed without any charge or evidence or trial at all, administrative detention. You have a minister
that's not true. Come on.
Yeah, this led to we had a whole debate. Yeah, but we had a whole debate about it, Muhammad, for like 10 minutes before and got really heated. So I think Faraz, Noga, and Johnny.
You can read Haaretz figures. 25%
Yeah,
of
Haaretz
Palestinian
is very leftist, and that's not true.
You can read Israel Hayom figures.
So-
25% of
So Ben, do you want to
Palestinians
take over?
imprisoned in Israel.
Yeah, so I think it was Muhammad who was speaking. Could you repeat the overall point that you were trying to make? I was texting. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
What were-
just the point. I think because we're talking from the leader, and actually I'll link it to I'll kind of link it to news that's happening maybe. So there is a statement by the leader of the Druze party in Lebanon, and we'll be posting that as well. But it shows support for Hezbollah, which he's so talking to people. They tell me that Jumblat is like a very strategic person. He goes where he's a very, very politically savvy person. So that support may be just symbolic to kind of get on the
I
good
think it
side
is
of
just
Hezbollah.
symbolic, and I think it's important to know that within the borders of Israel, the Druze community are very loyal to Israel. For example, I think Muhammad or Rani, maybe Noga will remember, not that long ago, I believe it was Hamas, it may have been Lion's Den, they broke into a hospital and tried to,
Yes, it's a great story.
Hold on. So they broke into a hospital and disconnected an Israeli from basically his IV and his life support and was trying to hold him hostage.
Yeah, it was a hospital in Jenin.
Okay, so
In Jenin, correct. No,
Yeah, he was hurt
so
in
can I
a car accident. They disconnected him. They killed him, obviously.
Yeah, so
Noga,
hold-
yeah, go ahead.
hold-
Noga, can Ben finish,
right.
please? Yeah, go ahead.
So, and then I think it was either Hamas or Lions Den. I'm going to say it was Hamas. But then they found out it was a Druze, and they still refused to give the body back. And the Druze community issued a statement saying, if you do not return him, we will go get him. And the Druzi went and they started kidnapping the Palestinians and said, we want the body back. The Druzi, they're wonderful people. They are very loyal to Israel, and I have to say they are fierce fighters. So I don't think that there's any chance whatsoever that the Druze community within Israel would even dare to even pick a side. Right? They're wonderful people.
Yes, they
I
even
think,
used
I
Druze
actually
names.
think they will pick a side. It's just not the side Hamas wants
Yeah,
them to pick.
that's a valid point. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Mario,
gonna, I think Arab
sorry.
Israelis, especially the Bedouin community, are also picking a side after Hamas murdered more than 20 of their children on Saturday. I mean, Hamas is in for a rude awakening. The entire community of Israel is saying terror must stop.
Yeah, and,
yes.
Even the Israeli Arab community within Israel, right? Like, we have very good family friends, right? They want nothing to do with Hamas. That's just, it's true, right? That people can criticize it, but they're integrated in Israeli society. So that's an important point that they know. And Gilad has joined the panel. Hello, Gilad. Sorry, I'm still under the weather, but I'll live. Hello, Gilad.
Hi, guys. Hi, how are you? I can only support what you just said about the Druze.
Sorry, just 2 seconds. Ismail Haniyeh is the leader of Hamas?
Yeah, Ismail Haniyeh, yeah.
Yes.
Head of the wing of Hamas.
So just
Mario,
sorry.
people are getting back to me about like the
Yeah.
reaction about
Okay,
Jumblat.
guys. There's Gilad, Layla, and whoever Faraz. Just 2 seconds. So I'm going to ask Faraz to just clarify that point, and then we'll go to Layla on the updates regarding Jumblat. So Faraz, can you tell me who leader of the Hamas or the military wing of Hamas?
The official title is head of the political bureau of Hamas.
The militant wing is Izzadin al-Qassam, right? I think, yeah.
So they have a little bit, the military wing in Hamas have a little bit of autonomy in terms of they're not fully aware of.
And is Haniyeh in Turkey or Iran?
He's in Turkey right now.
Turkey, not Qatar?
No, he lives in Qatar, but he's in Turkey right now.
Okay. I appreciate it. So let's go to Layla. Layla, want to offer some more clarity on Jumblat?
Yeah, the reaction I'm getting is that people are generally disappointed, but they're also not reading too much into it, as you said, and as you know, it's my own personal view of Wali Jumblat. He's a very savvy politician. Yeah, the reaction I'm getting from my Druze friends, they're disappointed with the statement, but they also are not, they understand that he is trying to think on the long run for their position politically, internally. Also, we should not forget that there's an uprising, or there was an uprising. I'm not sure where it is currently in Suwaida, and it's mainly the Druze against the Assad regime. So I don't see them being on the side of Hezbollah, knowing where Hezbollah stands on the Assad regime as well. That is my point of view. There are people who are sending me messages on Twitter about Hezbollah being moderate. I did not make that statement. I really do not know how to address my statement Hezbollah on Hezbollah. So I just do not have anything else to add. When I do, I'll open my mic and say it. Thank you.
So Mario, I have the notes from the ex-prime minister of Israel's statements. If we don't have any breaking news, should I read them out?
Yeah, please read it out. Please do.
Okay. So ex-prime minister Olmert said Hamas, if Hezbollah joins the war, it will be a big mistake. We will deal with it and we will win. I supported the disengagement from Gaza, and I wanted to pull out as well from the West Bank. Netanyahu pursued a clear policy of weakening the Palestinian Authority and strengthening Hamas. We have eyes and ears everywhere in Gaza and the West Bank. I have full trust in the defense establishment. But I do not trust the Israeli government, and I would not want to even represent the current Israeli government. Netanyahu knew about the risks, but was too arrogant and to do something about it.
Arrogance, Netanyahu's arrogance is a very arrogance is a very dangerous thing for us. Well, Hamas, when Hezbollah, basically, I returned deterrence to Hezbollah or the northern border when I was prime minister in 2009. Those are basically the headlines.
And I just want to add one little piece of context to the Ehud Olmert, right? So he's had a bone to pick with Netanyahu for years. Like he went to prison, right, for corruption and fraud and scandal. And when he got out, he started attending the anti-Netanyahu protests. So I take everything he says with a grain of salt because he's trying to rehabilitate his image. Yeah.
I do want to go back, take a step back. Just going to give a recap. Before doing that, I'll go to James, Amir, and Wajih to see any updates that you guys have. James, you want to go first?
Yeah, I want to go about the speech that was done by the Druze leaders. It was just going big. The speech was done because they are right now in a coalition to pick a president that is closer to Hezbollah, and some of the votes are the Druze votes in the decision, even though it's been in the past on multiple occasions. Jumblat has went against his people in order to strengthen his strengths politically. So maybe he's saying like, I support any reaction in case, for example, mainly how he says it is in case there is an attack, you can defend yourself, I support you. But I don't think he supports the war explicitly, like don't go attack Israel, just in case you're attacked, come back. That's how it was understood on the ground by the political people in the country and by his supporters. That's what I got as a
So
return
it's
from
understood, yeah. So it's understood. He's so can you clarify again? He's understood that. Will he support if they attack, or he's like, hey, if you want to attack, go attack?
No, it's if Israel gets into the ecosystem, gets close to us, you can defend the country. We support.
Ah,
you
okay.
in
So he's being
defending the country.
strategic about it. He's like, if Israel attacks, defend us. That type of talk.
Exactly. It wasn't a call to like go attack, guys.
Okay.
It's not that. It was more in case we get attacked, please defend us.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Amir, any updates on your end? Actually, let's get an update on the Iranian side, Amir. It's been a while. We haven't done that. If you could do that, would be great.
Thank you so much, Mario. Actually, yes, about Iran, we are actually, this is not a bad place to be right now.
So this on the quick clarification. So we're getting different reports, and I'll move away from the Jumblat statement. I just don't think it's that major. It's important, but I'm getting different reports as well from someone else on the ground that watched this. He says, in case they decide to get into the war, we will support. So Jumblat saying, in case Hezbollah gets into the war, we will support. So that's another interpretation. But I want to move on from Jumblat's statement. Amir, go ahead.
Oh, yes, and something very important you mentioned about the New York Times report and the Wall Street Journal report. I think the right place to be is on the middle of this and that. Not just saying that, no, Iran was surprised like Iran. I'm just going to be very clear here. We're having this discussion for days. Look, Iran is the dad here. Iran is the one who pays the monthly bills of Hamas and Hezbollah and other groups, respectively. This is just the truth. You know, after like Qatar, some people say, no, Hamas has like other wings in other Islamic countries, but you know, Qatar is a major non-NATO US ally. So they are all pretty faded in supporting Hamas. And so Iran is the only guy that is the real supporter. So just saying that Iran was surprised, that's wrong. Iran surprised. You know, some RGC officials, the foreign ministers, some top government officials can be surprised. But like saying that Ayatollah Khamenei, the one who pays the bills for Hamas, like millions of dollars every year, I'm not saying that this is right or wrong. I'm just spitting the facts. Just saying they were surprised, that's wrong. But just saying that Iran did this, like Iran forced Hamas to just go destroy yourselves after this retaliation from Israel, that is wrong too. I think Hamas has a level of decision making, but then making a decision and not just saying that to the guy who pays the bills each month. Just they are going like the military wing, the political wing, they just go with the bills. Also, here's this, just can you please give us money? And just going back a little history here, there were times that Major General Soleimani, the one that was assassinated by Trump, he actually like picked handbags with like $20 million, $10 million, and just brought it directly to these different proxy groups. But the situation that we are in right now, and we are worried, is that if the situation in Gaza, and I mean by that Israel going in with boots and just doing it very heavily, if that escalates, there may be a reaction from Hezbollah, and after Hezbollah from Iran, and after Iran from the US. But right now, I think the flexing from the United States is pretty big. You know, like the biggest naval aircraft carrier in the whole universe is being parked besides Lebanon.
Is
So
that
we
their
are very
biggest? Is
clear.
that their biggest? Are you saying
Sorry,
that's their
Mario,
biggest carrier?
Red alert.
Yes.
Red alert near in
Yes, in I know Negev,
Mid Gaza.
Negev, and Shar HaNegev, correct? Dot Negev and Shar HaNegev.
Yeah, this is the regions, and the it's called Alumim and Nachal Oz. This is the name of the not settlements because in Israeli territory, but
No, I appreciate it. In terms of the so did someone say that the aircraft carrier that was dispatched by the U.S. to the region is their biggest?
Yes, you can Google it right now.
It
It's
wasn't
Gerald
dispatched
Ford
to
is
the
the
region,
biggest
it was
in the
already in the region, it's just moving closer.
Yes,
and
Yeah,
then
yeah. So it's
from
yeah, exactly. It
Oslo,
was
I
yeah,
think right
exactly. It
now
was
it's
already in
very
the Mediterranean. Guys, all right, take a breath, everyone. Yeah, so it's already in the Mediterranean, but it was dispatched to the region, like just getting closer to the border as a
Yes,
deterrent.
and it is the biggest.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's but it was the closest as well. So we don't know whether they intentionally moved the biggest or it just happened to be the closest. But I
But
appreciate
we're
the
talking
update.
about dispatching another one, so I
Yeah,
think
correct. We talked about that yesterday. Yeah, so the deterrence is pretty high. There's also the sirens in communities near the Gaza border. I don't know. I think that's in Israeli. Yeah, Israeli sirens. Does Gaza have sirens, Firaz?
No, there's no siren system for Gaza. There's no like early warning system. I have a breaking news as well. There are Israeli settlers that are basically trying to infiltrate Deir Ibza in Ramallah right now, and there's heavy shooting heard basically in the streets there. And the reports right now, we don't know if there's any injuries, but several cars of the residents of Deir Ibza have been hit, and there's some video
So I'm just
footage.
trying to understand. So Ramallah is the capital of West Bank, correct?
Well, it's the administrative capital. So that's where the most of the Palestinian authorities institutions are. But Deir Ibza is basically a town in Ramallah province, so or governorate. So
So there's and
not in
sorry
the
for my ignorance. So there's Israeli. So just sorry for my ignorance. Are you saying there's Israeli towns within West Bank?
yeah. There's like about I think
Yeah.
4 of them.
How many?
Settlements.
Yeah,
Settlements.
Basically Israeli settlements. There's about 400 of them, different sizes, from small kind of settlements to like larger ones that are kind of akin to like miniature cities all
And
around
you're
the way.
and you're saying that these
you
these
have
are
also
within.
city there like Ariel, and please call it Judea in Samaria.
So I didn't hear what you said.
Why don't we just call it the West Bank? I mean, just for political purposes.
Yeah, I'm calling it West Bank. I don't know what other names to call it, but just to
In
understand.
Israel,
Ben,
it's called Judea Samaria. Yeah.
oh, okay. We'll just use the Western term of West Bank. So Ben, just a quick question. So I'm going to go to you on this one, just to kind of have a calm back and forth. So so there's camps, there's Israeli camps. Correct me if I'm wrong, or settlements. Sorry, Israeli settlements inside the West Bank, correct?
Yes.
Ben? Okay, and what Faraz is saying is that people from these settlements have gone out. So it's not the military; it's just people gone out in retaliation and gone into the West Bank and
That's impossible. I found it very hard to believe.
So just hold on.
Okay. So Ronnie, we can. Okay, you don't have to believe it. No one has to believe it. So this is not confirmed. Not this unless Firaz will mention the sources. Everyone could believe whatever they want because no one, people are not believing. Each side is not believing some claims by the other side. But let's just listen to each other's side. You can make whatever statements they are. One thing I'll make. And I've said this in every single conflict. You can't find good people and bad people on every side in every conflict. Whether I cover the Russia-Ukraine war, whether we're covering the skirmishes in Armenia and their neighbor Kazakhstan, whatever it was, and whether we're covering this war as well. So and that's why I'm trying to understand exactly what the reports are. Faraz, just quickly, do you have a source for the report, or is that people on the ground that told you this?
Yeah, so I'll send you the videos of the report, and I'll send you 2 videos of what's going on with and yeah, you could see it with the report
and
itself.
any sources as well would be good.
Do you know by chance what's happening today?
Ariel, small
Oh,
bit of
just to-
breaking news, I guess. CNN is
Yes.
officially
From
I
Dole.
don't know, CNN is officially proving, I don't think approving is the right word, officially that there were babies and toddlers found with their head decapitated.
Yeah, I saw that. CNN. Yeah, CNN.
Yeah, we had a
confirmed,
discussion
yeah.
about it yesterday, and we wanted proof. I think CNN at this point can put that discussion to rest. There will be headings of children and toddlers.
Okay, so we can look at it. Yeah.
Can I just? I really want to avoid being so graphic in the description. That's kind of what made me leave yesterday. I really don't want to. If you can just tell us.
It's actually
Look, I get it,
a report, but
but
they did have a reporter on the ground to verify it, so they're pretty good.
Yeah, but if you can just avoid using the graphic descriptions, I just don't think.
I don't know how.
Yeah, Noga,
else
can you send
describe the
me?
fact
No,
that
okay, you've
babies and
described it.
toddlers would-
I think you've already
Okay,
described
good,
it.
but if you
Noga.
can think of a
Yeah, Noga, it's
No, guys,
I'm asking you, please. I would appreciate it because I don't think I'm thick-skinned, but to hear that kind of thing frequently is just it's too much. So yeah, I don't know, Mary, if you don't agree with that, fair enough. But for me, I just think
No, look,
you
I
can sort
respect.
of describe it in other ways. You know what I mean? But that's
Yeah, look, you've helped moderate the space, so I respect your request there. And Noga, if you can send me through the article, please, that will be great. You can just send it through to me. Thank you so much. And obviously this is both news that Faraz and Noga you mentioned is just heartbreaking. So and Faraz, you can send me through the news, the videos, and the source as well. And Noga, if you send me through that CNN article as well. But what Faraz? Okay, I'm just having a look at it now. So I'll look at it's a video. So the Israeli Prime Minister spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with the decapitation, with the heads decapitated. I don't know if that's wording's okay, but this is just
no. That's I mean it's sorry that the reason I just is because one of my friends' head was decapitated. That's why. So it's yeah. That's,
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not trying to be like personal.
No, and I agree with you, Peter. I mean, but at the end of the day,
anyway, I did see an interesting thing in the Al Jazeera updates that they come through. Let me just see if I can update it. Yeah, the UN Palestinian Refuge Agency is seeking about 104 million for urgent aid to Gaza. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but so there's the UN Palestinian Refuge Agency or UNRWA is I think how you say it, and they're looking for multi-sectoral quote humanitarian response over the coming 90 days. And the requested funds would cover things like immediate food, non-food health, shelter, protection needs of up to 250,000 people. I think the current people under in displaced is now at 200,000. The UN reported about 176, 123 over the weekend, but that's obviously continued to go up. So the UN gradually beginning to get its act together in terms of providing or trying to seek assistance, but obviously this depends on foreign donors and country member states in helping with that. So I'm going to continue to monitor the UN channels because that's where I've got a few friends and colleagues. But yeah, that's just a brief update from that sector as well.
Thank you. Ben, do you want to go ahead? Zev, you were saying something. In the meantime, I'll just be posting the. Zev will be muting himself for he's making a quick call just to verify a few things. I'll be posting in. So Faraz, I've sent you through my WhatsApp. I know it's probably sending me things via Twitter DM. Just send it to me on WhatsApp. That's where I check if you don't mind. And I'll be posting the video now of the CNN reporter and the reports of the babies in Israel. So I'll be sending that out now. So let me go to Wajir. Wajir, do you have anything new on your end?
I just have my analysis on the Iranian involvement.
Quickly,
on one hand, you have Iran supporting all these groups, which gives them a lot of access and intel to what they're doing.
Yeah, just quickly. You gotta be quick. You gotta speak quick, just because breaking news will come in any second. So that's why I'm telling you quickly. Go ahead.
No worries. The second part is that Hamas has always had issues with information leaking out. and that caused them to have lost a lot of their action. Therefore, I think both have very good possibility of being true. That's my analysis. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I've just posted the video. Again, it's just a video of what CNN, what they said. I haven't watched it yet. Let me play it as well. So,
information out of Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated in Kfar Aza.
yeah, I didn't know they'll say that term, Piotr, but I was just playing the thing. I'll stop it. But yeah, anyone could want to see the video and get more details. It's a 4-minute video. So I want to go to Ronnie. Ronnie, any updates on your end, man? I know you've been giving us. Hold on, Ronnie, 2 seconds. I'm going to hold you accountable. You did give us updates earlier about the strikes by US jets in Iraq and Syria, which is pretty serious because this is the US military directly involved with strikes in relation to the conflict. So I would consider that pretty serious. I've just pinned the video. Anyone that wants to watch it. So the question I have for you is: has there been more information on this? Because there hasn't been any confirmation from any sources.
No, I haven't got any more news that I can share. I asked my friend, but he told me he can't give me anything more. That's it. And I also have a question for the space. After this confirmation,
Just sorry, 2 seconds. John, 2 seconds. Sorry, John White. Damn, it dropped out. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. So finish off. I was trying to bring up a speaker. Go ahead. Sorry.
I told you, I'm not trying to start anything, but if it's already been confirmed, why are we not calling those militants terrorists in this space? Really?
No. So the reason I'll do it, and I'll explain to you because I've explained it so many times. So I've openly called the particular attack a terrorist attack just because it went there after civilians intentionally. But then I'm going to get pushback because then the other side will be like, Mario, why don't you call all the Israeli attacks on Gaza as terrorist attacks, and when there's a lot of civilians dying, and then it gets to discussion: is it intentionally killing civilians? Is it because it's so condensed? And we've had those debates before, but I'm trying to avoid those debates earlier. So calling the event terrorist attack, I'm okay with because we know that was intentionally killing civilians, but the calling Hamas members, so I'm trying to keep it Hamas members, avoiding that terrorists, because there's Hamas members that go out. Not so if one member goes and or a group of members go and decapitate babies, assuming now it's been confirmed, that doesn't mean every. So there's soldiers reported on the Ukrainian Russian side doing horrendous things. We don't call the Russian army terrorist army or the Ukrainian army terrorist army. We call them an army, and then the groups that were involved in this, we call them, and you can call that a terrorist attack if they did that. If they went in and decapitated bodies, call that a terrorist attack, but doesn't make the entire army terrorist. Now, a Hamas member terrorist, I think they've been called terrorists or labeled as terrorists by various governments around the world. But I'm trying to avoid that discussion here, to be able to bring both sides together. There's a lot of civilians dying on both sides, going to be a lot of death and destruction, but I don't think it would be possible to have these discussions running, to have both sides on the panel if we use terms like this. So that's the reason I'm trying to be careful with the wording, and it's not to be insensitive, but it's kind of be able to allow dialogue on the platform, because every time someone uses that term, the entire panel breaks loose. So I hope, I don't know if Ben, you have anything else. I don't know if Zev's mic is he's still on the call, I think, but that's kind of my explanation from it. But I would like to move on, if you don't mind, Ronnie. I don't want to open it up to discussion. So there's Hamas 3 lines being. Okay, so I have to there's news here. Let me verify it with the team, and I'll read it out. Let me explain. They're asking me to confirm if we can share it. I'll be sharing that in a bit. Let me go to Wajih. Any other news to share before I share my end?
I have the Ukrainian president announced that he's planning to visit Israel as a show of support. And Israel has announced the creation of an emergency government, so that's official.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's been official for a few hours now.
Say that again. Who's speaking? Sorry.
I am. It's been official for a few hours now. Benjamin Netanyahu, along with Benny Gantz, should give a speech very soon. Very soon.
Ronnie, what is that? Is that regarding the government, the unity government? Is that correct?
Yes, it's official for a few hours now.
Okay, so what is it? Yeah, but what can you? Yeah,
soon.
so Ronnie, can you explain what is? I know we've mentioned it earlier, but what is a unity government and why is it important? Does it allow decisions to be made quicker?
Yes, But I'll answer for Ronnie. Again,
Thank you, sir.
my position is that it's just a show of unity. We've seen that after wars with major powers. I think Piotr would agree. I'm not sure that aside from being able to, maybe make decisions regarding the conflict a little bit quicker, I'm not sure that there's any more power. Like, it doesn't take away from Netanyahu's legal proceedings. It doesn't push the judicial reforms one way or the other. It's just a sign of unity, but others could probably expand on that better than me.
Cool, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just reading some reports here. Was there any other news before I read from my end? Let me go to my my news channel. I was just reviewing some content that I've received. So we have here Channel 13 reporter. Okay, I'm just reading out the statement before reading it because it's pretty charged. I'm reading out the statement. So this comes from a Channel 13 reporter. It's a pretty charged statement, but I'm just going to quote it as it is. I don't see it. This despicable terrorist who murdered the residents of the Utaf is lying in the hospital next to and in the same room next to a young woman who was shot in the back and survived the murderous attack at a party in Ra'im. It's time to legislate a death sentence for Hamas criminals and their aides, just like there's a death penalty law for Nazis and their assistants. These heinous murderers cannot spend time in prison. So would you have one of the picture though? That what's interesting is that there's
Who
a
made
picture
that
of
statement, Mario?
that was a Channel 13 reporter, so it's nothing official. But I just the team sent it, and I just thought I'd read it. But the picture is fascinating. It's a Hamas militant
Captive,
that's
yeah,
next
beside
to.
an Israeli in a hospital. That's very, very common.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Israel, absolutely. Members from Hamas, any of the groups, if they're injured, there's a duty. If they're not killed, but if they are injured or taken into custody, there's a duty to provide them with medical treatment. And all doctors, right, have the Hippocratic Oath around the world. So it's very common to see Hamas combatants in a hospital room, sharing the room with an Israeli victim of the attacks. That's a very common occurrence.
I wouldn't say sharing a room, Benjamin. That's not common. We wouldn't be sharing a room with someone.
In a time of war, if there's a lot of casualties, I've seen it, right? But back in my old previous life, but like certainly not day to day. But again, when the hospital capacity is full, if there's no room, they'll put injured people wherever they can, including next to an Israeli, right? If that's what's required. That's just.
I could expand on that. Look, the hospital in Israel, the OCUs are not divided by rooms. It's like a big hall with plenty of beds. That's how the OCUs
wards, yeah.
Wards. So if they are both on the intensive ICU, intensive care unit, then they are both in the same room. But it's a hall. It's a big room with plenty of beds.
Yeah, like in the old American hospital. I mean, the hospitals are very modern, but yeah, there's just long corridors with beds but people are people.
Approach. Those are modern hospital with different approach.
Right, and it's just people are people when it comes to their injuries, right? Doctors have a duty to treat all.
So is just to post a photo, Zev, 2 seconds. Zev, just to post a photo, and I'll go to Faraz. I want to post a photo. Is it a fair statement in the photo? A Hamas militant sharing a hospital room with an Israeli victim, both from the same attack in Utaf. Is that a fair statement to post it out? Ben?
Sorry, what did you? Can you repeat that, Mario?
So I'm just posting out that photo, but I just want to make sure I get the wording right. A Hamas militant sharing a hospital room in a hospital ward, sorry.
Yes.
With an Israeli victim, both from the same attack in Utaf. Fair statement?
I think that's absolutely fair.
Thank you. Faraz, I want to go to you, and I actually want to get an update because I know while we're speaking, there are still attacks on Gaza. Have you, and I want to get an entire update on the situation now in Gaza. I understand there's back and forth on whether aid is going to enter the region. I also know that the water's been cut off. Electricity, there was a report that I posted about before I went to bed, where the government, whatever they call it, the Gaza government, government or something along those lines, they put. Yeah, no, something else. I can't remember who put out the statement. I'll find it. But they put out a statement saying the electricity is going to be running out within hours, and they're calling for help with a humanitarian crisis. So has electricity run out? Is there water supply whatsoever? And when they say water supply is cut off, like can we understand like humans cannot survive without water? So I'm actually curious. They must be getting water from somewhere, otherwise you'll have whatever 2 million dead, whatever the population is. So how are they getting water? Is it like local water supplies, but they're just not sufficient, or how does it work for us?
So the water supplies are controlled by the Israeli government, and they were already shut off from the first day. The only water supplies that are now available are the ones that are in basically private water tankers in private residences that people have. So they're basically running on whatever reserves that they manage to have in their water tanker right now. But the problem is even that, from what I'm understanding on the ground, is that since there's no electricity, the electricity has been cut off since 2:30 p.m. today. So there's been no electricity and no fuel going in for a few days now. And today at 2:30 p.m. the basically the Gaza power plant, which was running on whatever reserve fuels they had said that they were going to run out at 2 p.m. They ended up running out at around 2:30 something. So that's when now basically again it's the same as the water, where only people who have private generators and have diesel or any fuel are the ones who can actually power anything in their homes. There are people who are using car batteries as well to try to have any source of electricity just to power very any minimal requirements that they can. So they're trying to use whatever supplies that they currently have in terms of reserves, and this is typically very it's kind of communal or personal in terms of like if I as a person or I as a family had some water tanker with a certain amount of water in the tankers, and the water tankers, if they're if they're usually they're on the roof. So if they're on the roof, which is typically where all water tankers are in the residences, then gravity is what provides the water pressure. So there's no water. The electricity is not being used to put any water pressure. It's just coming because of gravity from the top to the bottom. So that's what's available. The other kind of news that just came in is basically the Israeli Navy is shelling the Gaza port and Khan Yunis. There are multiple ambulances rushing to Khan Yunis as well to try to evacuate whoever is still stuck in the rubble. So we don't know how many casualties and how many dead and how many injured are there. There's also a urgent call from the civil defense, because Al Ashqar building, which is in to the west of the Shifa kind of building, which is a very known building in Gaza, is currently on fire, and there are people who are stuck inside the building on floors that are above where the fire has broken out because of a Israeli airstrike. There's also a few airstrikes on East Rafah as well, which is in the south of Gaza.
I appreciate that update. I'd like to go to Emir. Emir, how are you?
Well, Mario, thanks. Actually, there's a first time a statement from the Iranian army chief. Actually, he stated that the Zionist, quote unquote, the Zionist regime is on the path of faster collapse due to the heavy and irreparable blow and defeat it suffered from the resistant Palestinian people in the Al-Aqsa storm operation. The intelligent design of the Al-Aqsa storm operation by the brave and desperate Palestinian youth and people has confused and feared the Zionists. Actually, I want to point out something that the Iranian official statement is that Palestinians did this. I wanted to clear this out. And something very little that Piotr mentioned back in minutes before, that Hamas is Sunni and Iranians are Shia. Actually, Piotr, the Iranians think purely strategical. Back in the times, there were times during the Iran-Iraq war that Iran actually indirectly received some equipment, military equipment from Israel. So, just saying that Hamas is Sunni is like saying that Putin is not Muslim, but Iran helped him in the Ukraine war. That's not the way Iranian leaders think. Actually, they're not ideologic when it comes to military and some stuff. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Report in Gaza: a senior member of the Islamic Jihad, Musar Nasir, was killed killed a short time ago in an attack on his home in Beit Lahia. Islamic is so Musa Nasir. Does anyone know who that is?
No,
Firaz?
I've never heard of that name before.
Okay, the Islamic Jihad is much smaller
Yeah,
than Hamas.
I just got it as well. It's a leader
Okay.
in the Islamic Jihad. That's it.
Okay, how militarily, how does the Islamic Jihad compare? Sorry, how do they compare to the Hamas in terms of military equipment?
So they have less, if you want, relatively speaking, and this is kind of an estimate, they probably have about anywhere between 20 to 30% of the capabilities of Hamas in terms of military capabilities. And this is across the board in terms of active personnel, in terms of, how about weaponry, whatever weapons that they possess. Hamas is, multiple times larger and more militarily capable than Islamic Jihad.
Okay, I appreciate it. So the Islamic Jihad militarily is not strong at all, correct?
No, they're not really that. Whatever you can see from Hamas, you'd probably see about a fifth of that power in maybe a fourth maximum of that power and capabilities on the Islamic Jihad side. They're a much smaller faction with much less members, much less funding, and so that's Islamic Jihad. They coordinate with Hamas, but basically informally, in terms of what people in the Palestinian people know, is that Hamas and Islamic Jihad actually, on a personal level or at a grassroots or lower level, they don't get along very well. They actually fight all the time. But at a more
You mean
senior level,
the Hamas and Islamic Republic, they usually fight? They don't have like
the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They fight in terms of like they're always like what's is there any Arabic speakers? Khusum. Basically, they're opponents. Yes, they're kind of like not opponents, maybe adversaries, kind of thing.
Rivals.
Rivals. Exactly. So they're rivals, and so they compete, and so Hamas doesn't really allow Islamic Jihad to grow that much. There's a lot of times where, Hamas has, arrested members of Islamic Jihad, and, there were even a few times where they've killed Islamic Jihad members, but this is very rare. But in terms of like the group's supporters, they're bickering all the time, and we saw that actually kind of escalate on the higher level in the past year, where there was open kind of animosity by the head of Islamic Jihad, Ziad al-Nakhala, towards Hamas, with a few kind of damning statements, which is basically was accusing Hamas of falling short on its commitments and collaborating with the Israelis for accepting kind of a little bit of economic easing of the blockade in return for not responding to any or retaliating to any of the airstrikes that were happening every once in a while in the last like few years. So in 2021, for example, what happened in 2021 was the when there were rockets fired from Gaza towards any Israeli cities. That was Islamic Jihad. Hamas didn't fire a single rocket during that whole bout. So that.
Right. I have breaking news, Mario, and
yeah,
also,
please go ahead.
I just got an alert on terrorist infiltration to civilian cities in Samaria and a place called Geva Binyamin. The instruction says to get in the building, lock the doors, shut the windows, and to not get out of the shelter room until further notice. Also, just in a few moments, the declaration of the new government by Netanyahu, Gantz, and Gallant.
I appreciate that. So the two, Oh, thank you. The two locations that you mentioned, are they near Hamas? Sorry, near Gaza, correct?
No, those are in the West Bank.
Oh, okay. So we're having more and more clashes in the West Bank. But you did say, to refresh my memory, the military branch of the West Bank is relatively weak when you compare
There's no military in the West Bank. There's a police force. Those are not the people of doing this. This is like individuals who sent by Hamas. Usually that's the case, right, Firas?
Yeah, no, it doesn't even have to be Hamas. It could just be individuals that are like not
Yes,
affiliated.
yes. It's individuals basically.
Some people with.
So
with
there's,
guns.
but that, yeah. So that essentially there's no real risk in that the West Bank would get involved in this. That's why no one's talking about the West Bank. West Bank does not actually have a functioning military. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. Nobody thinks that the Palestinian Authority will declare war or something. They don't have a military. They have a police force.
This is fascinating.
So
Okay.
in the West Bank, the threat is mostly if it becomes a popular unrest. So basically, people would, take to the streets in terms of like, or random individuals, even some smaller, like I said, paramilitary. Well, they're not even paramilitary groups. They're just like guys with guns. You know what I mean? Just guys with guns would, go to an Israeli checkpoint and shoot. But the situation in the West Bank has been deteriorating for
yes, armed clashes, as you said.
For years. It's been getting more hot, and there's been a lot of cases of either armed clashes with the Israeli military. There's been a lot of cases where Israeli settlers would go into Palestinian villages and towns, and
and a lot of time that Palestinian people will lack rockets or cars. Come on, that's not a fair description, because when
Ronnie, please, I know you're emotional, and so am I. I'm also living in this situation. I live in the West Bank. I'm pretty sure you don't live in the West Bank. We've been.
No, I've been there plenty of time. I have cousins there. I'm there.
Sure. So guys, yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, no, let's just keep everything respectful. No one is going to downplay the personal experience of another person. That's all I wanted to say. Tensions are running high. I think that's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. There's heavy Israeli bombardment on various areas of Gaza, there's 5 neighborhoods that have been destroyed, according to Al Jazeera, and we have Guterres spokesperson. More than 1,000 housing units were destroyed in Gaza as a result of the Israeli bombing, and more than 263,000 people, 250,000 people were displaced. So that just came in from Guterres. So Firas, how does this compare to previous bombing of Gaza in terms of the displacement? If you look at the last war between Israel and Hamas, or Israel and Gaza.
So the last war with Hamas, well, the last war didn't have Hamas even involved. The last one was between like a kind of a 5 or 6 day period between Islamic Jihad and the Israeli military, and in that it was there weren't any Israelis who were killed from any of the rockets. Islamic Jihad started firing the rockets in response to basically they arrested an Islamic Jihad leader in theEst Bank, and there was another.
But how does but the question for us is just how does the destruction compare now compared to previous wars?
The only thing, this is worse.
Like, this is the worst we've ever seen ever, and we're in day number 4. Like, we haven't even seen this level of destruction in the 2000, and I think it was 2008 or 2012.
I think, I would agree with that.
2012 were 51 days, and this level in 5 days has been worse than the 51 days back in 2012, and we're still in the 5th day. So
hold on, you're saying, sorry, the destruction and sorry, whoever's speaking, just the destruction now in these 5 days is worse than the destruction we've seen in how many days in the previous war?
51.
Yeah, Israel has taken out the stops. Everything that Hamas thought was not going to be hit is being hit. Hamas is very surprised by the level of destruction Israel has already wreaked, and it's going to get worse. By the way, I have a little bit of breaking news. An Israeli reporter is saying that Israel is discussing corridors from the Gaza Strip toward Jordan and Egypt on the condition Israeli hostages, including children and women and the elderly, but I think it means especially, are released first. It's a first tweet. It's from an Israeli reporter.
That was sort of earlier what we talked about, the Qatari negotiations, probably. That's where that came, yeah.
Yeah, but now there's specific about.
Now we know what the terms are, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Simple. You want water, give us the hospital.
So the U.S. I have some other breaking news. The U.S. has decided to send another aircraft carrier towards the Mediterranean Sea to join the Israeli Navy as well. So that's the second aircraft carrier that you just decided to move towards the Mediterranean Sea.
I appreciate that. Amir and Intel, anything on your end, guys?
Yes, absolutely. There was the 26 MU. This was just reported by the Marine Corps Times in the last 24 hours. 26 Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit was forward deployed to Kuwait, and in the last 24 hours, they were retasked, told to get back to their ships, and now that they are now in the vicinity of Bahrain. When asked and pressed, the spokesperson of the 26 MU as to where they were going, they declined to specify where they were going. But if you read the article, I can post it here later. If you read the article, it does have to do potentially with the unfolding events in the Middle East. Potentially, they may be heading to the Mediterranean. This is not confirmed, but the 26 MU could transit the Suez Canal within the next week, maybe a week and a half, and we would probably be having 2 carrier strike groups and 1 Marine Expeditionary Unit potentially operating within the Mediterranean. So that's just one really, really important update.
Intel, are you former U.S. military by chance?
I served in the Marine Corps for 5 years.
Okay, so what do you think about the possibility, like what do you think if there is to be an extraction team, what do you think that would look like, if you don't mind me asking, if it was for the hostages, because there are American hostages? I've heard people from Israel and the US kind of talk about it, but what do you think the extraction team would look like, if any?
So I was not in special operations, so I don't think I can really comment too much on that, but I'm thinking that if there was going to be some sort of operation with special forces by SOCOM, that they would be operating really close knit with the IDF and their special operations. Like I said, I was just in the infantry security forces part of the Marine Corps, was not special operations whatsoever. So that's as far as I could really comment.
Blinken gave a statement before he boarded on his plane to Israel regarding the event about half an hour ago, and we have not said it here.
We do have 2 more updates. So one is Zelensky has gone to Israel. That's a big one. So Zelensky, according to Axios, he seems to have landed in Israel. Let me look at the article here. Zelensky asks to visit Israel and show of solidarity. He asks to visit Israel. Let me fix that. The way they put their news is crazy. So he asks to visit Israel, but he has not visited Israel. Let me fix that.
He asked a bunch of world leaders to go visit Israel, and I think earlier today or yesterday he put out an announcement that people should go and visit them as a show of solidarity.
Yeah, I find that interesting, right? I mean, I still get that, there are certain world powers that, and I think I'd love Pietor's thoughts on this if he's available. I mean, there are still clearly Western powers that want Israel to take more of an active, active role in supporting Ukraine. I don't think that's going to personally happen. I think a lot of the statements that are coming out of, the Russians are just for posture, right? That's just my gut feeling.
A
small bit
go
of
ahead.
breaking news. There are Israeli settlers who are shooting from Israeli settlers from Pisagot, who are shooting near. This is really close to where I am, in Ramallah, Abu Salma Street. So Abu Salma Street is basically right outside the Psagot, and then there are Israeli military now who are basically, going there right now, and there are Palestinian ambulances who are trying to head that way as well.
Okay, I just on a personal question for us. So, what is of course, I would imagine the West Bank. There's going to be everyone's on high stress, but if you don't mind talking, what's the general sentiment on this street? Like, what do you hear from the neighbors, from the friends on the street itself? Like, could you expand on that a little bit? And then we'll go to Amir and Sarah.
So everyone is really heartbroken about what's happening in Gaza and seeing the images that are coming out of there, and everyone's also on high tension because there's been constant
So there is, by the way, we have confirmed videos. This is by the PL24. Sorry about that, but we have confirmed videos of clashes at Ramallah, north of Ramallah, at Silwad.
Yeah.
Is that the one you mentioned, Firaz? Sorry, quickly.
No,
Silwan or Ramallah, they're not the same thing.
Silwad is in East Jerusalem.
Entrance to the at the entrance to the town of Silwad, north of Ramallah.
No,
so is that entrance?
That's a different.
That makes no sense. I'm sorry, geographically, that makes no sense.
No, Silwad is a different area. Silwad
Not
is
Silwan, Silwad, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Silwad. Yes.
Silwad. Okay, yeah. Silwad is also basically it's a town, but it's in north.
Is
it's
it
in the
Israeli
governorate-
or West Bank or Israel?
It's in the West Bank, but again, so when I say Ramallah, there's the city of Ramallah, and then there's the governorate of Ramallah. The governorate is much bigger. If you're talking about the government, there are Israeli settlements within the Ramallah government and within every Palestinian governorate in the West Bank. So there are, but in the Palestinian city of Ramallah, there aren't any Israeli settlements inside. It's surrounding it. So there's Beit Il, there's Pesagot, there's Givat Ze'ev.
Yeah, Givat Ze'ev. Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, Givat Ze'ev. I know exactly what you're talking about.
No,
yeah.
but Givat Ze'ev is in Jerusalem. But
I think you mean Pisgat Ze'ev. Right?
No, Givat Ze'ev. Givat Ze'ev is right next to the Mahmoud Darwish.
Sorry, we have very confusing names.
Yeah, everything's Pisgat Ze'ev, Givat. Yeah.
So I've just posted the footage for anyone who wants to see it. I've just posted the footage of the shooting in Silwad in West Bank. I've just posted that up. Also, Firaz, I know you don't have WhatsApp, so my team will message you and you can send them anything that you find. So this way, there's a way you can send us stuff because I just check WhatsApp.
So I was going to say, I think if you weren't going to say anything, Mario, I think Amir, if Amir, you had your hand up for a while. Is there something you'd like to add?
Sorry for talking too much, but something important from Iran. Actually, the Iranian Supreme Leader's advisor for international affairs, he talked to Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh a couple of minutes ago. They talked.
Who talked? Which leader to who?
Iran's leader's advisor, not himself. He never talks on the phone. His advisor talked to Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh.
Interesting. Sarah, did you want to follow up?
So we do have a statement here by
sure.
Hamas spokesman Hazem Qasim, and I do want to go to Sarah and Dr. Ghassan, not to talk about Jumblat's statement, but to talk more about the potential involvement of Hezbollah in the war. So I'll go to Dr. after Sarah. But first, as a Hamas spokesman Hazem Qasim said, the occupation deliberately committed massacres against children, women, and civilians from our people in the Gaza Strip. A miserable attempt to restore the image of its army that was. That's Hamas spokesman Hazem Qasim.
Well, he's been doing this all day long. I think it's like the third one that you've read. I mean, I think we got the point. Is it really newsworthy?
Well, I'm just reading statements. Yeah, I'm just reading statements from both. But any statements from the IDF, I'll read. Any statements from the Palestinian side, I'll read. And we've posted significant more statements from the Israeli side than.
Yeah, no, it's not a question of number. It's just that it's repeating itself.
Yeah, but I'm not keeping track. So I maybe it is. I'll
new
read anyway.
speakers and new speakers do come in, so they may find it interesting.
Yeah, that's new people. So
yeah. So
There's no
civilians
real
from our
need
people in the
to
Gaza
be-
Strip, a miserable. Guys, let me just read this out and continue reading
Mario.
other news, please, guys. That's right. A miserable attempt to restore the image of its army that was torn apart with the outbreak of the Al-Aqsa flood battle. By the way, I haven't read this, so I'm just reading it as we go. The occupation's targeting of civilians in the Gaza Strip is a full-fledged war crime that the American administration turns a blind eye to, which only sees it through the eyes of the Zionist entity. I know there's a lot of heated words there. I'm just reading out a side from the Hamas spokesperson. We also have no updates on Zelensky and whether he's able to join.
Mario,
go ahead,
I just want to jump in. Sorry, I see Brian's in the audience. From CIA, former CIA. I'd love to bring him up if he's able to speak.
Yeah, sure. You send a request, of course. Yeah,
Sure.
just send
Brian,
a request.
if you're able to join us, man, I'd love to hear from you. But yeah, back to you, buddy.
Yeah, Brian, it would be great to have you. Just kind of reinforcing what Piotr has said. Okay, so a diplomatic source in the Security Council told Al Jazeera a session will be held on the situation in the Middle East next Friday, given the seriousness of the situation. And all this news is coming on since the clash we talked about in Silwad. So it just seems how quick things are moving. I'm just trying to find more news. I think this is pretty much everything we have so far. So let me go to the panel.
That's more news, Mario.
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, so the old government has now approved the new government in Israel. So it's like 100% official. It's not just a signature between Netanyahu and Gantz. Like it's been passed in the government. So it has like you don't need to use the parliament to add members to the government. So now it's official. It's been approved by the government. That's first. Second of all, you did not read the statement that Blinken gave when he bought the plane to Israel, and he gave a statement.
I think we did. Yeah, you can read it again. We did, and we posted it as well. But go ahead, read it again.
Every day we learn more and more about what happened. We have not seen such atrocities since the ISIS. We've been talking with the Egyptians on humanitarian corridor, and I can't speak more about this. I know that Israel is not intending to hurt civilians, but it must do steps to protect itself. They cannot allow what happened to repeat itself ever again.
Appreciate it. Do you know where Blinken is flying to?
Yes, he's flying to Israel to visit.
Oh, okay.
He will be the second foreign minister, I believe, after the Czech Republic went yesterday, if you remember. Of all countries, Czechia, I can't remember the name of him. I think I tweeted it out
Also,
yesterday.
the British one
is what James Cleverly went. When did he? When did he
think
go?
so.
I didn't see that. Oh wow! Okay, cool. Thank. Can you?
Why is that? Why is that? But Piotr, why is that important, Piotr? I'm actually curious.
Why is the British one important?
No, why when foreign ministers that because we've already mentioned a lot of statements in solidarity. So why is it important if they
because
visit or not?
Well, think about it. It's diplomacy is all about largely about optics, right? We're talking about posturing, grandstanding. Excuse me. So the British and the Americans like to still be the arbiters of the sort of modern order. I'm not going into the sort of West versus East sort of thing, but the British and the Americans like to be seen as sort of important influences in the sort of in this kind of thing. So and also because the Conservative government in the UK has a lot of issues, so they want to be seen to be taking a lead in in sort of helping to push for peace. Basically, it's all about wanting to be seen by other countries as responsible and so on.
Yeah, I understand. Ronnie, can you Ronnie, just 2 seconds. Ronnie, can you send me through just DM me the statement by Blinken? I'm just gonna post out a part of it again and mix it up with a Palestinian statement as well, both in one post. So if you can send that through, that would be great. Let's go to Amir and Sarah.
Well, yes. There's actually news from the Palestinian Quds Force press agency that Qassam's forces entered the city of Dimona in Israel. Citing the Israeli Channel 13 announced that when these people arrived in the city of Dimona, located in the Negev,
Dimona is very important. That's a very important location. We'll get into the reasons in a minute, but that's very interesting.
Well, yes, this is from the Palestinian Quds press. Might be wrong. I don't know. Just saying because it's.
I've heard about it. It's wrong. I can disconfirm it.
Okay, because if that'd be major, because that's where the nuclear
power plant is.
Yes, actually, they are citing the Channel 13 Israel. I don't know. I just
Yes,
want to say-
they said that, and then it was false alarm.
Yes, thanks.
I do want to go to just a call for everyone in the panel. Sorry, everyone in the audience. So we are looking for someone to help us to join the team and help us keep up with 24 news. You know, we've been posting news 24/7 since the conflict broke out. So we are looking for resources to help us out. So if anyone has knowledge of what's going on and wants to help, just DM me and just make it clear when you DM me, not just say hi. Just DM me, say, hey, you know, I can join and help. You post news 24/7. The team's looking. There'll be a vetting process, etc. But the team is looking for help on the side of posting. So I just thought I'd call for the Sarah and Dr. I think it's Ghassan. Yeah, Dr. Ghassan and Sarah. Sarah, I'll go to you first. I'd love to get your thoughts on what's been said so far, and then I'll go to Dr. Ghassan to talk about the potential involvement of Hezbollah. Go ahead, Sarah. Sarah, you there?
Yeah, just a general on the ground update.
Sarah, there's a bit of an issue on your mic, so I'll try to get you back up, Sarah. Dr. Ghassan, can I ask you the question on the Hezbollah side, the
Sure,
likelihood of them getting involved, please?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, sure, definitely.
What are your thoughts on Hezbollah?
All the Iran funded, trained, and supported militants in the Middle East. It looks like in the southern of Lebanon, the Houthi guys, the Hashd Shabi guys, and the Hamas guys are there. So whether or not Iran declines any responsibility about what's going on in Gaza right now, Iran is to be blamed because all these militants and militant groups are actually linked theologically, ideologically with Iran. And
Could I
Hezbollah,
just
whether
give a point of
just-
clarity,
just-
Doctor?
just- yeah, go ahead,
Hamas
please.
Hamas isn't ideologically like they're Sunni Muslim. They're not Shia.
well,
Important distinction.
you know, the Muslim Brotherhood share similar code of ethics and code of conduct with the Shiite way. Even when Hamas would do the prayers, they will set their hands free down, just as the Shiite Muslim do. So there are too many similarities between this and that. Speaking about that exact thing, somebody mentioned the Druze, for example, which is a religious minority. Just to mention, the decision-making process in the Druze community is decentralized. So there are Druze in Israel, Druze in Lebanon, Druze in Syria, and Druze in Jordan, and all over the world. But they have their local leaders. So when a Druze leader somewhere does a position against or with or for something, his followers would go by that decision. But other
So,
locals
Doctor,
are not
I've got a question for you. If that's one of the biggest things for me that's interesting about this, and feel free to if you don't know, but is the different factions that exist within all of these groups. Right, the Taliban has moderate to hardliners, and I think that's the same with the Hezbollah group as well as Hamas. And I've been reading some internal files about previous historical examples of Hezbollah infighting. So I was just wondering if you had any insights on that and how much you think that could play into the strategical thinking of Hezbollah, and whether or not they would get involved.
I would say there are pigeons and eagles inside those groups, and you cannot.
Sorry, did you say pigeons and eagles?
Yes.
I've never heard of
I think it means hawks and doves. Yeah, hawks and doves.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
cool.
Mario,
so
just again, Netanyahu is giving a statement now in a speech and a press conference along
English
with Gallant.
or Hebrew?
Hebrew, but I can translate it on the way.
Yeah,
Or
please
the
just take the keynotes, Ronnie, and then tell us the keynotes right after as soon as he's done, just jump in and tell us. So,
Okay.
Doctor, I'll let you answer Piotr's question and then link it. So far what he said, by the way, I just want to confirm that yes, Jumblat, what he said does not mean the entire Jewish community is in support of Hezbollah participating in the war. Even the Jewish community in Lebanon alone is split politically. So it's an important statement you've made there, and it's a good statement. But I'll let you answer Piotr's question, and then to get your thoughts, and you also linked everything to Iran. He said Iran should be blamed. I don't, these are, I know this is an opinion, but this is a pretty extreme opinion. It's difficult, like, where do you set the blame? Like, should Iran be blamed for supporting Hamas? Should they be blamed for that particular attack? Were they directly involved with that attack? We don't know. But so I think they have some level of involvement, and that level of blame is what I think is up for debate. But Doctor, I'd love to get your thoughts on everything that's been mentioned.
Well, concerning the idea of that octopus that is everywhere where Iran interfered, left certain militant groups, and they're really linked. Qasem Soleimani was the major link through Faylaq al-Quds, that special forces that they recruited all over. And as you can see, even the way the attack happened shows a certain level of training, which is usually the IRGC's level. The way,
guys, sorry, 2 seconds. Sorry, I have to pause you. Nova, are you there? All right, so I think Nova is also listening to the statement. So Yoav Gallant, and this is the Israeli defense minister, so Minister of Defense of Israel. He said, "We will wipe Hamas off the planet, off the face of the earth." So that was just in the statement that's ongoing right now, but that's a key highlight. So it just shows, has he said this before, guys? Is it like common for him to say? Can anyone who? Oh, Ben, you're there. Ben, are you there?
Yeah, well, he said similar things. I mean,
Okay.
these are the kinds
Yes.
of rhetorics that are coming out of the Prime Minister's office, the Defense Minister, the IDF spokesman. They're not, excuse my French, fucking around in terms of how they define the response necessary to deal with Hamas, and that's why it comes back to whether or not they're going to just stick it a siege or they're going to go into Hamas, Gaza, and completely try and deal with this.
So you think there's still a possibility that will just siege Gaza?
Well,
but not
there are
actually
some
enter Gaza?
analysts. I personally don't see that, given what Noga and others described to us earlier and yesterday. I just don't think the Israeli people, the public perception of this has obviously huge weight, and given the domestic pressure Netanyahu's under, aside from what's happened in the past 4 days, I just don't see why they would leave it at a siege, right? They need to go in and deal with the hostages. That's not something, unless they hold the siege and try and work on hostage swap, and then they just, and that's that. I don't see the alternative to full-scale invasion. Like the IDF wouldn't use the words full-scale invasion if they didn't damn well mean it. So I personally still think that there's going to be some kind of infiltration to the Gaza Strip. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll get other key statements that are being sent by the defense minister. Is it in English? Hold on, English. I think it's in Hebrew. Let me just check. I've got a link, but I think it's in Hebrew. Let me see. Yeah, it's Hebrew. All right, so this is a Hebrew. That's Benjamin Netanyahu and Benny Gantz make a joint statement. We will not allow the situation. All right, so we will not allow the situation. Let me read that. So I'm just telling the team to make sure they post it. So that you'll be posting live points there, and I'll read out what we have. We will not allow a situation to remain in which Israelis are killed. We will wipe Hamas off the face of the earth. Our country is facing its most difficult hours, and we are facing a cruel enemy that must be eliminated by all means.
Okay, I've listened to Netanyahu speech. If you want me to repeat it in English,
yeah, sure. So I'll let you do it. So let me see. We will prevail, and we will change the strategic reality. The enemy must be destroyed by all means and tirelessly. So that's by Gantz, the defense minister. So go ahead. Anything else I missed, Ronnie?
Yeah.
And then give us the statements, and then your overview of what you think and how that compares to other statements he's made prior to this attack.
Okay. First of all, and this is something I've never seen before. Netanyahu was having trouble to say the speech. It's like, it's new. I've never seen him breaking a sentence in the middle. It's like he was so shocked. This is really new, and I don't think he faked it. And this is what he said. He started describing what happened. It's going to be a bit graphic. He said that people were tied up and shot, and then people that were burned alive with car wheels around them to make sure that the fire kept hold. Young women that were raped and then killed. Warrior beheaded. That's he stopped in the middle and almost cried. He is thanking the international community for the unwavering support that they were getting. He says that plenty of ammunition is on the way and already arrived. We have moved to an offense position, and we will eradicate Hamas off the planet like United States eradicated ISIS, and it's worse than ISIS. He's also said that the unity from the streets of Israel is spreading across to the political lines and all the way to the like the Western world itself that support Israel, and that's about it.
And how does that compare to previous statements? Is that what you'd expect him to say?
I saw it too.
Ben, go ahead.
I was watching it in Hebrew as well, and everything that he said is true. I think so. The wording is probably on par with previous statements, but it is the emotional reaction. And I don't think it's just posturing or for the cameras. Netanyahu is a brilliant orator, and for him to have trouble getting through a speech, and he's given very tough speeches before, is something that is of note to me specifically. Rani, I think you'd agree.
Yes, that's what I said. I've never seen him breaking a sentence in the middle. It's the first time, and I've laid it for a long time.
And what about statements like we will wipe Hamas off the face of the earth? He's made statements like this before, so that's essentially what's expected.
No, but he made the statement in the beginning of the war. Also, Gantz. I have the keynotes of Gantz and Gallant. If you want to hear them, Gallant says that the Jewish people never has not experienced things like this since 1945, and he says that we stabilize the region, the envelope, and move to offense, and also eradicate Hamas of the planet. Gantz said that we're standing side by side. It's a clear message to the citizens of Israel and to our enemies. He says that he's understanding the fear of the citizens, but they should know that Israel is the strongest, most fierce country in the region. Also, he said that the enemies will get nothing but fire and blood. It's an expression in Hebrew. He said that fire, blood, and smoke. He says that we have one camp, not two camps, no political camps, just Am Israel camp, which means like these Jewish people camp. This is not a political ally; it's like a distant ally. We're given in a hand, and we're signing off to the system, to the war that the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense are having. Unity is what Am Israel needs, the people of Israel needs, and we might not be able to see it now, but we will definitely win, and the lands of destruction will be rebuilt, and Israel, all of Israel, will once again be prosperous and strong. There's a time for peace and time for war. Now it's a time for war. Adonai Oz Lamo Yiten, Adonai Yivech Tomo Shalom, which is the verse that says peace to Israel.
Shalom Israel. Yeah.
This is not a political partnership. This is a partnership of destiny. We'll do everything to bring our loved ones home. Okay,
yes.
Yeah. So I'm just going through the statements. But the main statement, the enemy must be destroyed by all means and tirelessly. So I'm just kind of digging into this one and trying to understand, trying to look into it whether, so Ronnie, from what you've seen so far, do you think a ground invasion is pretty much guaranteed now, or they could just choke off Gaza and not actually enter Gaza? Because if they do enter Gaza,
They will enter Gaza. They will enter
They're-
Gaza 100%.
yeah, it's not a question. They're
It's
entering
not a
Gaza.
question. It's just the question what the terms will be. So I think that it's preferred to to kill as many as Hamas militants from the air if you want to enter Gaza. But it's hard because there are shelters there. So I think what Israel is trying to do now is, first of all, move as many people as they can out of the neighborhoods and onto Egypt. You want to get the people out to Egypt, and there's been talking about bombing the entrance to Gaza from Egypt so the people can escape. They have no water, so even if Israel won't bomb it, the people of Gaza will try to escape because water are running out. And the message is clear on Israel's street and in the political allies.
So
there
how-
will
how-
not
how-
be a Hamas
so
on
Ronnie,
the end of the
how-
war, no matter what time it takes.
So this
Could
is
I-
what confuses me.
With some
Yeah.
analysis
So,
there.
yeah, please go ahead.
So basically, right now there's a lot of the statements about the Palestinians will leave into Egypt, and yeah, there's going to be a portion of people who will leave into Egypt, but the masses of people I don't think will be leaving into Egypt because that's like I mentioned in I think the space few times before. There's a lot of the kind of trauma from the Nakba when basically nearly 1 million Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from their land. So there's that trauma that's carried with all the Palestinians. Most of the people who live in Gaza are actually refugees from other places. That they from
from Jordan and Egypt.
Land. So it's like a big refugee camp, and they're not gonna pick up and leave.
I agree. Actually, I agree with what Firas is saying. It's going to be very mentally, emotionally hard for people to pick up and leave. But it's a tough one, right? That's a tough one. That's the big thing.
I think people need to
let me play.
understand that the paradigm has shifted, and people who
Let
decide to stay are
Noga.
going.
Yeah, sorry. I'll let you finish your statement. And I just want to play Netanyahu's speech. Go ahead, Noga. Finish off.
No, sorry. The paradigm has shifted, and I think a lot of the people, and I can understand why he's arguing that they're not leaving, but I think the point is that it's not gonna be pretty because Israel is going to sweep through the strip
I want to.
until there's been so many promises to eradicate Hamas. None of the politicians who just made them can walk this back or explain this to Israelis in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Anyone who's left
That-
in the
that's very
Gaza Strip is
important,
going
what
to
you're
pay
saying.
a very big,
Yeah.
very high price for staying in the Gaza Strip right now.
Yeah, that is fortunately or unfortunately, depending on what she just said is absolutely spot on from the Israelis' perspective. And it's very important to note that from the political echelon of the state of Israel, that is true. This is something that no politician, regardless of what side of the aisle they're on, is going to be able to walk it back or try to change their tune from the left to the right to the center. She's absolutely spot on in my opinion.
Yeah, and every time.
Let me. Sorry, go ahead. Noga, I'm going to play the speech, Noga, and I'll get your thoughts on it, and I'll let you continue with your thoughts. Let me just play the speech. I got an English translated version.
This evening, we formed a national emergency government. The people of Israel are united, and today its leadership is also united. We have set aside any other consideration because the fate of our country is at stake here. We are going to work together, shoulder to shoulder, for the benefit of all Israelis, for the benefit of the state of Israel. And I would like to say to you, dear citizens, we've seen these savages, we've seen these barbarians we are dealing with. We are fighting against a brutal and vicious enemy, an enemy which is worse than ISIS. We've seen little children, boys and girls, being handcuffed and shot in their head, men and women who were burned alive, young women who were raped and massacred, combatants who were decapitated. In one place, they placed people together and brought spare tires, spare wheels from all around to have burning materials, and then burned these people alive. It is so horrific. It is so atrocious. Atrocious. The pain is so great. Every family in Israel knows someone who had perished, and you start hearing the news and you start hearing the names, and it's terrible. I think we all know people that their loved ones were massacred, were burned, were killed. But as great as this atrocity is, so is our heroism great. Men and women, mothers and fathers, combatants and civilians who showed extreme heroism and bravery. They all fought, and we are all fighting for our home. The unity among our nation in times of sorrow. It breaks beyond our boundaries and it reaches the whole world. We saw it yesterday in the important and moving speech of President Biden. I spoke with him today for the fourth time. For the fourth time since this war broke out, we have unprecedented international support for Israel, and this is a critical component for this ongoing battle and warfare. Aircrafts are on their way here, and a lot of ammunition is coming to Israel and will be arriving at Israel, and it's important. We are fighting in full force in all theaters. Now we are on the offensive. Every Hamas operative will die. Hamas is ISIS. We will crush them and get rid of them, just as the world crushed and got rid of ISIS. I would like to strengthen our combatants, all the people in our security forces and relief and rescue forces. The entire people of Israel are behind you. And I would like to say to you, citizens of Israel, and I'm saying here to my friends, and I'm saying this to all of you, the words of the prophet Isaiah: we will all help out each other. Am Israel Chai, and together we shall win.
So this is a statement. Noga, you were speaking before the statement, giving us your thoughts. I'll go to Firaz afterwards. Noga.
No, sorry. It's actually the Gantz and the other two party leaders spoke right after him, saying pretty much the same things. We're in this for the long haul. People of Israel are united, and they repeated over and over again. It was actually stronger in the other two speeches. We will eradicate Hamas. It is a plague that will be wiped off the face of the earth, and we will not rest until that has happened. It's a very strong commitment from all political leaders in Israel that, well, we're going to end Hamas, and we're not taking, well, not taking prisoners, I guess I was going to say, but no, but that's not what they said. It's just an idiom. What they
We're not
did
holding
say
back.
is what we were saying. No, didn't. I think the point is what we were saying before, and the speeches made it very clear. All Israeli politicians, all Israelis are committed to the eradication of this threat and a change in the security reality in the region. And that was the promise made by all three leaders, who are all saying that they had put their political differences aside and have now come together to change reality. So again, this speaks to the paradigm shift that we were discussing. I think Israel was constrained for a long time with the thought that if it was to play along with demands, if it was to make concessions, if it was to, in Hebrew, we use this word a little differently, but it translates to contain the situation, then that will bring about peace. And what we heard in all three speeches is that the paradigm shift, saying we're not containing anything anymore. We will change reality by force if we have to. And again, that speaks to the people of Gaza. If they choose to stay in Gaza, God help them, because they're not going to get help from the state of Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I want to go to Firaz before going to Mutasim. Firaz, get your thoughts on this. Like, could we say this is the end of Hamas, Firaz, based on what we're hearing?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be the end of Hamas, because this is the same exact kind of response. If your only tool is a hammer, if your only tool is a hammer, then everything you see is a nail. They think again they're going to carpet bomb themselves to a solution.
the whole point of why Hamas keeps getting stronger and bigger every year, not because just of a clear policy of weakening the PA and strengthening Hamas. It's the lack of a political solution and the lack of basically the Israeli government to, or the Netanyahu government
Sorry.
even more specifically. Sorry, no.
Sorry, absolutely wrong. It's not about
So, hold on,
anything.
guys.
Everyone,
I
just
think
calm down.
guys. So Ronnie and just Noga had a time to speak. I'm sure Faraz disagrees, so Faraz gets a time to speak as well.
Exactly.
Please.
Because we've seen this before multiple times. It's going to be more brutal every time, and this is let me and you can quote me on this because we're going to see how this is going to play out. You're going to see the amount of people, the amount of Palestinian people who are about to get killed. Okay, already 60% of them are women and children right now who are being killed. This is the people who are paying the brunt of the price. I don't know if anyone, wants to blame Hamas for that or blame whoever, doesn't matter. The point is, this is just going to decimate it. It's going to cause more Palestinians to choose a more, a more appealing path to the idea of Hamas. It's going to start taking hold stronger in the West Bank, which then you're going to have an even bigger problem in the West Bank, as well as the people remaining in Gaza. So, and then basically the whole problem, the root of this issue is the lack of Netanyahu's willingness to engage in a peace process and two-state solution. Palestinians cannot live in. So if you want to destroy Hamas, this is the Hamas killer that's been always discussed and put into place. If you listen to any speech from any, sensible.
But Hamas say that they don't want two-state solution. So,
sorry, yeah, this is my point. You want to destroy Hamas? If you sign a peace agreement right now on the 1967 borders, apply international law in the occupation, Hamas.
Guys, I have a question. Sorry, guys. Who's Qassam? I'll tell you why. It's just news I need to share. Who's Qassam?
Qassam is the Izzuddin al-Qassam is the military wing of Hamas. So
okay, hold on 2 seconds. I just got Justin just from Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera just stated. Sorry, Mutassim. I know you've just come in. I don't know if you're in Gaza. You are a journalist, a Gaza-based journalist. So that's why I brought you up, and I'm first really happy that I was able to get you, and it's a pleasure to have you. I'm going to give you the mic in a bit. Just let me mention some just important news. So Al Jazeera will shortly broadcast pictures it obtained showing Hamas release an Israeli woman and her 2 children. So I'm not sure if this is part of a prisoner swap or what that is, but I've just
Could you put it up, please?
yeah, I've just posted. I don't have the pictures yet, and I said they will be releasing it. So that could be big if it's true. Al Jazeera Live also reported this apparently. So just got that in now. Okay, so that's that. I do want to go. We'll go back to that discussion that we're having, and I know Ronnie, you have a few responses to Faraz. But before doing that, Mutassim, how are you? You got to unmute bottom left corner, Mutassim. Mutassim, you got to bottom left corner. You got to unmute. So you got to press the mic, please.
Mu'tasim.
معتصم افتح المايك اضغط على الميل اللي تحت
Hey Mutassim.
Fine, thank you for having me now. Before I want to start,
So can I ask you a question first? Are you in Gaza?
Yes, I'm in Gaza. I am in Gaza.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm in the middle of the heavy Israeli bombardment and the continuous killing of civilians and children and women, and targeting hospitals, paramedics, and journalists. I see this every day. This is what is happening in the Gaza Strip. There is no targeting of militants. There is no targeting of military facilities. There is only targeting civilian facilities. There is targeting governmental facilities. There is targeting paramedics, one of the 3 main hospitals in the Gaza Strip. came out of service, which is in the northern city, Gaza city of Bet Hanun. Three healthcare facilities are partially damaged, and 12 paramedics have been killed. More than 10 ambulances have been targeted and damaged during the evacuation of people under the rubble, because of the many airstrikes taking place at the same time every 5 minutes. Many massacres aren't being reported because there is no journalist to cover them. There is no paramedics to go and evacuate the casualties. One of the massacres happened just 2 hours ago, about half a mile away from my house. There was no ambulances, no paramedics to evacuate the casualties, no firefighters, because there is no ability to cover and to cover all the what's happening at the same time, or the massacres at the same time. And a complete family of 10 members wiped out of the civil registry at that minute. At the same time, I was hearing and watching on television another massacre happening at the same time, at the very same time, in the middle of the Gaza Strip, in the city of Deir el-Balah. This is the place I am living in now. Before I go more deeper in the situation in the Gaza Strip, I want to comment on the point about why is Hamas is doing this. I tell them, who on earth appear a 75-year-old occupation of his land. Is from the very beginning of this occupation, the occupier has been killing the children, women, men.
Yeah. So I know the
but like this is, we rarely get like this. So we rarely get. You'll all have a time to push back, and we rarely get someone on the ground. I was thinking about moving on from it, but also like we really get anyone in Gaza on the ground. So please, no one interrupt. But I understand the concern, and Ben, I'll jump in. Ben, you can interrupt when you think it's. I'll give permission, Ben, to interrupt. Mutassim, I want to ask you more about the situation in Gaza. I understand the sentiment, like so what you're saying now is the sentiment on in your opinion why Hamas exists. But I want to go back to in Gaza. First question I have for you is. First, I'm sorry for what you're going through, and for every civilian, every innocent civilian, what they're going through. My first question to you is, how you're getting internet to be able to join us, because it's been so difficult to get anyone from the ground in Gaza. It's actually been a day and a half we haven't been able to get anyone, or maybe even 2 days.
Fortunately, I have a blade of solar energy. I have. It is only operating the Wi-Fi router. I have no light in my house. No, I can't. If I turn on a light, the router will turn off, because the tiny solar panel is only able to operate the router, or one thing, the router, or
night now.
Right now, it is. I have a battery, small battery.
And Mutassim, another question is: do you live alone? Do you live with family?
I have a very big family. I have 16 children. My families of my sisters have evacuated to my house, because they are living, or they live in a Rimal neighborhood, which was completely destroyed during the past 3-4 days. And the families of my sisters consist of about 13 or 14 children, and my sisters are 3, and there are about 35 people living in my house now, without electricity, without water, without food. I can struggle from the morning. I start struggling and fighting to get them enough food to eat, just for only 2 meals in the at 10 a.m. and at 5 p.m. In order to survive, just to survive. We have no water, only half a liter of water for everyone every day. This is very, very little amount of water. And sometimes we have a bread without something to eat with the bread. The situation is very difficult. I think that you have heard Netanyahu and you have Garant who said that we cut electricity, food, and fuel from and water from the Gaza Strip. They are proud to violate the international law and the international humanitarian law. And when Rafah crossing the only crossing remained open, they threatened Egypt to close it. When it didn't close it, they pumped it and closed it.
Mutassim, I have a question for you, Mutassim. Is there any way for because we've been discussing this before? I have two questions. How do you get news? So, for example, if there's an evacuation route, and I know the US and European countries are talking to Israel about opening corridors for citizens, for innocent civilians to leave. These discussions are ongoing. So, if there is a corridor, how are you informed when you have no electricity to recharge your phone and no internet, or at least most people don't have electricity or internet?
I don't know. In fact, I don't know. The other thing, I hope that I don't know when there is a humanitarian corridor to let me leave and my family and the civilian and other civilians leave our homeland in order to make it a free a gift for the Israeli occupation. Why? I prefer to die here. I prefer to die with hunger, of hunger or under Israeli bombardment over leaving my country. Why should I leave my country? Why the U.S., which is discussing having or creating a humanitarian corridor, don't discuss stopping the Israeli bombardment on the Gaza Strip?
So can I ask a couple questions, Mario?
Why
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, so Mutassim, I just had a couple questions.
Hold on, Ben. I have one more question, Mutassim. Just one more question, and I'll go to Ben to ask you questions. Again, I appreciate you, and if you have to preserve the battery, just don't hesitate to let us know and join back later. The last question I have is: you said, "Why should I leave my country?" I understand, the argument on why not wanting to leave your country, but also there's a counter argument to be made. Is first, it's a personal question, and then I'll put it into broader things. You do have a big family. What have you thought about taking your family out, or the same argument you'd make for your family? That's the first question. And then the second question, is that similar to the sentiment of other people? Like, I've got two questions, Ben. So the first question is, what about your family, Mutassim? You got yeah, go ahead, sir. Sorry.
My family have the same opinion, the same view like me, because I brought them up on this, on loving the homeland, and hating the occupation. We don't hate Jews. We love Jews. They are humans, the same like us. But we hate the occupation. If my brother, who was born from my own parents, occupy my house, I will hate him and might kill him to get him out of my house in order to have a free life inside my house. So that I brought my family on this, on loving the homeland, my homeland, and hating the occupation. We are ready to live in a country side by side with the Israelis, but my country has to have the same limitations or specifications of the other country, the Israeli country. We have to have borders. We have to have sovereignty over land, sky, sea. We have and resources. We have to have our army. We have to have that. We have to have two similar states.
Mario,
I
this
agree on
lost
this.
its news value at least 20 minutes ago,
My
and enough
family
is enough.
members will agree with this.
hell up, man.
Nova, sorry, Noga, I'm going to have this discussion, then we can later debate the points being made. But we do have someone on the ground in the middle of bombardment. The same way we had people in Israel during, that lost people during the attacks. If I had someone during the attacks, I would not let anyone interrupt them. And that kind of links me to the next question, Mutassim. I was waiting to ask this question. The attacks we saw on day one are pretty horrendous. Like there's 2 times I choked up while doing this space. Make it 3 when I found out regarding the news or perceived news of Hezbollah joining the war that got debunked. But the first time I got choked up or second time is this discussion I'm having with you now. It's just heartbreaking to know what you're going through and what others are going through. And the first time is when I found out about the attack and the details of the attack that happened that triggered this war. So my question to you, Mutassim, and a lot of people are going to probably disagree with your opinion. So I ask everyone to disagree, and we can disagree later. But I just want to try to understand what you guys, where your mindset is. So I'm not sure how much you know about the attack. So there were the Hamas members entered Israel, but instead of just fighting Israeli soldiers, they just went home to home, shooting families, and there's reports, people debunking them, of just burning people alive, etc., and babies killed. So this is as much as the pain you're going through, and I don't allow anyone to question the pain you're going through as a citizen. There's also citizens that were killed in Israel. So as a person living in Gaza and loyal to your homeland and would not leave your homeland, what are your thoughts? Do people in Gaza condone this attack, or do people in Gaza actually do people know about this attack? Would love to get your take on it, Mutassim, because again, it's very hard to get someone from Gaza on stage. Go ahead, sir.
I want to say something before answering your question. Do you know that the Gaza Strip or all the Israeli communities living east of the Gaza Strip are living in part of the Gaza Strip? You know that they are living below. They are living in the side of the Gaza Strip, the part which was occupied in 1997. You know that they aren't behind the green line, which or the truce or ceasefire line put by the United Nations.
But would you? But based on these arguments, Mutassim, do you think the response? And I want you to be honest, even if people don't like the answer, I actually want to know the truth. Do people in Gaza, not people, I can't put everyone in one bucket, but do you, on a personal level, believe that such an attack should be condoned, or do you not condone this attack? Do you think this attack is wrong, but you're explaining why it was done? Go ahead, sir.
I can now the attack has killed about 1,000 Israelis. Most of them are militants.
No. I'm sorry. That is not true. I'm sorry, Mutassim. We're going to be very transparent here. That is not true. The vast majority are civilians. They were not military. You have members in a field who are enjoying a rave. You have home-to-home shooting and slaughtering of people. No, Mutassim, just let me finish. Let me just finish. So it is not. No, Mutassim, please.
Mutassim, you've got. Mutassim, yeah. So Ben, Mutassim, let me make my question more specific, and Ben, I want you to kind of also comment on it. What about the? Yeah. I'll ask you the question, sir. I'll ask you a question. I'll let you finish. I want to ask you specifically the civilians. So let's not say majority, minority. Just the same way, any civilians dying in Gaza, there should be full efforts to try to evacuate citizens, and there should be, we should avoid killing innocent civilians anywhere in the world. So my question to you is, the civilians that the Hamas members killed in Israel, I'm not talking about the military personnel. I don't know the exact breakdown, just the civilians. Do you think this is warranted based on your opinion? Do you think this is warranted based on the reasons you've already given? Or do you also not condone the attack that happened at Mutassim? Go ahead, please.
Whenever I find people condemn the killing of Palestinian civilians,
I condemn the killing of any innocent life, including Palestinians. Can you please?
But Ben, hold on, Ben.
Mario, you can't have
hold on, guys. No, 2 seconds. But Ben, I'm not saying he can or cannot, but I want to know what he was about to finish it. Let's know what he said, and then later we're going to debate what he's saying and disagree, because I disagree with a lot of things he's saying as well. And I'll tell them later. But I want to actually get, so
Fair
it's
enough.
hard to get someone from, the reason it's hard to get someone from Gaza on stage, like literally it's the first time in 2 days I can get 20 people, I can fill the stage people up from Israel and even from the West Bank, but it's hard to get some people from Gaza. I'm just trying to understand their mindset, and trust
Fair
me, I
enough.
disagree with a lot of things as well. But Mutassim, I'll let you finish, and you got to unmute on. So I think the point you're making, I'll let you make it again. And I know a lot of people will be upset by this point, but I'm just trying. We're giving you a person from Gaza giving their perspective, and then you can have any opinion about it that you want, and I have my own opinions as well. But Mutassim, go ahead, sir, please.
I condemn the killing of civilians, whoever they are. Don't or the killing of civilians, whoever they are. But I don't like killing lies, like saying that the Palestinian fighters raped women, because you know that this is haram in our religion. I don't. I hate lies that likening Hamas and the Palestinian fighters with ISIS, because everyone know that ISIS is made by the United States, not and they aren't.
I understand. So you think? So you think? So
I'd like to
Mutassim,
respond.
so yeah, of course.
Like
So
what
Mutassim, I'll
people
get.
who say
So
children
Mutassim,
were decapitated because no evidence. Western
Mutassim,
journalists.
Oh, okay. No,
Mutassim,
Mario,
Mutassim, I'll let you.
journalists.
Okay,
So
no, Mario,
Mutassim,
allow
I'm
me,
gonna
allow me
let
to
yeah.
respond.
Yeah, of course I do. So Mutassim, I'm gonna have Ben respond because you made a lot of statements, and then I want you to listen to Ben. So this is someone who's an Israeli, and he's relatively moderate. He'll give his take, and I want to get your opinion on his take. He presents his points very calmly, very eloquently. So I want to get your thoughts on what Ben will say. Go ahead, Ben, please.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. So listen, I condemn the killing of any innocent Palestinian, period. I understand, I do, the political dynamics which can lead to extremism. I get it. I don't even dispute a lot of what you said. That being said, I can't in good conscience for any reason, just as I condemn any innocent killing and indiscriminate killing of any Palestinian civilian, and I don't make lies about it, I don't excuse it, right? No one in this room can accuse me of that. I cannot sit here and say that, because something is haram, it did not happen. It absolutely happened. That is right. You have people, innocent civilians, that were slaughtered. So, I understand that it's hard for you to acknowledge that given the situation, but I mean, we have to be intellectually honest, right? It happened. Okay, I know it's haram, aywa, but at the end of the day, it happened. So take religion out of it. It is also haram to go kill children, women. So let's just take religion out of it. So I'd like to know this. What is the sentiment in Gaza? Is there pressure, for example, on Hamas to return the hostages?
Can I please answer the question?
No, we'll go Mutassim. Go ahead, Mutassim.
For the Palestinian fighters from Hamas, when it is haram, there is haram. They don't do it because they are religious people. It is a religious movement, not a secular movement. So that when it is haram, they don't do it, and there is no evidence that it has been done.
There is plenty of
I'm
evidence.
moving, guys. So Mutassim, yes, I'll push back. I'm gonna push back. Go ahead, Ben. I'll let you push back.
I thank you. No, Mutasa, that's just not true what you're saying. I'm sorry. I understand that this is a tense situation. My heart breaks for you and all innocent people. But what you are saying is factually inaccurate. Hamas has taken credit for it. They have acknowledged. I've seen the videos put out by Hamas. That is not Zionist propaganda. Arabic. Hold on, Mario.
Yeah, go ahead.
I speak Arabic. I understand what they're saying. These are not Israeli soldiers slaughtering people. Okay, so let's just be intellectually honest here. Okay, it happened. Whether or not it's religious or not, it happened. So
the same way, Mutassim. So I would assume, Mutassim, that if it happened, because what happens, confirmation bias. As humans, whenever there's something horrible that happened in Gaza, people on the Israeli side, or some people would start push back, give us proof that it really happened. I'm sure it didn't happen. And on the same side, whenever something horrible happens on the Israeli side, you push back. But I would assume, and I'm going to ask you a separate question. So I would assume that if it did happen, which you don't believe it did, but if it did happen, which most of us would believe it did, you do not condone it. That should not happen because it is haram. Would that be a fair statement?
It shouldn't happen at all. Absolutely, it shouldn't happen because it is haram. And if it is happen, if it happened, it would be a mistake. But I spoke with Israeli journalists, including Oren Zev, I think he is a well-known journalist. He told me he didn't see any evidence for this.
That's not true. He has not been. He has not been to. He has not. No.
I do want to move back here. God, Ben, I want to move back. I want to move back. So I want to move back from the. So Mutassim, I want to move away from whether it happened or not.
Well, Mario, one quick thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
After this, I do think that people on the panel should be able to engage, because you're right. This is a unique situation for somebody in Gaza, and there've been a couple of very powerful statements made, and I think people should be able to.
Ben? Can you push back? Can you push back on the statements yourself?
Sure. Okay, I'll push back on one. So unless you can provide proof that Oren Zeev was there and he has said, no, there were no massacres, there were no innocent civilians slaughtered, that statement does not hold water. We have to treat this like a criminal court case, right? That being said, you have Hamas posting videos which are authenticated. They have claimed credit for it in Arabic. So I'm going to take the words of Hamas before I take the words of somebody, who, obviously is going through a tough time. But simply saying I talked to somebody that's not valid, right? Because I can say the same thing, and I have spoken to people who have witnessed the atrocities. People don't believe me, which is fine. So you need a source on that.
So Mutassim, I want to move away on whether it happened or not happened. Instead, I want to discuss what could happen next. So right now, there's massive bombardment of Gaza. And obviously there's a lot of casualties, and you gave some examples. Everyone's expecting an imminent entry of the Israeli Defense Force into Gaza. What could happen next? Are people in Gaza expecting the Israeli forces to enter the region? And what would happen then? So it's not uncharted territory because it has happened before, but I don't think it has ever happened to the scale that it's about to happen. Can you give us an idea of what people in Gaza are expecting, Mutassim?
Mario, I'm sorry. Before Mutassim goes, I think it will be more fair if somebody responds to Ben. Since 1 second, Mutassim, please.
Yeah, Mike, I don't want to have that debate. We're gonna, Mike. We are gonna. I'll let you push back against Ben, and everyone wants to push back on everyone.
Like Israelis push back, but when it comes to Palestinians, we're not allowed to push back. This is not.
Okay, so
I'm American.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Mike, come on.
Okay.
He's been speaking for a long time.
Guys. So Mike, just quickly, guys. You will be pushing back. So in this case, I want to just chat to Mutassim, and obviously Mutassim has been speaking the most. So the reason I gave Ben the mic is to push back on some of the many statements that Mutassim made. So I'm just trying to keep it balanced. But Mike, please stand. You're a regular on the panel, and I'll let you push back on all the points that Ben made. I promise you that. Mutassim, I do want to move away from these discussions, if that's okay with you. And again, go back to my question: what do citizens of Gaza expect to happen when Israel enters? And then I'll add another question to it as well. Has Hamas been severely weakened? Because we saw the attacks diminish significantly. Do you have any information on that, Mutassim?
In fact, I don't think that the Israeli attacks has so far weakened Hamas, because the attacks didn't target Hamas, they target civilians. The civilians who are weakened, but Hamas, I don't think that it has weakened because it wasn't attacked. The civilians,
the rockets, but the rockets from the but the Gaza side, before the rockets were insane. You had 200 rockets at a time before. Now you barely have sometimes even 2 rockets at a time. But I'll let you give your take. So continue giving us your take. So you're saying that you don't think they've been weakened. So that means if Israel enters, you expect very severe clashes.
If Israel entered, I expect now Israel commits every massacre every 5 minutes. When Israel enter or start the ground operation, there will be a massacre every 1 minute. And every 1 minute, a Palestinian family will be wiped out from the civil registry when the Israeli ground operation starts. This is what we expect. This happened in 2014 exactly, and Israeli officials of Gallant and Netanyahu have been vowing to make something unprecedented, so that when in 2014 there was a massacre every 1 minute. Now maybe 2 massacres every 1 minute will be committed.
So you think there'll be stiff resistance? There'll be stiff resistance by Hamas if Israel enters.
Uh, of course, I think so because Hamas is still there. If it is still exchanging its fighters until now, despite the Israeli engagement with its militants on the peripheries communities, it could be it's likely to be able to deal with the ground operation. But this will make a heavy losses for the Palestinians, even if Hamas is still strong. If Hamas is still strong, the Israeli occupation attacks will be stronger than when Hamas it is not strong. So that the Palestinian civilians will pay a heavier price. But who is to blame for this is the Israeli occupation.
So I have to moving away from blame, Mutassim. Last question I have for you is my final question is, if you went back in time, would you want this attack to still haven't taken place? In other words, do you think that attack was a mistake, and Gaza will suffer significantly, or you think that attack was still the right decision for the reasons you've given?
It's a very, very important, necessary question. If there has been no 17-year-old siege imposed in Gaza and people were eating and drinking freely whatever they want and moving freely whenever they want, and they are taking their patients to hospitals without restrictions on the crossings, this attack wouldn't have happened. Absolutely wouldn't have happened. And if there is no occupation, this attack wouldn't have happened. And if there is no occupation, we would have been living together with Jews 50 years ago. This is
I want to go to so Mutassim, I'm going to open up to the panel now, and so I'm just, before opening up to the panel, I'm going to say two things to you because I know you have limited electricity. Would you like to stay on the panel and continue with the discussion, because now it's going to be more focused on being objective and fact based, or would you like to save your battery and join us again when you've got more updates in a few hours or tomorrow? Which one do you prefer, Mutassim?
I prefer to join you tomorrow at the same time.
No, I appreciate it. Okay, Mutassim. So feel free to join us tomorrow. We'll be open the space all the time, and the team is messaging you to have
Thanks
direct
a lot,
communication.
I'm sorry I couldn't ask you anything, but I was listening intently and very interesting.
I don't know. Thank you, Mutassim.
I can individually with anyone who wants.
Okay, anyone that wants to DM. Thank you, Mutassim. Thank you, sir. So I want to go to Noga on this one. Noga, obviously, there's a lot of statements that we don't agree with. Yeah, Mike, I'll go
By
to
the
you.
way,
But I think because
Mario, I re-added Benjamin to the stage because I know he had some interesting points from the Lebanese.
Yeah, sure. I don't see. Oh, there's Benjamin. Okay, so but first I want to go to Noga. Noga, because I know that you vehemently, and first I appreciate you for not jumping in, and you vehemently disagree with a lot of the statements made. But I have a curious question for you. Like, from everything you've heard so far, what's your general thought? So you heard someone in Gaza.
Well, actually, my general thought starts with the fact that he wasn't in Gaza. I'm very, very far away from the shootings in Israel, and you guys could all hear the attacks a couple of days ago when there was shooting 2 cities over. He was in Gaza in the middle of bombardment, and we didn't hear a thing.
Listen, I'm going to try to be objective here. I don't think we should be questioning people's locations. Let's just accept for the fact that he was in Gaza. I'm just trying to be objective.
So we've had two
says that he's in Gaza.
But we've had two or three people review this. So if there's bombardment, doesn't mean every second, every 5 minutes there's a bombardment in every single location, and that many people are also in bunkers as well. So there is people, and we've seen it before. We have people in Israel. Sometimes there's the Iron Dome is operational, and sometimes in the middle of the strikes there's no Iron Dome operational because there's breaks where there is no strikes. But moving away from this, I wanna really talk about his statements and where he's coming from, because I'm sure you disagree with a lot of what he said. So I actually go to Ben because I know Ben, you'll answer this well, and then we'll go to Noga afterwards, and then we'll go to Mike, who's been waiting.
This is not okay, Mario. And with all due respect, but the words will get lost into something. You're a journalist, and you know what I'm talking about. All this misinformation that has been spread by Israelis on this stage.
So I'm not Israeli. I'm American.
I'm talking about Noga.
But it's not misinformation. It's just information that you don't like.
Mike, how about this? How about Mike? How about Mike and Ben? How about you go back and forth? Mike, can you tell us your concern, Ben? I'll let you respond because it's getting a bit tricky. So Mike, how about this? Do you want to tell your concerns to Ben, and Ben can respond back, and I'll go to Noga after that, back and forth. Go ahead, Mike.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for giving me the space. And I'm sorry if I'm sounding emotional, but genuinely, I haven't been able to function as a normal human being from everything that I'm seeing lately. I want to ask politely, 2 minutes. I want to speak. And I don't want anybody to be like fact check and objectivity, because it's obvious that when a Palestinian is speaking, we have to be objective and we have to bring facts into the table. We are human at the end of the day. These are our people that is taking place over there, and they're also innocent civilians in Gaza, and that's what I'm going to talk about. To start with the Oren Zev claim that he never been there, we can literally use the same talking points or the same claim that none of the accusations or the people who accused Hamas of raping or beheading babies or all this Zionist propaganda that has been circulating on social media have been into the place that they're claiming that they saw it happening. So Oren Zev is on the same equal footing of these people who are basically posing the claims. Moving away from Oren Zev, I want to talk about Mutassim and what
So
he was
Mike,
saying.
So going back to
One
Mutassim,
second,
Mike. So
Yeah.
I know you're very emotionally charged because Mutassim did have a long time to speak. You made one point. What I'll do is I'll get Noga to respond, or Ben, you could choose. No, but Mike, I want to go point by point, because I'm, the same way you're criticizing me, I'm being criticized by both sides for the same
But
thing.
Mario, I'm responding to what they said. I'm not posing a new point. I don't, like, nobody has to respond to me. I
So
just
Noga, let me
responded to a
so
claim.
Noga, are you Mike? Noga, are you okay if Mike responds to all the points, and I'll give you the mic calmly with no one interrupting Noga to respond to Mike's points? Is that fair?
Is Noga
No,
like the
I actually think
principal
it's
of the
better if we
stage?
go
I'm
point by
just
point.
confused. No,
Okay,
no, is she like the CEO of this agency?
All right, so
I'm
Ben,
confused. Why
how
is
about
why is this input?
Ben? How about you decide this issue? What about you decide, Ben? How do you want to run this?
Well, listen, it doesn't really matter to me. I'll go back and forth with Mike, or I can wait till he's finished. And I just want to clarify for the first point. In the first point already, no, I wasn't saying that Oren Zev's reporting is not to be taken. What I did say, though, is because in this room, clearly everyone needs to bring sources, and secondhand information is not a source. That's all I was saying, right? I can say the same thing. So it's not Zionist propaganda. It just, everyone's been very clear here. They need to bring facts, and simply saying, I talked to Oren Zev, that's the same thing as me saying, well, I talked to somebody here or there. We need to bring the receipts. That's all. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
No, I agree, and also the journalists who are documenting everything that they're claiming, it's also the same. It applies to them exactly how it's applying to Mutassim. That's my point. I'll try not to personalize anything. I'll just like quickly, and literally, like, really, guys, nobody has to respond to anybody. We're not in a field battle that, oh my God, let me debunk. It's not a matter of debunking. It's a matter of livelihood of people, right? That's what I'm here to talk about. What I want to say is, and I'm not blaming or accusing anybody. This has been amazing. With all the like basically people criticizing out of pettiness or whatever. I've been able to speak and I was able to join the stage. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I'm just extremely disappointed of the world order that we're living under. When me as a Palestinian, anytime I have to speak, I have to be asked the question of condemning violence. I am sick and tired of proving to the world that I am a normal human being and I'm not bloodthirsty. When I literally wake up every day receiving messages as an alumni to a university in America saying we worry and we care about the Israelis and this and that and disregard, complete and total disregard to the Palestinians. I am fucking sick and tired. When the president of the United States of America goes on fucking TV and he says, I worry about Israeli Americans as my fucking life doesn't matter as a Palestinian American. I am literally tired of condemning fucking violence. I've never heard on the stage or CNN or BBC or Fox News any person asking an Israeli political analyst or an Israeli journalist to condemn the killings and the massacres that are happening in Gaza, because you always give them the benefit of the doubt. But when it comes to Palestinians, we're these barbaric, uncivilized, bloodthirsty. I am genuinely tired. Please stop asking us to condemn violence. We are normal human beings. We drive the same fucking cars that you guys drive. We speak multiple languages and we are educated on the same exact fucking level
But
that
you
guys
don't
are
condemn
educated.
violence.
So
Stop
Noga, hold on. So Noga, on that point, Mike, the reason I asked that question of Mutassim is only based on some statements he's made. I've asked this question to a couple of people. Remember, this has been running for what, 50 hours. I can't remember, 60, 70 hours nonstop. So I've asked a few people that question whenever they make certain statements. And I think everyone on the Israeli side so far has condemned any civilians dying in Hamas. But there's always the debate in Gaza. There's always the debate of Are they intentionally killing civilians? Are they not intentionally killing civilians?
Mario,
Which we
actually,
don't
not
know.
really.
We got.
Noga yesterday called for the annihilation of Gaza.
I don't think so. Noga, would you? So hold on.
Noga,
Noga, let me get you that clarity. So hold on, I'll just ask you. So Noga, would you? So guys, Noga, would you call for the annihilation of Gaza or just Hamas?
Hamas and
Okay.
its bases,
Absolutely.
which means that Gazans should leave the Gaza Strip because we're annihilating the base that Hamas is using. I would never
leave
ever
where
call
when you
for
have
to
a
hurt
siege by
civilians.
your own
And that's a
government?
good question.
I'd like
Yes,
to
that's a good question. Yeah, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead. And Mike, let me do the same thing with Mike. Mike,
I
I'm
want
just
to
so not. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I want to make this clear to Mike. Okay, first of all, I'm an American. I'm not an Israeli. I happen to have been born there. My family's there. And just listen. My heart breaks for you. My heart breaks for every single innocent civilian on either side. I unequivocally condemn the injuring, the murdering, the killing of any human being, including and especially the Palestinians and the Israelis. Okay, I want to make that crystal clear, right? But just as you said, you're sick and tired of being stereotyped. I am sick and tired of being stereotyped, including by you, the Zionist propaganda. You don't even know what my stance is on Israel. There are people with Palestinian flags on the stage right now who I've engaged with off Twitter. You might be surprised. Okay, I'm not this Zionist Hezbollah. I just want to make that crystal clear. Not every single Israeli person is right winged. That's very important to know. It just so I think we can find some common ground there, right? I mean, of course, I support the state of Israel.
Just quickly, you're saying you're not Israeli, but you have an Israeli accent. Atabed Verapri.
No, he does not. Come on.
What do you-
So it's
hold
okay.
on,
It's
hold on,
okay.
hold on.
So no. So it's okay. It's
I
okay.
would like to address. I would like to
Yeah, go
address
ahead,
that.
Ben. Go
Okay?
on.
So I was born in Israel. I have not lived in Israel for 25, 26, 27 years now. Okay. My parents live in a very, very nice mixed city. Their neighbors are Israeli Arabs. Yes, I served in the Israeli Defense Force very proudly because that was part of my conscription. I'm Western educated. If you detect an Israeli accent, that's because I was born there.
Mike, Ben, let me do you a favor. So, Mike, I know Ben. I've known him for a while. So the
And
reason
we're
I brought
friends.
him up is
Mario and I are friends.
yeah.
And
So I brought him
Mario,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, so I've brought him up as on the panel because he's actually if you talk to him privately, you understand he's actually very, very moderate, and you guys will agree on a lot more than you
Mario,
think.
I'm not
But Mike,
I'm not questioning Ben's morality. He just said I'm
No,
not
but
Israeli.
you
and
but
question
that's
my
the first
it's
thing.
okay, it's okay. So it's okay.
Mario,
It's okay.
allow me to
I
address
don't
you.
because
Mike.
I live in Palestine and I
So it's
hear
okay.
Israelis speak. You sound
So I
like
think it's
them,
more
and
general.
you claimed you wasn't one. So
It's
just
okay. It's
I
okay.
was curious.
No, he was curious, Ben. I think he takes it
Yeah.
back. But Mike, I want to go back to.
My accent is probably closer to. It's a mixture of North American, Israeli, and maybe a little bit of Arabic, right?
Great.
So
Good. Great. Okay. So, Mike, I want to go back to you. There was one statement that there's a few statements that Mutas made, but he's. So what I see is on the in with Mutassim, and I'm sure there's others that would agree with him. There's denial of what happened in Israel. So I'm guessing the narrative there is different. And I think you mentioned it as well. So it's like two different narratives. On one side, we talk about what happened, etc. But on the other side, there's denial of what happened, which kind of for me shows that it's not really condoning those events. Again, of course, I'm sure some people would condone, but I'm not talking about those evil guys. But it's not condoning them, but it's like denying what happened and then giving the reasons why it happened. So do you think this is gonna continue? Like, how could this end? Because based on like I was hoping would hear someone from Gaza say, this is why we did this. This is why they did this. Hamas did this, but they shouldn't have done this, and now we're suffering because of what Hamas did. But there seems but it's in the stone. It's like the explanation of why they did it kind of was highlighted instead of condoning what happened and distancing themselves. For me, that indicates that it will continue. Like the back and forth between Israel and Hamas and Gaza and that war will just continue. And I'm just worried about what happens next. I'm just worried what happens when Israel enters Gaza, and will they continue the killing until Hamas is eradicated? Can Hamas be eradicated?
Mario, the idea.
The question was to me, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Maybe first go to you afterwards, and I'd love maybe got Ronnie afterwards as well. Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. So quickly, first of all, there is no justification for what's happening whatsoever. Like whatever claims both sides will come up with, no justification for the killings. This is number one. Number two, it's like if you want to look at it from an objective standpoint, look deeper into the situation right now. And I know a lot of people are hesitant of believing anything Hamas is saying, given the history of Hamas and how Hamas is recognized as a terrorist organization. But Hamas sent 3 press releases since the beginning of the aggression, saying
Yeah,
we
sorry,
will
I
never.
just got
I'm still
confirmation that's
speaking,
not true. These
ma'am.
are people who were released on Saturday.
Okay, the
I'm still
release that
speaking.
we mentioned. Yeah, sorry, so no, it's just breaking news.
These are
Okay,
pictures
so,
from Saturday.
Noga, it's
oh,
live
okay.
on TV. Noga, come on now.
Yeah, and Channel 12 just confirmed that these are pictures from Saturday. That is also on TV.
What
Noga,
pictures? I didn't talk about
videos.
any pictures, Miss
No,
Noga.
no. So
I
I think
literally
she's
didn't talk about
referring.
pictures. I
She's
said the
referring to
press release.
Firaz. Okay, sorry. On the press release. So what's the press release? Sorry, I was
Yeah.
just looking at the news. What's the press release that you're referring to, Mike?
Sure, and I can send it to you. It was circulated by Al Jazeera, Al Mayadeen, and many other news outlets. So basically, the Hamas spokesperson said the claims of us killing civilians or trying to basically behead people is false. We will never harm civilians. It's obvious from the targets that we're targeting. Forget about the rave. Post the rave, we're targeting military bases.
Come
No
on,
guidelines.
come
You
on,
can't-
Mario.
you want me to?
Just one
Yeah,
second.
go ahead. No, yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, you
Sorry,
can't
do you
just
want me to
say,
send you
no,
videos
go,
of
just
Hamas operatives
hold
trying
on.
to
No,
behead
Ben,
people?
Yeah, Ben, I'll let you
Guys, I'm
lead it
only
a bit.
talking about a press release. This is
no,
not
I
a
understand,
document.
but
It's a press
Mike,
release. So
you just
tell.
said, Mike, you just said post rave, forget about the rave. You can't forget about the rave, right? I mean, you can't. That's not being intellectually honest. You can't forget about the rave.
No, listen, Ben, I didn't mean it the way you got it. Again, English is my second language. When I said forget, I mean put it aside. Let's put the rave aside. And I'm talking about
How
the
can you
press
put the rave
release.
aside?
Okay. You know what? I'm actually going to ask you the same question. How am I going to put 75 fucking years of occupation aside? How? That's why the rave happened.
And that's a very
I literally can use the
Okay,
same.
Mario,
good.
I wanted
Justifying
to
the rave.
suggest, since we were discussing words that we don't want mentioned, since we can't call Hamas terrorists, which they are, how about we don't use the word occupation anymore? I'm fed up. You want to have that discussion by all means, but if we're not having the discussion, no one gets to use it anymore. How about
Occupation
that?
is a legal term and it's internationally
No, it's not
by
the legal
everyone,
term. You need to
including
actually be in charge of a country.
Okay, let's just everyone calm down. Just I know tempers are flaring, but civil
So,
talk.
Mike, what you're saying is that the situation, the point you're making is that the situation in Gaza and the living standards for a long period of time should not. So the same way, it should not be discounted when talking about the crimes, the atrocious crimes that happened 3-4 days ago. Is that the point you're making?
Not really. I was trying to
Okay.
finish answering your question, and I
Okay.
would appreciate
Go
if
ahead.
nobody pushes back. I know that it's challenging, and I'm sorry
No,
for
but
my
we do have,
language again.
yeah,
I really
we do have to,
apologize.
we have to push
Okay.
back though, just for balance. But go ahead, sorry.
No, yeah, you can, but it's like pushing on semantics is extremely disingenuous. We're all here, like we know what's happening right now. Like it's pushing on semantics. It's not pushing on me
I understand.
personally.
I'll let you.
So,
No, I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish your
please,
point. Go ahead.
Thank you. So please, Noga and Ben or anybody other person, give me the benefit of the doubt. I am a human. I breathe the same oxygen that you guys are breathing. So just hear me out, okay? So to answer Mario's question, Israel, I want to talk about the big elephant in the picture, which is what we should all be doing. It's Israel. Israel is a nuclear power. Israel is a sovereign country based on international law, and every person on earth recognizes this country. Hamas is a militia group, right? Hamas, it's not recognized by people. They don't have any laws that they have to adhere to, although the Geneva Convention gives Hamas the right to defend itself, and that's on Google. You can go look it up. Now, to answer the question quickly, what's going to happen? A lot of crimes that Israel committed, whether in Jenin, and if you want to fact check me, go watch a documentary made by Israelis called Jenin, the Deir Yassin massacre, the Kufr Qasim massacre, the Sabra and Shatella massacre, the Shujaiya neighborhood yesterday's
So
massacre.
Sabra and Shatila was not Jenin, right?
I'm
Sabra
sorry,
and Shatila is years ago.
And was also not done by
said-
Israelis.
Well, no, but
it
no,
was
I know
done
you're
by
talking, and I
Lebanese
want to be
landmines.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you just said you're talking about Jenin. Sabra and Shatila is like 40 years ago, right? So just, if we're gonna give
And the way, to structure also, Mike, just to structure this. So Ben, I'll let you jump in whenever to just make amendments. Ben, just Ben to jump in, and then Ben, when you think Noga should respond, I'll let you just jump in and say, okay, Noga, you respond. So I'll let you back because you have a lot more knowledge on this.
Respond as well, Mario.
All right,
I want to respond as well.
Okay, I understand. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah, we are pushing. Just it is, but yeah. Okay, I understand. Go ahead.
It's fine. I'm not bothered. Semantics. So when I speak, I should put the commas basically. So I mentioned Jenin and the documentary, comma. the Kufr Qasim is also in 1948, just FYI, comma, and then Sabra and Shatila, period, right? That's how you want me to speak to, like, differentiate which areas I'm talking about. So my point is, Israel in its history, since the creation of this entity 75 years ago, never on earth it allowed any investigative agency, a third party, whether by the United States of America or the ICCC, to enter any area that they committed crimes in. So regardless of what happens, if they invade Gaza right now by ground, regardless of what happens, nobody is going to fact check or question the war crimes that Israel is committing. And anytime any entity or international organization tries to question the war crimes that Israel is committing, this entity will by default be accused of anti-Semitism, silence, and who's paying the cost? The 2,000 Gazans that are being massacred and slaughtered, or actually they're slaughtered already.
So Noga, Ben, we can get Noga to respond to
Yeah,
the
go
points.
ahead.
Ronnie, we'll go to you in a bit. Go ahead, Noga, please.
Okay.
I appreciate you not interrupting. Thank you, Noga. Go ahead.
3 short points. I have many more, but we're going to focus on those. Sabra and Shatila was executed by Lebanese Falangas. And it's important to remember that even though, yes, the Israeli army had a hand in it, it wasn't the one that killed Palestinians, and I'm fed up with paying for someone else's crimes. Second of all, occupation does not exist. It is not splitting hairs. To occupy someplace, and I know Palestinians like using that word, but to occupy someplace, you need to take it from the person who legally held it. Palestine never existed. It is a made-up concept that didn't actually ever exist. Don't quote me. Go look it up.
Yeah,
It never happened. Which is why I
Ben, you jump in. Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, so
Ben, you need to jump in because this is
Two seconds.
Noga. Yeah, so Ben, you need to jump in because this goes outside my area of expertise. So I need your help to
Yeah,
jump in.
so I mean, I just again, people have conflicting accounts of history. I understand that. I'm not going to give my own personal opinion, but at the end of the day, I don't think that, given the current circumstance, we should be saying these people never existed, that people never exist. Just be objective.
No people, entity.
Well, I mean,
country, the state of Palestine.
Okay, so
was made up. It never existed.
Okay, let me say this then. I mean, if you go back in writings, even throughout history, right? Even I can think of one, even the prophecies of Nostradamus. One of his prophecies is a new law will be around the areas of Assyria, Judea, and Palestine. So there was,
no, that's a Roman. No, I'm sorry, that's a Roman. A name the Roman.
Can I read the UN resolution?
No. The independent entity of Palestine, state of Palestine, never existed, and not a decent historian in the world would argue different. And the fact that the Romans called Palestina,
so guys,
called Eretz Israel Palestina.
Okay, so guys, so Ben, maybe can you just offer a balanced take on what was been said so far by both Mike and I want to go back to breaking news.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what I will say is this though. So one of my sort of grandparents, a family member, I'll just say, is like a 8th generation Jewish Palestinian. So look, I've heard the arguments on both sides, but just for the purposes of this, I don't think that it's conducive to any conversation to deny the existence of this or that. I know it's a hotly debated topic, but I don't think it's fair to say that. That's just my opinion. I know I'm going to get a lot of DMs for that, but
by the way, has anyone, just before we get back to the discussion, does anyone know about the report of, because there's some important news that happened during the discussion of Hamas releasing an Israeli and her 2 children.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier. Channel 12 is saying these are pictures and reports from Saturday. These are people
and
who
again,
were
that's
released
a lie
Saturday.
because we're watching it live streamed on like 4
No, but
different
she
channels.
says, no, but she says
you're watching
and
live
they're
stream.
saying you're watching a live stream of something that happened on Saturday.
It's happening right now.
No. So there's reports. So so Al Jazeera is saying it's happening right now, and Channel 12 is saying it's not. So it's just we've had similar reports before where we hear something from one news. I remember when the beheading of children, which is something is constantly brought up. There's channel. So we had the Israeli journalist say that it happened, and then we had a Turkish media outlets say they spoke to a member of the Israeli military. I think a spokesperson.
This afternoon,
And
CNN confirms that
I know.
it happened.
Noga,
Noga,
I don't know if you hear me speaking, Noga, please. So then we had a Turkish news outlet say, Israeli spokesperson said it did not happen. And then today we had CNN, as Noga is about to mention. CNN then mentioned they had a confirmation from a spokesperson that it did happen. So we are getting those conflicting reports, and this is another one. We'll probably get more accurate reports afterwards. There's also just kind of mention some quick
No,
updates
Mario,
here. Would you
CNN
have?
had a reporter in the field.
Yeah.
They
Yes.
didn't
So
just
that's
get it from the
Mario,
spokesperson.
can I
They
jump
had a
in on this
reporter
real
in the
quick?
field.
Yeah. Thank you for clarification. No, not yet, Ron. Not yet. It's just I want to read some news. There's footage of Blinken speaking to the press before going to the Israel. We've posted that video. If you want to hear it, the message is clear. The U.S. stands firmly with Israel against terrorism. Amidst escalating tensions, the U.S. has unequivocally expressed its support for Israel, emphasizing that the United States has Israel's back. Condemning the recent acts by Hamas, comparisons have been drawn to the brutality of ISIS. The U.S. is actively collaborating with Israeli officials to ensure Israel's defense, mourns the loss of 22 Americans, and is in ongoing discussions about the safe civilian passage through Gaza to Egypt. So that's by Blinken. We have the reports of the two children and her mother being released, with conflicting reports on that one, as you've just witnessed. We also have leader Hamas said the following. So I'm reading this off my posts, everyone. So if you want to actually keep up with this, just you can check my profile, and the team is posting while we're having discussions. The occupation has not achieved any real military achievement, and that is why it directs its anger at civilians in Gaza. The resistance will not stop until this aggression stops, and this occupation must end. So it just shows that Hamas is just saying that we're going to continue fighting back. We put out the video of Netanyahu speaking. That was about an hour ago now. Time flies. And we also have, the team told me this major. I haven't read it yet, so let me read it. They were sending it to me during the discussion while Mutassim was on stage. The Saudi Crown Prince stresses the need to stop the attack on the Gaza Strip, the kingdom's firm position towards championing the Palestinian cause and supporting efforts aimed at achieving a comprehensive and just peace that guarantees the Palestinian people's access to their legitimate rights. So that's by the Saudi Crown Prince. I'm not sure. I actually want to get thoughts. Ben, just a quick question to you before
I
I
have a
continue.
quick question, if I may.
Yeah, in a bit. No, I'll open up the mic because there's a lot of hands up as well that haven't spoken. But Ben, just a quick question to you. For a statement like this by the Saudi Crown Prince, or Piotr, for a question like this by the
Sorry,
Saudi
Mario.
Crown Prince, is that
Another breaking news about the Saudi Crown Prince that is very major, actually, more major than this, that he talked with the Iranian president in a phone call for the
Yeah, I
first
saw
time
that.
ever. I think Piotr can help me on that. This is very major.
Yeah, this is it. Actually, this is it here. This is it. This is the one that the team told me you major. Yeah, it's posted
Yes,
19
this
minutes
is
ago on my.
breaking.
Yeah. Let me mention it. So I'm just going through them. So this is the one. I apologize. This is the one that the team told me is major. You have to mention it. So and I'm gonna retweet it so it's seen by everybody. So Iran's president Ibrahim Raisi and Saudi Arabia's crown prince Mohammed bin Salman had their first ever phone call discussing Palestine. The call was around 45 minutes. They discussed Muslim countries' unity in the face of developments in Palestine. So, Mohammed, I want to go to you. Sorry, Amir, I want to go to you on this one. Just that news, and I know everyone wants to talk about things that I've mentioned so far. We will get to them, but I think it's pretty major. So, what I understand, this is major because first it's their first ever phone call, and when they say Muslim countries' unity in the face of the developments in Palestine, so does that indicate that they might broker some sort of peace deal between the two countries or try to de-escalate the situation, or does that indicate they are both joining in support of Palestine or of Gaza? One or both. So how would you perceive it, Amir?
Sorry, when you say the two countries, which two countries?
Iran and Saudi Arabia.
They've already had their peace in like March, I think.
No. So they just had their first phone call ever, and
Yes.
they were discussing. I'll read the statement again because it's pretty important. They were discussing Palestine, and they discussed Muslim countries' unity in the face of developments in Palestine. So that's what we have, and I've posted. The team's posted it out. So Emir, what does that indicate in your opinion?
Thanks for the question. I want to be quick on this because there are many points being discussed. Very short, this is Biden's nightmare, Biden and Netanyahu's nightmare, because this is the opposite direction from the normalization of Saudi and Israel. And actually, Iran and Saudi Arabia, after the March agreement, which Noga is right, but the two leaders, they never talked. They never talked ever. And this is like, I think to be precise, I think this is after 10 years or more that after the relations were bad, they are on the path of being friends again. And I think this is major in many ways
because that the timing is just perfect for Iran to gain some Saudi support in this. And yes, and I think Ben Salman is sending a big message to Biden and Netanyahu by just agreeing to talk with him, because since March, no phone call, no visit. Actually, there was only 2 visits. There's one by the Saudi foreign minister to Tehran, and another one by Iranian foreign minister to Jeddah, to Saudi Arabia. That was it. So actually, there were plans for trips between Iranian president and Mohammed bin Salman to Riyadh and Tehran, but that has never been confirmed. And actually, before this Hamas attack on Israel, actually there were talks and this might get delayed. This actually might not happen soon. But it seems that the Iran and Saudi Arabia actually are closer after the Hamas attack. So this is major policy shift from Saudi Arabia. And to say this again, this is not Biden. This is the opposite of what Biden and Netanyahu wanted. And then discussing Palestine, this can mean that the Israeli-Saudi normalization might not happen for a very long time. And I can't say never, because in foreign policy this is the wrong thing to say, but this is being delayed for a significant amount of time. And I think actually Piotr can help me, because this is very significant.
This is so. So you said So you said goes against the normalizer. It is very significant. It's probably the biggest development we've had today. So because we talked about this, meaning Saudi is getting getting more friendly with Iran, and probably standing in solidarity with Iran in support of Palestine. I feel like that's what you indicated. But is there another way of looking at it, that this shows Iran kind of talking to Saudi? And Piotr, I'm going to go to you on this one. Could it show the other side as well, like Iran having a chat having a discussion with Saudi, having that call with Saudi, could show that Iran maybe is moving more to the West and normalization? Or does it mean nothing? Is it just means talking on a humanitarian perspective? Piotr, I don't know how to perceive this call between the two, because it seems pretty major.
Yeah,
first I'd like to say I'm sorry I've not been as active. I've had some family matters. I've been in trouble, but
I hope they're okay.
No, for sure. But to the point in question, it's difficult to really judge the phone call. China was obviously very instrumental in establishing the reconnection, or what we call in geopolitics as rapprochement. Fancy way of just saying that they, re-established ties, communications. Any sort of, I'm not saying you are saying this, Amir, is that sort of the idea that sort of they're becoming friendly? No, they're not becoming friendly. They're just becoming communicative, which I think is the fact that they're talking is a bit like the Soviets, as I used earlier with the Russians, right? It's not going to be exactly something like everybody's hand, rainbows and unicorns, and we're walking around in the daisy field with hands holding. But I think what this illustrates is, when you have a non-state actor, and I know some people don't like that term, but I'm going to use it. When you have an independent party, an entity like Hamas, that is undertaking this event, this thing that happened on Saturday, this attack, and the fallout that has happened since, it illustrates to you just how many actually countries, even if they support it, are like, holy cow, this is going to lead to stuff that we really don't actually want. Like, basically, when the reality hits, even the rhetoric of certain countries can change, and they can realize that destabilization to the point of absolute, like, Armageddon is not necessarily what you want. Again, I refer to the Cold War of this, right? We can talk cold, we can talk hard, but when it really comes down to brass tacks of we want to start nuking each other, you begin to see the reality of that situation. You can hate each other's guts, but if you have a red telephone line directly to each other, that can ultimately change that. So for me, the Saudi-Iran thing is really important, and it gives me reassurance that this isn't going to move beyond the two parties that have been involved so far. But
that's I'm getting more news as well. So I just got a piece of news. I'm not sure. I think someone on stage. No, someone else. The US confirms it will deploy a second aircraft carrier to the Mediterranean, the USS Dwight Eisenhower. It will leave for the Mediterranean on Friday. It will not be replacing the USS Gerald Ford. The US has confirmed they are also sending further F-18 and F-35 fighter jets to the region. the largest strike force assembled since the invasion of Iraq. So that's news that yes, I'm just going through it now. So that's one.
We confirmed that earlier, didn't we? Or was it?
No, I think before it was about to send it. Hold on. I've directed to the protection of Jews in America, and we will never allow U.S. sending more. So the F-15, F-18s have been confirmed, but not the second aircraft carrier. That's new. So that's maybe Biden said it earlier. I don't know.
I've got a bit of update from the UN actually. Just seeing here, crucial life-saving supplies, including fuel, food, and water, must be allowed into Gaza. We need rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access now. So it's interesting. This is whilst a lot of international support is obviously with Israel, there is still a part of the community, international community, that is emphasizing for humanitarian specific access to Gaza. So that the green corridors that we were discussing a couple of hours ago, I think are going to become more and more important as we continue ahead. I think you also mentioned the Turkish Erdogan, the president, leader of Turkey, is discussing this as well. So there's a lot of push for humanitarian relief, whilst the Israelis begin to press down with their counter response. But
so there's just more stuff. So I'm just trying to keep up. Just us having that earlier discussion. There's so much has happened. It's crazy how fast things are
Biden
moving.
is giving speech again.
Biden's giving a speech right now.
He's giving a speech now.
I just got a push. Biden giving a speech right now. If Israel is not safe, no Jew is safe.
That was from before, I think.
Can you play that? If it's can you send us a link if it's playing?
Yeah, try to find the link for it. Yeah, so let me just go through. This is another big one. Justin, that came in 15 minutes ago, but we couldn't read it. CNN quoted Israeli officials. Iran gave the green light for Hamas attacks.
But again, green light doesn't mean that they are overly involved. If they gave money and equipment, that can be interpreted, I suppose, as a green light. Whilst if they're directly involved, like IRGC officers,
No, but but even says they gave a green light first. The narrative just escalatory, so it's kind of goes against everything else that's been said by the US and other countries, by Iran and Hamas and the US. So this is like probably the biggest statement implicating Iran by an official. So that's the first point. And the second point is that when you say giving the green light, it means they gave the green light to that specific attack. So for Hamas attacks, so I'm assuming they think they're talking about this particular specific attack, because if it was just supplying Hamas with weaponry for resistance, that's one thing. But giving a green light for such an attack and for the officials to mention it so explicitly, again, we've got to see for some official
Mario, there's breaking news from the spokesman of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad military wing, Abu Hamza.
What's it say?
Abu Hamza from the Al-Quds force says the enemy has been incapable of confronting us, and therefore he has spilled all of his hate on our people and civilians. The battle is no longer contained to Gaza.
Mario, you already read this like an hour ago. This isn't new.
Okay,
No,
I'm not listening. So is that a new one for us?
No, it's the same one.
No, it came out 5 minutes ago.
It's exactly the same one. It came out an hour ago.
Hang on. Faraz, can you send it to us? We'll review it and then we can go from there.
Yeah, send it to Piotr via DM if you don't mind, please.
Thank you.
Mario, there's been a live speech by Biden 50 minutes ago, and we have not talked about it because we're here with the men from Gaza, and we actually been talking from the pro-Palestine side for a long time, and there's been a live speech by Biden.
Yeah, so Ronnie, if you check the posts, there's no need for these jabs, number one. Number two, if you look at the posts, it's being put in, and you could just read the post. So that President Biden announces increasing security measures around Jewish places of worship in the United States. So that was one of the quotes by Biden. And if you have any live stream, we could put it in our group or send it to me via DM. We could have played it 15 minutes ago if you did mention it. So that's on that point. Also, we are looking at reports of so we'll be posting them. We'll be posting it shortly. about the second aircraft carrier. Has anyone had confirmation that the Eisenhower is 100% going to the region? Has anyone had confirmation?
Well, I thought you just shared. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I'm asking. So the source has been sharing with me information for a while. He said this is mentioned by. So he said it's mentioned by. Which he's not keeping up. The
I'm
president,
pretty
so mentioned by
certain
Biden directly, but Biden didn't. Yeah, but Biden talked about F-18s and F-35, and we posted about that a long time ago. But
Well,
I don't think he talked.
those are just the aircraft that the.
Oh, okay, so it is confirmed.
No,
Yeah,
they're not, yeah. Sorry.
yeah, it is confirmed. So yeah, so when
By
he
the
says
way,
deploy
apparently,
so just let me confirm. So yeah, so when he says deploying these aircrafts, I'm guessing deploying with within the Eisenhower.
Mario, in his speech too, in Biden's speech, he said
It's confirmed. Yeah, Kirby confirmed.
Yeah.
It's confirmed.
Yeah, in Mario, in Biden's speech, he made the statement that Hamas beheaded children. It was in his speech.
that's what I was going to mention.
In whose speech? In Biden's?
Biden's, yeah.
And that was a recent
Can
one,
I address
or
this,
15
please?
minutes ago.
Mario,
Okay.
I'd like to address specifically the claim about beheading children because there was just a major investigation that
Guys,
just came
one
up.
second. Right, so I want to go to the
yeah,
hands.
Piotr, go ahead,
Amir
please.
and Brian did. Let's get a control of this. Justin says his hand up since like 2 years ago, but I do want to go to Brian and Amir because it was on the Iranian point. So Brian, good to see you by the way. What have you got?
Well, I just wanted to talk about this language apparently used by the Israeli official about Iran, quote unquote, green lighting the operation. If an American official had said that, that's the big caveat because I don't know the Israeli system as well. But if an American official said that on the record, there would be specific signals intelligence or human source intelligence or some other source that proved that they knew about it in advance and either said, yep, thumbs up, or knew about it in advance and didn't stop it. So if our government had said that, that's what it would mean. I don't know as much about the Israeli government, how they manage things. And there's also the fog of war. The other thing I just wanted to mention, which I applaud, Mario, something you said earlier in the way you run this place, which is, if you allow certain terminology to be used, then we won't be able to get views from both sides. I'm just curious for anybody to explain what the other side of the atrocities like beheading children is. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. I think that's a really good point. I want to double underscore it, which is, the Israelis and Americans may be as tight as anything, like the British and Americans, or at least we used to, but they still operate in a, unilateral. They're sovereign states, right? They're independent parties. So Americans may draw a line at certain things, maybe minor details, but it's still a difference, and I think we should always keep that in mind. Amir, what do you think?
Well, Piotr, I just want to add into what Ryan said, and I think it's completely correct. And this is just some deja vu from the times that Iraq was attacked by the US. This is just CNN coming out and saying that Iran green-lighted Hamas for this attack, which I think it may have, but just quoting Israeli officials for this, I think Ryan is absolutely right. If an American official says it, it's different. But Israel is a part which is in war with Iran. So
Sorry, 2 seconds, Amir. 2 seconds, Amir. So Piotr, can you just check your quickly at DM if you don't mind? Sorry, go ahead, Amir.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and actually, another thing from Biden's speech is that what I said earlier, that he says that we have clearly warned Iran, that in a message to Iran, we clearly told them to be careful. And I think this is shows that they really mean it by just sending 2 aircraft carriers to Lebanon. And I think this is another key thing. And something interesting that just happened from Al-Ahdath Arabian media, that Qatar threatened to stop the export of gas to the countries of the world if the bombing of Gaza does not stop. And this was pretty major, I think.
Wait, but hang on. So you're saying that the Qataris are threatening to cut off gas?
Oh, yes. Actually, this is official. And the media that said this is not some spooky, and this is very interesting. And I just want to mention that Iranian and Qatari leaders talked recently, and I'm kind of sensing some kind of alliance between these two. And another important thing. Sorry.
No,
About
no, go
Saudi.
ahead, go ahead. I've got some news that I want to share, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And about Saudi Arabia and Iran, this is very funny. Like back in 2 weeks ago, a soccer match between an Iranian and a Saudi team just got canceled because of some things relating to Soleimani, the former IGC commander. So I'm saying that before this attack, actually the relations were kind of going on the better road. But after this, they are actually becoming some kind of closer or becoming friends again. And this is actually important because before this,
it is.
Yes.
No, thank you. I saw Benjamin's hand raised. What's up, man?
Right, just really briefly, I think, I can say this with absolute clear confidence. So with, gas being cut and this and that will not factor into the Israeli calculation whatsoever. I think it's really important to make that clear. There is no amount of U.S. pressure. I think Noga and Rani would agree with me. There is no amount of international pressure that will stop this campaign. I think that's just a fact. And I think it's
I would be hastened to agree. I think from the Israeli standpoint, they are in this now for, I'm going to use the term undefined amount of time, because of what we saw yesterday, what we heard, and as I said earlier, it's very difficult to hear those descriptions and whether or not you believe them. The descriptions nonetheless are hard, but Benjamin's been wanting to get in. So Benjamin, I know you were very keen to jump in, so we'll go to you, and then I do want to go to Justin, who's been very patient.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I just wanted to bring some quick attention to an investigation that actually just came out from an outlet called The Gray Zone, where, full transparency, my twin brother works. And, we're both Jewish. And so basically what they did is they looked back at the source of the original claim for the alleged beheading of these children. And it turns out that the person who said this is actually a gentleman named David Ben Zion, who is
Mario, please stop it. I've seen the video.
Yeah,
I know.
Okay, so just really quickly,
Okay, guys, we're not going to do that. Benjamin. I'd like, if you can send me that directly, then I will look it over. But I don't really want to get into the claims of stuff because it's just going to lead to people denouncing it, disavowing it, and I'm not saying that it's really hard. So I just want to avoid that right now. So Benjamin, what do you think? Have you got some more news? Go ahead, Ben. Sorry, Benjamin co-host. There's too many Benjamins.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I actually agree with you, Peter. Right. I absolutely agree. I second your sentiment there. Right. We can't start.
No, it'll be difficult. So I don't want to use the mute button, but I just think it's. Justin, you've had your hand raised since like last year. What have you got for us?
Hey, everyone. Just wanted to give you sort of the impact that this is having on the U.S. perspective. As you may have seen the news, beyond really all odds, seemingly, it only took a single ballot of Republican House members to elect Representative Steve Scalise as Speaker of the House over Jim Jordan. This is seen, I think, one is a rebuke of Representative Gates, but perhaps some real movement to show some order and responsibility from the GOP, which was seen as in kind of disarray. When the war flamed up over the weekend, there were a lot of concerns that the U.S. House would not be in order. Of course, they can't do official business until there is an approved Speaker of the House. I think this would have been a huge fight into the night had that not happened. And so with Scalise, this is kind of seen as cut from the same cloth as McCarthy. But I think there's also kind of a swatch of sympathy, maybe tying into some of the news from over the weekend with the war and everything. If you remember, Steve Scalise was caught and nearly killed in a shootout in 2017 when a radical leftist Democrat actually shot up a Republican baseball game and he nearly died. I don't know what that played in there, but the fact that that took one ballot, I think, is direct evidence of the war coming into play there. The other big piece, though, is that initially there was some confusion. Biden came out strong, but Secretary Blinken actually used, I think, the term de-escalation in a tweet, which he would later delete. We had representatives, senators from the state of Massachusetts who were speaking to, and I think Mario linked to this video last night, they were speaking to a crowd at a pro-Israeli rally, and one of the senators there used the term de-escalation. He was nearly booed off the stage. And with the strong words coming from President Obama that he labeled Hamas a terrorist organization, President Clinton would do the same. Former President Obama did the same. I think they've tried to sort of split the hairs here and say, we're going after Hamas, but we recognize the Palestinian people. That's basically the attitude right now
So Justin,
in the United States, is what I'm saying.
Thank you for that. No, I appreciate the US update context. Just a couple of, I've got a quick couple of questions. If you could, a quick fire. Why did this this round of choosing the house be so quick? Do you think the Israeli Gaza situation played into that?
Yeah.
Second, and just the other quick question. You mentioned about the statements from the former Democrat leaders. What's been the reaction to that? And you know, has there generally been a sort of, you know, a stereotyping classification of them as a sort of warmongers, or, you know, because has there been cross-party designation of Hamas as terrorists, or it's largely the Democrats that are doing that?
Yeah, well, to the latter point, it is across the board. In fact, anyone who really hasn't come out strongly has been pressed to on camera, and there's lots of really strong pushback for people that are doing both sidism here. I think it actually took a while. It took like 48 to 72 hours for Obama to actually make any first statement, and I think they were struggling because they do have, you know, strong sympathies towards the Palestinian people, but they've come out basically and said Hamas is basically public enemy number one.
Yeah, just a little bit of breaking. Sorry, just breaking on CNN. So, U.S. intelligence sources suggest now it's that Iran was totally surprised by the Hamas attack. It keeps shifting every minute.
We heard that earlier. I just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not you. We heard a similar point. I just think at this point, if you keep hearing inconsistent things about whether a country was in on it or not, that usually means that they weren't bloody in on it. Like, that's generally how I tend to read that. Like, I don't think if Iran wanted to enact on this, they would have bloody well done so by now. Anyway, Justin, sorry.
Yeah, Pio, to your first question, yeah, I think it absolutely had an impact there. I think people didn't want to mess around and wait for things to get dicey and go to third or fourth ballots. They wanted this done. I think a lot of people also saw Jim Jordan is probably better situated in the place he is as head of the judiciary. But I will tell you, on the other side of political spectrum, it has had a huge impact because campaign fundraising obviously has really ramped down, as people don't want to seem insensitive trying to raise money in the middle of this whole thing. You had RFK Jr.'s major Monday launch as an independent, which didn't get nearly the press that he was hoping, because obviously this was the top news. Rand Paul came out with a really new bombastic book about Fauci with some really good inside information. That's back burner. Every single interview that people have had with Nikki Haley, or with Ron DeSantis or anyone else has concentrated solely on what's happening around Israel. And then we've seen, again, different real tensions across what would be natural political barriers. For example, in Chicago, the official account of BLM, Black Lives Matter, had tweeted out a silhouette of a parachuter with a Palestinian flag, obviously alluding to the parachuters coming into the concert, and they were saying, you know, we're in support of this. They would later delete that image, apologize for it. I think we talked briefly yesterday about the Harvard students who had signed this document. A lot of them have now backed out of that document, especially as the person who put it together had a job at a very high-end law firm. That offer was rescinded because of her offering it. So here in the United States, it's become very quickly a third rail of politics. And I would say from the U.S. perspective, Hamas is basically done, and they have basically just designated them as public enemy number one. That's at least the U.S. perspective that I see across the political aisle.
Thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate that. And I've got a little bit more news actually on the Saudi Iran point. So this comes from Al Jazeera a few minutes ago. But the Iran president, Ibrahim Raisi, so keep in mind that isn't Khamenei. Khamenei is the supreme leader, who it's a bit, I don't fully understand what he does, to be honest. He sort of just makes provocative statements on Twitter, to be honest. Say again?
I think it's Khamenei. It's been confusing me for a couple of days now.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to. Yeah, I've had Iranian friends say Khaname, so I try to
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I overemphasize the H. Sorry. Anyway, okay. Well, can we just be honest that he's a twat? Because he is head of the Islamic Republic, which is a horrible thing that oppresses
We can
Iranian
agree.
people. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so that individual is different to Raisi, who's the president, who's elected by the Iranian people, but ultimately it's all orchestrated from the Iran Islamic Republic machine, which is very, very well established. But anyway, so apparently they too had a discussion about the situation, and this actually came from Iranian state media, which is often, quite. It's not as Saudi Arabia has, more influences from the Western media. Not saying that's better. I'm just saying it's a bit more sort of, from a Western perspective, it's sort of open. But Iranian state media to say this is quite interesting. It said that the news report two leaders was the first since the China broker deal to resume ties. It's what I mentioned earlier. And they discussed the quote need to end the war crimes. Interesting against Palestine. So if this could be trusted by the Iranian state media, which I think is a lot of hiccups today. We also have to keep in mind that it's can we trust the state media of a nation state, in this case Iran? But apparently they called it war crimes against Palestine. It added there was no comment yet from Saudi Arabia. Raisi has reacted to the escalating violence by saying Iran, quote, supports the legitimate defense of the Palestinian nation. So they're not calling for sort of further attacks. They're not being aggressive, but they are being defiant in the defense of the Palestinian and Gaza cause. In this case, they didn't mention Hamas, as we can see, but it's sort of different parts of the Islamic / Middle Eastern region, aligning together on this matter, which I think is very, very interesting. And maybe it's just a collective effort to sort of, counterweight against the US that's sending its aircraft carriers. Mario, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm really Brian. I want to ask you a question, and maybe you've covered it already. The call that Iran and Saudi had. Can you give us your thoughts on this? You've already done it. Can you do it again? Because that one for me is the most significant development.
Yeah, let me say a couple of things. I agree with you that it's the most significant development. And I'm not an expert in Saudi Arabia or Iran, although I have studied kind of MBS and his approach to things. And my opinion is there is absolutely no ambiguity at all to that telephone call. They had the call and they leaked it, or they announced it to say that Saudi is not making peace with Israel anytime soon, and Saudi and Iran are at least, frenemies, if not friends. I think that was unambiguous signaling. One. Two, you don't send F-35s and F-22s and 2 carrier battle groups to the region to deter Hamas or any other non-state actor. We didn't send them even into the Mediterranean or the Black Sea because of Ukraine, even though Bush did send a carrier group into the Black Sea over Georgia. So they are there to deter and, if necessary, to attack either Iran if they try to get directly involved, or if there is, in the U.S.'s opinion, too much terrorist activity from the Russian-controlled areas of Syria. So I don't think they're messing around, and I don't think it's just a show of force.
Biden
One more thing.
specifically mentioned Iran. Biden specifically mentioned Iran on his speech now, an hour ago.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They are there to deter or defeat Iran if Iran tries to get involved, and to a lesser extent, Russia allowing their territory that they control in Syria to be used. And I think that's just clear. Two more things. 100% right, Justin. It is amazing to me that something could happen in the world that would get the clown show Republicans in the Congress off their ass and get this speaker thing done. That is, I think, largely the result of their concern that, holy shit, we got to be grown-ups at least for a day or two, because this thing happening in Israel is very serious. Last point. As far as I'm aware, there is no U.S. intelligence community position on the extent to which Iran knew. What you've heard are leaks coming out of congressional briefings by intelligence agencies, and those are notoriously unreliable. I'm not saying there's not that intelligence. There may be, but until we hear it from, you know, the podium at the White House or the podium at the CIA, I don't say it's not true, but I'm not willing to assume it is true either. Thanks.
So the question that in terms of Iran is so two questions. First, about the two carriers heading to the region. You've made it clear that this is in relation to Iran, but you're saying deter Iran. Just to be clear, they're still looking at deterring Iran from getting involved, correct?
I would be shocked if the U.S. government has made any decisions to affirmatively strike Iran. But if Iran makes sufficiently aggressive movements, either through Syria or otherwise, to get involved, I think the U.S. would attack them in Syria
Okay,
or in
so
Iran.
based on the fact that Saudi and Iran, the leaders of both countries had a call, does that indicate, in your opinion as well, would you agree that Iran is looking less and less likely they'll get directly involved, correct?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't think I have enough expertise on Iran to say that. I'm just saying the main message is that the peace talks are off for now. And if anybody thought that you know, Netanyahu and the Saudis were going to be nice, now that there's this attack going on, this is the leaders of Saudi and Iran saying no. We're not changing. We're not getting in bed with Israel just yet from Saudi.
Oh, okay, so this is more an okay, now I understand. So this is, you agree with the previous statement that this is an indication from Saudi saying, hey, we will not be getting in bed with Iran, with Israel, rather than, okay, so it's
that's
okay,
what I think. I mean, it could be a little bit of both, but I think that's the main message, and I think the timing was no accident.
Understand. Makes sense. I want to go to Ronnie. I want to get your thoughts on that exact same thing, the meaning behind that meeting.
I'm sorry, about Iran?
Iran and Saudi meeting, as well as the warships heading to the aircraft carriers that head to. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just sit in a second, but I want to be given a stage to speak about other thing, because we have not had a pro-Israeli speaker for like a long time. I have plenty of points I wanted to address and I couldn't. To answer your question, my conception, my concept of the area is that the Saudi want a normalization with Israel in order to to form a coalition against Iran. Saudi Arabia and Iran, as I've been taught, are quite enemies. Iran have an aspiration to rule over that. That's the government official stance. They have an aspiration to create one state and to rule over it, from Iran to Egypt. So I don't think they're becoming friends. The whole reason Saudi Arabia is like, we're willing to abandon the Palestinians and come together with Israel is so they will form a coalition against Iran. So I think it just from the lips out.
Well,
I don't know if there's an expression.
Right. Okay, so they had a meeting. So the analysis I don't understand too well, but so there's warplanes from update. There's warplanes still raiding the cities of Gaza and Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip. So the airstrikes have not stopped. We're up to day 4 or 5 now. Finished day 5, I think. So so there's report after report after report. Ministry of Health in Gaza.
Patrick up if he can join. I'd like to get
Patrick will be great. And I've got another speaker I'm going to bring as well. But we also have reports of let me read out the exact report. We're surging additional military assistance to the Israeli Defense Force, including ammunition interceptors to replenish the Iron Dome. So that just came out of the White House now. All right, just let me check the time of it. Also, Ministry of Health in Gaza, health services have entered a critical stage. So just see things and about the electricity. I think the electricity is just, there's no more electricity in Gaza. I'm just having a look if there's any other news. All right, so I think that's all the news that I have. Germany supplies drones to Israel. Germany has supplied Israel with two drones as it continues to retaliate to attacks launched by Hamas. So 2 drones. Seems pretty silly. And then we got boats. So Israeli boats renew their targeting of the west of the city of Khan Yunis. So Khan Yunis is getting bombarded very, very heavily. Okay, and then Al-Quds Brigade of Hamas says what we have prepared for the enemy outside Palestine as well as inside it. So I think this is bad translation, but saying we are prepared for the enemy outside of Palestine as well as inside it. So this is a quick update there with a lot of points that have been made. I want to go to the panel. I'm not sure if Patrick is up, but let
He's
me
not
go
up
to.
yet. I think Faraz
Okay.
has had his hand raised for a very long time, so I
Go
think
ahead,
it'd be fair to get to him.
Yeah, I just
No,
wanted
Mario,
to.
come on. I
I
haven't
just wanted.
spoken in a while, and he was speaking for an hour.
Ronnie,
Okay.
seriously, dude, this stage etiquette. Come on.
Yeah,
Faraz,
so
go
and but Ronnie, how about the fact that you are on stage and they've got 500-600 requests of people wanting to come up? So I appreciate you didn't speak as much as you'd like.
Yeah.
I give you the mic. I did give you the mic. I'll be respectful because I'm actually bringing a lot of value to the space. But I give you the mic to speak about the relations between Iran and Saudi. And the reason I interrupted you is I just didn't see. I didn't seem like you're too expert. Maybe it's my fault asking that question. Too much of an expert. But there's one point to probably ask. I don't know if he's on. Let me check the stage for a second. And I mean this respectfully, Ronnie. Sorry, it doesn't mean there's a jab. Just being honest. But I do want to go to.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, thanks for being patient. And you've been here with us for hours, so I'm grateful for that. You've actually shared a lot of news. There is a speaker from Iran. I forgot Amir. I would love to get Amir up again because I want people from Iran to better understand what that means. Get Amir, Xerxes, and other speakers. That would help a lot. And let me send invite to Amir. But yeah, just understanding what it means that deal between the two. But Faraz, I think Piotr gave you the mic. So go ahead. Awajih is here.
Yeah, so I wanted to. There was a lot to unpack there, but I'm just gonna stick to the last points that we were talking about with this Saudi Israeli talks around
Perfect. Yes.
normalization.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so the Saudi Israeli normalization talks. The Saudis actually didn't have any demands from the Israelis. It's the Israelis, basically Biden wanted to have a big political win with the whole, expanding the Abraham Accords. So all of the demands that Saudi had for their in exchange for the normalization was twofold. Saudi itself as a state, the demands they had were towards the United States. So all of their demands were directed at the United States. In return, they also brought in the Palestinians, so the PLO, to basically list a bunch of demands in order to put that as their demands towards the Israelis. And this was basically where there was a big sticking point. So there was a big attempt to kind of push minimize the relevance of the Palestinian demands or how much the Saudis care about the Palestinians by saying the Saudis are abandoning the Palestinians, but I don't think that's the case. And if that was the case, they wouldn't have brought in the Palestinians to say there are significant demands towards the Palestinians. And that's why Biden, after a few weeks, even reiterated in public, or the State Department reiterated in public that yes, there are significant demands. There will have to be significant concessions towards the Palestinians, which was in response to Prime Minister Netanyahu basically saying that there weren't any, there aren't any demands in regards to the Palestinians. But I think that's kind of internal political talk that because Netanyahu's far right coalition, when they heard about concessions towards the Palestinians, they immediately rejected and saying there will be no concessions towards the Palestinians, period, not for normalization, not for anything. So I think that's really the important point. I think that the phone call between the Saudis and the Iranians is definitely significant, but I wouldn't read into that to the point where analyze the context is that there's a regional significant event that's happening. So and the way the Saudis have been playing their foreign policy game is not by saying that they want to normalize relations with Israel just so they can isolate Iran. No, they've also been reaching out to Iran and deepening their relations slowly, step by step, based on like kind of an agreed upon, series of steps, because they don't want to have more, they don't want to have be in the position where they have any enemies in the region. And at the same time, they felt that during when Biden administration came in, the Saudis really felt like they were abandoned really quickly by the Biden administration. So they wanted to have some type of, they started kind of posturing towards Russia and China for a while, where they were getting closer to China, and that type of behavior, or those sort of actions are a clear signal. And that was also stated in his last interview with MBS and Fox News, where he was talking about it's in US's interest to like sell us weapons and to have a defense pact, because if not, we'll just get them from other places. And what does other places mean? It means China, Russia, they'd get them from other places. So if you don't want to have us buy them from us, then we'll just take our business elsewhere. So that type of thing, it was really complicated anyway. It was moving along, but basically the Palestinian component was also a very important one, and that was the hardest part. We think was going to be a very difficult one, because the Palestinian demands were that part of the Oslo Accords had some existing um, clauses about controlling more areas or handing over more areas of the West Bank to the Palestinian Authority at the time, from areas B and C. So those things were, I think, a non-starter for the Israeli side, especially with this government.
No,
Patrick,
I
I'd
appreciate
love
that
to-
for us.
Sorry,
Oh,
go
sorry,
ahead.
Mario, what do you got?
I was going to go to Patrick as well for the discussion about the Saudi
Oh,
Israeli
Mr. Patrick Fox is up. Fantastic.
Saudi and Iran call. Patrick, you there? Yeah,
Mr.
Eyal, I'll give you
Patrick,
the
are
mic
you
in a
there?
bit.
Mario.
So just hey,
One
Patrick, how
second.
are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah, man, you've heard. So I want to ask you, and then I'll ask Eyal as well. We've got Eyal on stage. But Patrick, a question to you is: what are your thoughts on that call between Iran and Saudi? What does it really mean?
Well, I've been pretty clear about this. I think Iran has orchestrated this primarily to disrupt the Israeli-Saudi rapprochement that the previous speaker was talking about. They cannot have an Israeli, alignment of mutual interest with the Sunni world. That cannot happen. And if you're willing to be ruthless enough, as Iran certainly has proven to be in the past, you can stop that if you're willing to kill enough people. And Hamas and Hezbollah are both their proxies. This is well known. This is not in debate. And every time an Israeli-Palestinian conflict breaks out, the Arab world naturally has a reaction. And that reaction is not to side with Israel. Now, there have been some breaks in that from individuals and from certain government ministers. But generally speaking, the Arab world reverts to a default pro-Palestinian stance, which obviously causes major problems for everything that the Abraham Accords have been trying to build on for the last few years. So, yeah, I think, generally speaking, this entire thing plays into Iran's strategy of dividing its Arab opponents from its Jewish opponents.
Can I respond to that a little bit as an Arab person? There's a lot of kind of inflating the whole Sunni Shia. Yes, there are kind of differences between the Sunnis and Shias, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be able to get along. I think the problem is not just a religious fundamentalist position. The problem has always been about policy more than it is about a theological position. So I think it can get along if the policies will change.
We do have breaking news. So this is unconfirmed by Bloomberg. And Firaz, I do want to go to Eyal afterwards, but this is unconfirmed by Bloomberg. The Biden administration is examining the possibility of freezing Iranian assets in Qatar.
Interesting. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense.
Why wouldn't it make sense?
That doesn't make sense to me.
That's interesting because it's the $6 billion that are held in escrow in Qatar.
Wait, what?
It's a way for the Americans to punish Iran without actually causing more violence.
Without any direct, so this is like an indirect way of
But
hitting back
again,
on Iran.
this is unnecessary. I'm not sure I agree with that.
It's an immediate threat that says you're going to pay before we even. You see, the way that it works, Iran knows that the Americans have a problem with starting an all-out war. So in terms of deterrence, the Americans are somewhat, and I'll put a lot of asterisks on that, deterred from the idea of attacking Iran. They're absolutely not deterred from the idea of taking any more of its money. So this is a way for the Americans to signal that they mean business and they're not going to be deterred from punishing Iran for what they did. And this is going to be the first punishment.
Well, that
Yeah,
and
can I
the
just,
Biden
can
administration.
we keep in mind? Okay, guys, hang on one at a time.
Can I jump in on that real quick?
Let's go to Ben and then let's go to Ben.
Well, I
and
just,
then
I wanted,
Justin and then Brian.
yeah, no, I just, there's a new speaker on the stage. I don't know how much time he had. It was Ayal. I was.
Thank you, Mario. I
If
just
you
wanted.
don't mind, if we go to him for a minute, just briefly.
Sure, I just wanted to point out two geographical facts. That's all for now. First of all, no one can attack Iran from the Mediterranean. So the fact that the U.S. have sent a carrier that was in Greece toward the shores of Lebanon is basically to deter Hezbollah and potentially to deter Russia, which is operating in Syria. But
Okay, that's
Iran.
getting a bit overextended, buddy. There's no need to mention Russia in this matter.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
It's mostly to deter. I agree with you. It's mostly to deter Hezbollah. Iran is too far. If the U.S. would wanted to wage war against Iran, the carriers would be sent to the Iranian Gulf. The second carrier is also not coming from the Pacific. It's coming from the Atlantic, which will mean it will go also into the Mediterranean. So that's all geared toward deterring Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's for now. The second geographical fact that I wanted to mention is that Gaza, we're talking about the humanitarian corridor. Gaza have a 12-kilometer border on its southern western side with Egypt. Along this border, they can supply Gaza, but also Gazans can leave out so that they will be out of harm's way. And I think that's the most humanitarian thing to do right now, is to allow people who want to get out to escape the fighting zone. That's all.
No, I 100% appreciate that. It falls under the auspices of the international law argument, and it's incredibly nuanced. We saw Egypt yesterday trying to potentially send supplies into Gaza, and then the Israeli Defense Forces stating or warning that they would strike potentially anything that did. So it's very difficult.
It's a very stupid statement by Israel. I think humanitarian corridors should be open. People should have food and water, and on the other hand, those who want to leave should be allowed to leave the fighting zone.
I appreciate.
I know. What the IDF
think that's very
spokesperson
true,
said.
but there's a from the Israeli perspective, they don't want to allow combatants, in this case Hamas, to be able to sort of filter out with the non-combatants. That is the I think.
But what about the ability to be able to bring in essential needs like water, food?
That's a different.
Yeah.
That I've touched upon that under IHL. That's a different.
Yeah, Peter, I don't.
One second, let me just explain this point, which is that bringing in supplies to a location is very different to getting people out of a location. They have two very different functions. In some cases, historically, there's actually been separate corridors for both. But go on. What do you want to say?
In this case, since it's a 12-kilometer, it's very narrow strip of land that connects Gaza to Egypt. Israel does not control the Egyptian side. So what Israel said, and I personally think it's a stupid statement, was that once those convoy would enter Gaza territory, then Israel would bomb them. But I think that's a mistake, and I think that Israel will eventually allow more supply into Gaza. On the other hand, I don't think that Israel is concerned about Hamas terrorists leaving to Sinai. What is needed is for the Gaza civilians to be allowed to escape out of the fighting zone. the country that now prevents this is Egypt. And there was a Reuters a bulletin about it about 2 hours ago, that Egypt is the one that is refusing the US request to allow Gazans to go out. Egypt said that it would
That doesn't
only
make
allow...
sense to me, Eyal. That doesn't make sense
Sorry?
because Egypt's been that doesn't make sense to me because Egypt's been one of the core countries pushing for mediation. And
Well, actually,
Yeah,
I agree with
but,
that.
no, but Egypt is
to
pushing
argue with the fact.
mediation because it doesn't want to be left standing holding the refugees.
Yeah,
That's
And
exactly the point.
I disagree with that. But
Well, you can disagree, but that's the fact. Egypt said that it would accept only 2,000 people per day. On the other hand,
Yeah,
there are
that is
probably
that's fair. No, I did hear that. That's fair enough.
there are probably
Thank you for that,
a million people in Gaza who would like to get out.
Yeah, I know. I
They put a
understand.
cap
Okay,
on
we're
it at
getting into the
2,300
details.
people.
It's
Yeah.
difficult to tell. Sorry, Benjamin, go ahead.
No, I remember reading, excuse me, that statement. And I think they did indeed put a gap on the team or the refugees, right? So it's a tough situation, but I actually agree with Eyal on pretty much everything he said.
Thank you. Shall we? Sorry, Mary. Go ahead.
I wanted we got. I wanted to really go back to the Iran Saudi discussion, then we can move on from that. There's some news, so that we don't have much clarity on exactly what they're. So Saudi Crown Prince confirmed that the kingdom is making efforts in communicating with all international and regional parties to stop the escalation. As well as, so that's just came in from Saudi, but then the spokesman for the military wing of the Jihad movement, so I'm guessing this is Hamas or a different one, I'm just not keeping track anymore. The Jihad movement, I'll just say what it says that, quote, the battle is no longer limited to Gaza only. For us, is a Jihad movement separate to...
So there's a couple of points here. So PIJ is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They are a separate group to Hamas. They are a militant arm of a separate group, as far as I can remember from my flurry of reading into it last night. So they're not Hamas. They are almost worse. But they haven't been as prominent as the Hamas forces that infiltrated Israeli territory. They are primarily around the immediate borders of Hamas, as far Gaza, excuse me. So if they share something, that is they're more, I think, just trying to be as radical as possible. I think. I mean, it may be Brian or Patrick or anyone who has any ideas about the region can correct me if I'm wrong, but that they're different. So take what they say with a degree of caution, I suppose, because they're not the main perpetrators of the entire situation.
I appreciate that. I see Xerxes coming up, but Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So just real quickly on that last topic. Well, actually, I don't have enough expertise to really comment on that. But the points I wanted to make a minute ago were, one, this idea that you cannot attack Iran from the Mediterranean. First of all, a U.S. carrier strike group does not just carry the airplanes that are sitting on the deck of the aircraft carrier. It carries cruisers and submarines that have long-range cruise missiles. So that's not true. But that wasn't the point I was making when I said they might attack Iran. What I said was, if Iran moves forces into Syria or Lebanon to try to strike Israel, that is what I think they're really in the Mediterranean to deter. And then just on this point about the $6 billion in Qatar, if I heard correctly, and if I'm remembering correctly, that is the infamous or famous, depending on your domestic politics in the US, $6 billion that the Biden administration agreed to give back to Iran in return for hostages, and the money's being held in Qatar. So there's a very, very strong.
Is anyone speaking, guys? I can't hear anyone.
Yeah. So Brian is speaking. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Brian, go ahead.
So on top of the point that was made before, there is a very strong domestic political reason why Biden is doing that, because he's getting pounded by the Republicans and the right wing in the United States for giving that money back to Iran, and there are even people that are making the kind of ridiculous claim that money is what paid for the attack. So freezing that money and taking it back is a huge political win for him domestically.
Yeah, so the fund, this is accurate. So fund freedom prisoner swap may be refrozen. But the US intelligence still has no evidence yet, at least based on their statements, that Iran directed the attack. So there hasn't been any confirmation that those funds have been frozen. But these are discussions that apparently that Biden is having, or he's weighing that decision. So again, that could be just a statement he's made, or the administration made, to kind of deter Iran and saying, hey, there's a risk of this getting frozen, or they could genuinely be having those discussions. But for that to become public, there's the possibility that it's either for PR or or they're just trying to scare Iran. Patrick, what do you think?
Well, I wanted to echo what Brian was just saying. You have to keep in mind, politically speaking, this is an open wound for the Biden administration. They reauthorized direct aid to the Palestinians, which the State Department in 2021 admitted could be used to rearm Hamas. They have relaxed Iranian oil sanctions, which has netted them somewhere between 30 to $40 billion in oil sales over the past 3 years. And now, obviously, we have the hostage deal. So it looked from a domestic standpoint, President Biden's going into an election. He's got this impression from certain quarters that he's soft on Iran, he's soft on the Palestinians, and we've just had one of the worst massacres of Jews since the Holocaust. He has got to look tough on this. He doesn't have a choice. He understands if he doesn't, it's political kryptonite. And I think that's why we've seen what for the Biden administration is some fairly rapid movement. Obviously, we've got major redeployments of U.S. forces. And, politically speaking, it's embarrassing, but they probably should freeze that money if just for domestic political consumption, if for nothing else. It wouldn't surprise me for a moment.
Yeah, they're going to freeze the money. We'll be on here next week, and they will have frozen the money. I predict that.
For political reasons, it's political, yeah, Brian.
Well, I think there's a certain policy rationale to it too, but the fact that it will be such a big political win for him, or if you think of it the other way, a big continuing political wound, as Patrick said, means he's just politically, he's not going to have a choice. And also, it probably is smart policy.
So I do want to. I did make quite a long post just now, which people can check out if they so wish. But I just thought of it as I was finishing it up, which is one of the most basic things I ever learned in my studies in IR or international relations is, if the opponent is responding, they tend not want to escalate. If they wanted to do something, they would just do it. And what I mean by that is that Iran is still communicating. They are still signaling what they want to do or where they feel on this position. And for me, that is evidence enough that they don't have a desire to want to escalate and directly engage the US or anything like that. Maybe I sound naive, but for me, that's pretty. It just makes me think of the Cold War, right? If the Russians, the Soviets had really wanted to do something, they would have just gone dark. That's why when we think of the Chinese and the inability to get hold of the PLA over their nuclear program, that is such a concern for the United States government. They don't talk to us about their nuclear program.
It goes to Hezbollah as well.
Iran is not doing. So
yeah, and can you hear me, by the way, Piotr? Just making sure.
I can, yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, so so Hadi made that point as well, about Hezbollah. So everyone was worried about Hezbollah joining, but it's like, if they join, they'll just go all in. They will not be talking about it. They will not be, doing that tit for tat. They'll just go all in.
Yeah, exactly. Why would they bother expending that energy? Like, just do it. You know what I mean? So I
see. Yeah, not only, and also showing their cards. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It's also showing their cards. Correct. But yeah, I do want to go to Mo, just kind of get an update. Mo and Amir, and then we'll go to Xerxes.
Yeah, hi.
Mo, just an update on hey man, how are you?
Right.
On the Lebanese front.
Well,
how's everything there?
A little bit fast. I know you guys like it that way. I just care to set the stage for the rules of engagement, right? Which is some of the things you guys are talking about. Hezbollah, if we are to focus on them, rules of engagement are very clear with Israel. They understand each other. They've been at war with each other before. It's a matter of where do they strike, or how do they communicate of any of these insurgents in Lebanon, shooting towards Israel, making it clear it's not them, and so on and so forth. Today was the first day Hezbollah did retaliate, hit an Israeli occupied post, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it took out 2 Israeli soldiers successfully. And I think it's important that we speak in this manner as well, Mario, if you don't mind. I hear a lot of pro-Israelis in the room. I hear a lot of, pro-rhetoric that is on one side. And I just want to bring the other side. Hamas, in their opinion, they achieved an accomplishment. And those who support Hamas, looking around, they also see that as a major accomplishment. Historically speaking, the casualty count that Hamas was able to accomplish there is significant for all that. I think a lot of supporters of Hamas are very surprised. I think Hamas themselves are surprised with the accomplishment that they were able to achieve in those
So
occupied
the
lands.
accomplishment is the body count.
At what cost?
Again, I love the question. They're rotting to death in Gaza as we speak, right? Or before any of this. So life in Gaza is effectively an open air prison. If you know, you've heard that multiple times.
Okay, no.
Hold on.
So you've heard that lie multiple times. We're not.
Okay.
No, go.
I don't mind.
Like,
I don't
seriously,
mind
enough.
going back and forth with you. But we.
No, I'm not. We're not doing that. I want to hear from you, Mo.
Okay. So just on that point. So it's almost like for people in Gaza, this is a potential opportunity. By the way, the world is witnessing them. The world is actually seeing them because nobody was actually looking at them with the way the structures around Gaza works. All right. And to the point that was made with regard to access to evacuate, right? Rafah was bombed. The border crossing between Gaza and Egypt was bombed successfully by Israel. And they're on the notion that they were concerned.
But
Hold
Mo,
on a second.
how
I
does
just
this
want to
play into
land.
Iranian, but how does this play into the Iranian point? That's what you know.
I don't mind getting to that, but I just want to point out, right? Which is we want civilians to leave, right? We want civilians to leave,
sure.
and the problem is they can't. Like they're literally stuck. And the reason that Israel's IDF has mentioned is they're worried that those kidnapped people will be smuggled in from those Rafah border crossing, and they would lose touch on recapturing them. That is their excuse. But at the end of the day, we're talking about 2 million people stuck.
Well, okay, hang on.
Yeah.
So I want to.
Yeah,
can you focus on the Iranian point, please? Because that's what I asked you.
So
Ronnie, I think
it says you have breaking news, Ronnie.
Yeah, go for it, Benjamin. Go for it, Benjamin.
Yeah, no, Ronnie, you said you had some breaking news. Go ahead.
Sorry, Ronnie.
Yes, a Jew about an Israeli were killed in the West Bank after rocks hit his car from Palestinians, and his car was derailed and he was killed.
Where?
The West Bank.
But where?
It's called Tzir Shishim.
Near there. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so,
but by the way, I'm Mario. Thank you for the stage. I'm going to sleep. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Ronnie.
And I just
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So going to the Iran discussion and the Saudi discussion, as you all are aware, in March, China, creeped in quietly, brought these two major players together, and they wanted to, stick it to the Americans. Let's just be real. That's the whole objective with the Iran-Saudi discussions. But they entertained it. There's a lot of oil that's being traded from Saudi side to China, so they're going to listen. All right. Come moving forward, America wants to win. So they wanted Saudi and Israel to also have a win. By the way, this is economical. If anyone looks at it, there is a pipeline being built as we speak, coming from the Arabian Gulf location through Saudi Arabia into Jordan and then out of Israel, so that it can actually feed Europe in a more efficient way than having to go around. And as we know, and this is important, if you're looking at the way oil and gas shifts from the Gulf Sea, that is a very risky point from the Straits of Hormuz because of how close it is to Iran. So they want to isolate Iran in these maneuvers, and Saudi is sitting in the middle. But obviously, this situation kind of changes the dynamic. So yes, they're going.
We're seeing a rapprochement between them. So I don't know if that's
of course. And so let's go back to the stage. The rules of engagement. The rules of engagement are very important. There is something that combines Iran and Saudi and unify them in something, which is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And if this very holy site to Muslims across the planet gets touched, denigrated, anything of that sort, they unite regardless of why they dislike each other on nuances. They don't care at that point. I'm just wanting to make that point clear. And the Gazans, or let's talk Hamas, are aware of this sticking point. So making and shifting the battle or creating a bit of strife in the West Bank is potentially their ticket out from continuous bombing that's going to take place in Gaza as we speak. Go ahead.
I would just
Actually
like to
grossly overplaying their hand. If
I
they
would
think
just like to point out one thing. So I agree with a lot of what Mo said, less for the fact that is, there are other objectives that Saudi Arabia wants, which is a civilian nuclear program. That will not and cannot be done without the blessing of the United States. So while I agree with a lot of what you said, I think that it might be a little bit grandiose in the.
Nobody spoke of a nuclear program, right, Ben? At the end of the day,
I don't think he means nuclear.
No, Mo, I didn't mean. I'm not talking about a weapons. I'm not talking about a weapons program.
Okay.
I'd love
anyway,
to comment
I
as a Saudi on this issue.
Oh, do you have some breaking news, Reggie?
I'm from Saudi Arabia, and I'm the only person that hasn't commented on this.
Okay, well, I want to retouch upon this later, but I think Zahi's Amir have some other points. Mario, I don't know if you've got some more news.
Let me mention some news. I'm just gonna read from my account. It's just developers are non-stop, so I'm not even keep track of the back channels. I'm just looking directly at the
Just
Twitter
too
account.
much. Just too much.
So it's crazy. So just in the White House, in call with his Emirati counterpart, Biden stressed his condemnation of the Hamas terrorism and his warning to anyone who seeks to exploit the situation. So it's a statement from the White House. Saudi Crown Prince confirmed that the kingdom is making efforts to communicate with all international regional parties to stop the escalation. Mentioned that there's a Royal Air Force flight carrying RAF's reservist support to support the ongoing operations in Eastern Mediterranean, which has arrived in Cyprus. Not sure what type of support, but I'm guessing it was with citizens and
Mario, I would love to comment on this because no one has spoken about it. Piotr, you can check this out.
We'll go. Mo,
so this is very important.
In a bit more,
very
because I know you've had no, it's okay, bro. Because you'll be fasting.
I want to go to Zahi's and Amir. They've been waiting for a while.
Is that right? Go ahead.
I think it was Zahi's, right? Of course, go ahead. Zahi's, go ahead.
I'll go after Amir.
Okay, thank you very much, my friend. Amir, over to you.
Amir, is your mic working?
Amir, are you with us?
Well, yes. I just sorry about Iran. I just want to point some stuff. Actually, Xerxes is here to kill me, but that
no, it's fine. What have you got? It's fine.
Yes, sorry about that $6 billion. I really can understand regarding the situation in the United States and Iran's possible, not yet confirmed by any American source, by any American official, which is really what matters here. This is very dangerous if President Biden really goes and just blocks this, because this is actually the one thing that I can call myself expert is the Iran-U.S. deals that they make. So this prisoner exchange deal was negotiated for about 2 years, and it finally, after things that President Obama and Trump couldn't do by releasing these 5 Americans held in Iran, President Biden actually did this, and he actually secured their freedom. And what happened is that these $6 billion, which is Iran's oil revenue in South Korea, was directed from there to Qatari banks, and this is only for food and medicine, and it's for nothing else, which American officials repeated, I think, 100 times, going for John Kirby to actually President Biden himself, I think, and Secretary Blinken. And if Biden does this, I understand the political win, but it's wrong because the money is just for food and medicine, and the United States has.
Sorry, just a little bit of breaking news, which I think is very important. So, a GOP rep who is very pro-Israel, McCall, just said Egypt warned Israel 3 days before Hamas attack. I think that's very important.
I thought that we'd been reported that on Sunday that they'd warned Israel 10 days.
Right, but I mean, you have a U.S. congressman who's on the Foreign Affairs Committee now, basically verifying that or saying that on CNN. That to me is very important.
I'd never discounted it, to be honest. I know
Yeah, can you send
Israelis
it?
will not like it, but it's going to be.
Ben, can you send it? Yeah, can you send it to me, please, via DM?
That's pretty
Also,
major.
I do have another important one. So there's 2 major ones. This is the first one. This is major more from an Israeli, Israeli intelligence failure. Also, we do have Israeli army spokesman to CNN. Non-stop. If Iran is directly involved in the Hamas attack, it will lead to an escalation of the situation. It's all very vague, and it shows Israel. I don't think anyone knows. Even Israel is coming out and making that statement. I just don't think. I don't know. Do you think Saudi would have spoken to Iran if Iran was involved in this particular attack?
Here, I really want to comment
No.
on this.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I really need to comment on this, y'all.
Yeah,
I really
Yeah.
need to comment on it.
Go ahead,
yeah,
and then we'll go to
one,
Xerxes.
1 second, Wajid.
Go ahead,
I do want to go to Zahis because he's like an Iranian voice I do have quite a lot of time for, even if he takes like 20 minutes to make it. I'm joking.
I can add 10 seconds to that 6 billion.
Go ahead.
This is very important too, because that 6 billion is related to some understandings wider between Iran and the US. So, if this gets blocked again, this means that there is nuclear escalation between United States and Iran, and actually, Iran agreed to not attack US forces in Iraq due to this agreement. So, guys, if this gets break, there's just more problems. And keep this in mind. If this actually gets blocked again, Iran, I think they will escalate on the nuclear side. I think.
We go back, Mario. This is the rules of engagement. You guys are not talking about rules of engagement. And no, dude. At the end of the day, those 6 billions are appropriated for. FYI, they're effectively in the hands of Iran. Full stop. You cannot actually back down from that understanding. You actually got your hostages for them. Full stop. All right. So the appropriation is done. And effectively, they do not sit in escrow. They're sitting in an expense call account line that they can be utilized, and they are being utilized. Those 6 billion today are not 6 billion. FYI, just to be clear.
Mo, how do you?
Mo, you're right, brother,
sorry,
but actually,
hang on, guys. Like,
in
sorry,
my-
but when claims like that are made, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I want to go over to so he's left. Okay, Amir, you opened up.
Sorry, but just one little thing. This is actually in my offense, but the United States can actually block the money again. I just want to say this. Mo is right about the rules of engagement, but actually, under the agreement, United States can do this again. But I think if Biden does this, this means more Iran problem. Full stop. Thanks.
Thank you. I think maybe we should bounce around from this topic a little bit. Otherwise, we could explore it too much.
Yeah, it'd be good to. Since Xerxes haven't been on stage at all. Xerxes, how are you?
Is he on stage? I can't. He fell off again.
Oh, he fell off again. Keeps falling off.
I keep trying to.
I'll try to.
I think he just gave up.
So while you guys do that, can I just bring one more thing to the table here?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So the United States has been actually sending an important stockpile, batteries and weaponry, munitions to Ukraine using their Israeli stockpile. This is extremely important. I put it up in the nest. It's up to you how you read through it. And this started from last year. And that stockpile actually went down to a 10% level. Normally, when escalations take place to this level,
breaking. Security cabinet meeting at the Israeli Ministry of Defense in Korea has concluded. Netanyahu's war cabinet. Ben, are you there? I'm going to read it out to you. It's on my profile. It just came out 2 minutes ago. So the cabinet includes Netanyahu as the president, Gantz as a member, Gallant, Eisenkot, and Dramar. Do you know them, Ben?
They're from the previous coalition, by the way.
Okay, so what's changed? So again, I don't understand. I don't know.
Nothing.
So we do have. If you look at the names on my latest post, you'll see them all there. But it'll be good to get Zev when he's back on his mic.
So there was Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas just arrived in Jordan capital Amman before the U.S. Secretary of State arrived there. So it seems like there's going to be a matting.
West Bank. He's not there right now.
He's currently in the capital of Jordan, Amman, to meet with the U.S. Secretary of State, who's going to arrive there soon.
Still thinks the West Bank is going to be involved in this in any way?
No, sorry, I didn't catch your name, but obviously with the situation that we're talking about, the West Bank security code as we speak is heightened, right? So it's unsafe for a Jewish U.S. state secretary to actually come into the West Bank as we speak. That would be very dangerous. That would be very dangerous.
The one thing that Abu Mazen can't afford to do right now, if he wants to hold on to his seat, is not be in it.
But he is the official spokesperson.
On the cabinet, Mario.
No, he's not. He could have sent anyone else.
Okay, guys. On the cabinet.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just to break down the cabinet. So Netanyahu is the really horrible leader. So I'm being slightly facetious. Gantz is obviously the current. He's some people call him a decorated military. He's very experienced. He was the deputy prime minister between 21 and 22, so he's got quite a lot of experience. I'm not sure where he stands on the. He was the Speaker of the Knesset as well, which is quite important. I don't know, Noga. Can you? Is he centre? Is he centre right? Centre?
He's center. He's center. He's not
He's
as
centre
right
right.
as
He's moderate.
Likud.
Yeah, no,
He's not as
center.
much as the Likud.
Okay,
yes,
he's part of the Blue White Party. Okay, and then we've got who's the other two? Hang on, let me check.
He also has significant defense experience, by the way.
Yeah,
that is why
he's decorated
correct.
military general, right?
Correct. That's why he's been brought in. Yeah.
Okay. It's an interesting group actually. Hang on, let me see the other. And then we've got, well, I mean, Gallant is obviously the very staunchly vocal defense minister. And then Eisenot is the chief of general staff. He's the originator of the so-called Daya doctrine. Is a military strategy of asymmetric warfare outlined by the ADF. Okay, so he's a very, very experienced military individual.
Piotr, if you don't mind, just to give you context of why this happened, right, is because there is hardline right-wing Likud party members that were controlling the IDF and effectively defense ministry in Israel.
That is true, but
one second, and you can refute it after I finish, right? And one of the main coalition requests, or the other party's request, is that they do not want specific members to be heading this operation, this military operation, due to a certain rhetoric that has been come out from their side, in the notion of these are animals, we will blow them to smithereens, tent city, and so on and so forth. And effectively,
I think there's a couple of points there as well that I want to emphasize. So obviously Netanyahu Gantz, who is the retired army general who served as the prime minister between 21, him and then Gallant, the current defense minister, they're all members of the new war cabinet. But Eisenot and Drama are observers. Eisenot, sorry, are. Say again.
Eisenkot. Gadi Eisenkot.
Sorry. Eisenkot are observers. So that's. I'm not entirely sure how that works in an Israeli context of a war cabinet, but in the UK, from my memory of the Second World War, observers were mainly just there for sort of advisory roles. They didn't really have a major input on actual final decisions.
So those are top brass.
Is that the same sort of situation?
These are top brass military officials in Israel with actual, these are the people who
No, Bremer is not a top brass Israeli official. He's technically not an Israeli, but
he was the chief of staff. That's still pretty big.
Eisenkot was. Bremer wasn't. Bremer wasn't.
Speakers to request. I'll just read out a few updates. So I was actually reading the updates when it crashed. So the Israeli Defense Forces actually increased by 300%. I've just posted about it. So number of active IDF soldiers last week was 170,000. Now it's at 530,000. It just shows the scale in which things are increasing. Just for the speakers that were on the panel, just request, and I'll bring you up. Let me get Piotr up. So this happens when we go for a while. So the spaces do sometimes crash. Let me see who's on. Faraz up. Let me get. And we also, I'm getting some important news here.
So it's on your last tweet. It's Dermer, not Drummer. Ron Dermer.
Oh, okay. Let me fix it now. So which one is that? Is that the cabinet one?
The last one, the observer, Ron Drummer. It's Dermer. So Ron Dermer is I think he's the UN guy. No, he's not. That's US. No, that's Herzog. Who is Dermer? I keep hearing about Dermer. I think he's now an advisor. One sec. Let me get you
Yeah,
the
if you can
fact.
get
I
that,
can't
that'll be
remember
great.
what his position was.
And I want to go to Mo. Mo, I haven't asked you about Hezbollah's involvement, and we saw the fear that we had earlier. Where do you stand on Hezbollah's involvement?
Hezbollah again are congratulating Hamas.
One
They
second,
didn't
man.
expect.
Let's give a chance for the space to.
Yeah,
No, but he
I'm
asked me a
getting
question.
everyone.
I don't
Yeah,
mind.
Oh, he did. All right.
yeah. I
want
was
to have a
asking about
discussion with
the
Mario.
on the.
Sorry.
Okay.
I thought it was like Mo's straight in on it. I was like,
No.
wow.
Ask him a question. I've co-hosted you.
You were being.
Hold on 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I've sent you a co-host invite, Piotr, so you can actually bring up the speakers, the panel that we had earlier.
Yeah,
if
will
you
do.
can.
All right.
Yeah. So Mo, tell us about Hezbollah.
Yeah. Again, well-prepared group. They train for this every day. They do not want to engage, but obviously, if they get lured into it, what I will tell you, Mario, that's very important is when it comes to Lebanon, Hezbollah, as the IDF continues this campaign in Gaza, they will have to justify what they're doing there by creating little insurgent attacks here and there at their northern border, so that the focus is not fully on Gaza. All right, and that's very important. So I think this will continue. I don't see both sides increasing their military presence or assets, though the U.S. assets coming into the Mediterranean are crucial. And I think that's literally what they're for. They're there to make sure that both Syria state and actors in the Syrian land, along with Hezbollah, do not engage, and that the Americans are ready to support Israel in that situation.
Some big points there. I was just trying to finish up the war cabinet description when we all unfortunately broke apart.
I think one of them.
You got stuck on how to.
It's one of them on the cabinet. One of them was, which one was Dramar was the one I misspelled. Let me fix that.
So that
How do you
was
spell
that was DERMER. Sorry.
So
DERMER.
Oh, my bad.
DERMER. Okay.
Yeah.
100%.
100%.
I will defer to Faraz.
100%.
But you took a lot of time, Piotr, trying to mention someone's name when half the world doesn't even mention yours properly.
That is very true.
Let's move away. So your conclusion, Mo, is that you think the likelihood, in your opinion, of Hezbollah getting involved is very low, correct?
Yeah, I think the key, again, rules of engagement, very important. If you're sitting in Hezbollah's shoes, they're going to be looking at a key ally, which is Hamas. How far will Israel deter this group? Will it reach a point where they suffocate them and take out each and every one? Or is there going to be, as per the rules of engagement, a prisoner swap? And I think that's going to be a key telling point for Hezbollah. Hezbollah will move, and I'm letting you know, will move in two instances. One, if Gaza, if the bombing in Gaza reaches a point where civilian life casualty is enormous, and that's up for debate what that means. Two, if the Al-Aqsa Mosque is again in any way breached, because the only contenders to that breach are Hamas, and now that they're under fire, Hezbollah will be forced to do the needful.
Yeah, so US has raised its travel warning to Israel to level 3. That's according to Channel 11. Just came in now. Go ahead, Piotr.
No, which country was that?
Israel. So, guys, I will say, like, since the space crash, I think what I'll do now is just say to everyone, look, we've covered everything pretty well. I think we'll take a small break. Wouldn't be too long, and we'll come back. I think the developments have kind of eased up now. So yeah, I'll just ask everyone, just take a small break. I think we all need it. As soon as my account is posting news non-stop, so every couple of minutes there's news being posted, literally every couple of minutes. Now it's less. Now it's like every 10-15 minutes, thankfully. So you can just check that page for any updates. Hopefully, it'll continue being a little bit quieter. I'm glad Hezbollah didn't join. And on the Iranian-Saudi meeting, I think it's a positive. I hope it's a positive development if it leads to de-escalation.
I think that's me.
Yeah, it is. So we'll keep it all posted.